International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to a brand new day here at Hochanda. Boy, we've got a fabulous day ahead of us. We've got all sorts, we've got soft crafts, we've got a bit of stamping, we've got all sorts of goodies for you. So make sure that you grab a chair and you spend the morning with us at least the next few hours, because that's when I'm going to be here, because we've got the whole team coming in during the course of the day, all socially distancing as we go. Now, we've got a fabulous hour ahead of us because we are talking IndigoBlu, as you can see on your screen. We've got some favourites here as well. We've got a little bit of floral, we've got a little bit of kind of we've got the mediums, the things that add the colour, the things that are going to add the sparkle and all those gorgeous bits that we like to add to our projects. And of course IndigoBlu, fabulous brand with us here at Hochanda. You're going to hear from Helen a little bit later on, who's been playing with some of these goodies, and of course the design team have had a whale of a time. Now, check out the bundle that we've got on the screen for you. This is a fabulous deal. You are saving £15. You are getting everything from that little stamp down there right the way across. Now, the collector's edition stamps that you're looking at, the butterfly there, they are exactly that, collector's editions, and you will find that many of those that you may have already collected or started collecting, maybe this is the first time that you've been introduced to them. But what we've got here is a lovely kind of floral bundle, as you can see, large blooms, kind of got configurations, but then we've got some of those staples that we like, things like the chicken wire and that gorgeous cherry blossom stencil as well. Really pretty set. Now, they have been available individually, they may well still be, but of course you wouldn't get that £15 saving if you were going for them by themselves. And the beauty is they give you nice areas that you can add your colour to. For instance, this one here, some of those luscious powders that we have got coming up a little bit later on have been used, and look at the effect that you get with these. Luscious pigments are at the bottom of your screen. I'll show you those in a few moments, but if you do want to have a little look, by all means please do. They're in little trios, nice little set of trios. Isn't that beautiful? I love that large bloom. Now, of course, you can use them in different ways. You can use them in their entirety, use them in small pieces as well if you're wanting to. Just snip out certain areas with these. Build them up as decoupage layers if you're wanting to. Add your colour in a traditional sense, or go totally funky with these, or maybe just a little bit of monochromatic. And, of course, do try out some of those different surfaces as well. I like that little kind of wood slice that's been used there. Perfect as well when you just want to say something simple, just as you can see there, just a simple word of thanks there. Absolutely beautiful throughout. And of course the collector's edition stamps give you those smaller elements, so you can see the little butterfly there, perfect on one of those little ATCs, your coins there, but again that could actually have been on that little card that we've just been looking at as well. Absolutely beautiful, gorgeous, as you can see, time and time again. And that is the beauty of these. You will use them time and time again. They're never going to be far from your craft area, because these are the sort of stamps that when you start using them, you will not want to put them down. And have a little look at this as well. I mean, this is amazing. Of course, as soon as there's a bit of fabric there, I'm in. Have a look at this. Now, I think, oh no, I'm not going to name check, because I did see this on Facebook. Caroline, it is Caroline Lakin, wasn't too sure. Have a look at this. Using that stamp, multi-stamping it onto fabric. And of course, that's the beauty of those luscious pigments. You can use them on your fabrics as well, creating a fabulous journal here, which of course you can put your own signatures in. Isn't that lovely? Really pretty, like that design. So if you fancy getting hold of this set, then you're going to get all of those. The red rubber, of course, signature star from IndigoBlu, and there you go. There's one of the largest stamps there. What that means is you've got that deep impression. They're UK made. And of course, IndigoBlu have been making stamps for a good long time now. You can see there, obviously, you've got your mount attached to it, your cushioning there, which gives you that fabulous kind of impression that you've got. And of course, lovely Kay, she and Alfie are IndigoBlu. And of course, I think there's others that help them along the way as well. And of course, you've got your cling there as well. That's going to go onto your mount. So yeah, there you go. Nice little bundle, that one. Well, it's a big bundle actually for £45. So if you fancy those, 330652. So if you fancy popping those in, not only have you got those stamps, but you've also got the stencil as well, so even better value for me. 2 flexi buys as well. Got unicorn sparkles. Oh, we love our unicorn sparkles. These are brilliant. Now you can use them in loads of different ways. Obviously, as you can see there, you've kind of got your glitter that you may use them just sprinkling on top. But of course, if you're mixing them with other bits and pieces, like your embossing glaze, then you can actually turn them into something else. They're kind of ingredients that you put together, whichever combinations you're wanting to work with. Again, you have got your pigments in here as well, giving that gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous kind of shimmer and shine. And this one is your Magic Sparkles, I think. Let me just double check. I think it's your Magic Sparkles, isn't it? Here's your Magic Sparkle. Now, if I turn it onto the side, I don't know whether you'll be able to see there. There you go. That's the shot. Look at that. Wow. You could be adding that into things like your embossing powders and getting a really nice finish. And of course, you've got that within here. Now, it's a nice little kind of configuration. It's it's kind of your staples, your bread and butters. I often refer to them. So these are the things that you can add elements to. I'm thinking things like the pigment powders. And they're a base to get started with, but they are gorgeous to use in their entirety just by themselves. Because of course, what that means is you can see through what you're putting them on top of. So if you've got inky backgrounds or pretty papers, then these are the perfect way to enhance those designs. So £13.99 at 536-958 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, luscious by name, luscious by nature, and that's what we've got with these 4 trios, 4 sets of 3 that you can choose from, all under the same item number, and these are beautiful. These are intense colour. They pack such a punch of colour that you need the tiniest amounts. Got some beautiful combinations here. So you can see you've got your lawn, you've got your raspberry and your crushed velvet. I'm going to tip those down just so you can actually see the beauty of those colours. Look at those, gorgeous. They do have a little bit of shimmer and sheen in there, as you can see there within the lawn. And they, again, there with that gorgeous, almost like regal purple there. Really nice combination, especially if you're thinking about your florals, because obviously you've got your petal colours with the kind of the red and the purple, and the combination, you can mix these together, and of course the lawn is going to be perfect for your foliage. So if you fancy that little trio, then by all means go for those. You can see the details on your screen there. That's your crushed velvet, your lawn, and your raspberry all coming together. It's like a pinky red, that one. Nice. Okay. So that's your first set. Where should we go with the next one? Let's have a little go along to the neighbours. Let's have a little look at the neighbours. Now, what we've got here, well, you've got your Palmer Violet, you've got your Penny Dreadful, and you've got your Unicorn. Is it Dreams? Dreams. Unicorn Dreams with these. Fabulous names that the guys come up with. Now, this trio, oh, look at that. Look at the sparkle that you're getting from those Unicorn Dreams. Gorgeous Palmer Violets there with that lovely kind of, it's like a, well, it is violet, isn't it really, I suppose you'd call that. Gorgeous coppery tones that you've got there as well. Really, really pretty. Again, $14.97. You will find that you will be collecting these as time comes on, because it is one of those ones that you can do so much with when you get them home. So if you fancy that particular set, then by all means, please pop those into your basket. We go down a step to have a little look at the other ones that we've got at the front. And again, each and every one of these trios is beautiful. So here we have got, which one are we looking at? This one? So we have got, what's this one there? Cherry lips, oh, smackaroo, mermaid tresses. Beautiful. And then, oh, what's this particular one? Blackbird. Oh, that's a useful one to have as well, isn't it, for that intensity? Have a little look at those. Absolutely beautiful. So if you fancy getting it, was kind of like not unicorn, mermaid hair, isn't it? I'm getting my mermaids and my unicorns mixed up. That's never a good thing, is it? That's a nice combination as well, isn't it? Do like that blue. The solid black as well, that's a good one to have. It has got a little bit of a sparkle in there as well, so if you're wanting to add your shadows, and of course you can lighten that by mixing it with some of the lighter tones, using it with things like your paste and your mediums as well. Intense colour. Think of this being like your concentrated orange squash. You only need a little bit and it goes a long way. £14.97 if you're wanting those. One more set to share with you, and it's the last ones that we've got here. And again, another power of colour with these. Beautiful teal, one of my favourites. Your fuchsia blue there as well. And it's kind of like a fuchsia that's kind of got a little bit of a bluey undertone to it. It's almost like a two-tone. And then we've got, oh, what's this one in the middle here? Verdigris. Oh, I've not seen this one before. Oh, that's nice. That's like an antique-y colour, that one. Very nice. Nice. Now, verdigris, you see verdigris, it's like copper when copper's aging, and it's kind of got those greeny tones to it. I think it's something like that, isn't it? But, oh, look at that. That's a nice one. Again, £14.97. Again, a lovely little set of trio there. So if you do fancy going for those, by all means do. I'm sure we've got lots more of them on the website as well. So if we haven't kind of tickled your pickle with regards to colours, then we'll be able to help you on the website there. So, but any of those combinations, you can see there, 749767. Now, I mentioned Helen at the top of the hour, and the lovely Helen has joined us via the technology of the old phone lines. So, good morning. Good morning, Helen. How are you doing?
Good morning, Kaylee. How are you?
I'm not too bad at all. Not too bad. You're hearing you very quietly in my ear at the moment, so we would probably have to twiddle a few bits and pieces. But what do you think about the IndigoBlu range?
Oh, well, as ever, what a lovely selection. We've been nagging Kay to bring a couple of these stamps back that we've had in the past, because they're just so gorgeous.
They are.
And what a waste not being able to see them again. Absolutely beautiful. I've really enjoyed them.
Well, this is the key thing, and I'm guessing you were an IndigoBlu fan before you even came to work as a demonstrator here at Hochanda.
Yes, most definitely. In fact, I've known Kay before the company was born,
right.
when it was in the pipeline, and I've watched her dreams develop over the years, and it's been a marvellous journey to watch, because the one thing that they've always done is they've kept that quality.
Yes.
The standard of every single product is always exactly the same. It's always top-notch quality, bringing you the best products to be able to play with.
Well, this is it. Now, I'm going through a few cards here. I don't know if you can see your TV screen, but the cards that I'm bringing up to the screen now, these have all been done with exactly the same stamp, but we've got so many different variations of how you can work with them.
Gorgeous, aren't they? And what a fantastic design team. I didn't have much time myself, and they have pulled it out of the bag. They really, really have. And you can see the variety. That's the one thing about these stamps, is you can play with them, make them into so many different genres. Whether you're into your grungy, whether you're into your clean and simple, these stamps really will cover every base for you.
Now, we've seen lots of kind of shimmer and shine with these. Is that down to those pigments?
Yes, they're so highly pigmented. The sheen on them is delightful. And because they're water-based as well, you can mix them with, well, you can mix them with any medium, really, whether you go onto fabric, like you said earlier, or onto wood, or absolutely onto anything. But I like the way that you can mix the colours together.
Yes.
So even if you only, for example, bought a couple of the sets, mixing them together will give you such a whole range of colours, and you will keep that sparkle every time.
Well, this is it. And the beauty is you can make them kind of as opaque or as transparent as you want to the intensity. I mean, the stamp that we're looking at here, I mean, this is beautiful. You can see every little vein of those petals coming through the artwork.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, it's hard to have a favourite, but the peony is my favourite, I have to say.
Yeah, peonies are gorgeous flowers, aren't they? Another of the finished samples that we've got here, I think this is a really clever use because we've got the rice papers coming up in a little while. And of course, they're perfect to stamp on to add colour. And of course, they go onto any kind of surface because they mould to perfection.
Yes, yeah. They are so good for anything really, but like that, the mannequin there, I mean, you couldn't get around that with paper very easily. It'd have to be very thin paper, but being able to stamp, put whatever image you like onto that rice paper, and then being able to mould it around something like that is wonderful. Absolutely amazing. And as you say, it's the artwork that helps us get started with it. It's the artwork that inspires you to have a go, really. It does it all for you. I mean, even all the little shade lines are in there. So when you're colouring or painting, you don't have to think about it. It's all done for you. You know, you really can make a fantastic job. Well, this is it. It is. Well, I have to say thank you to you for coming and joining us. I know you've got a busy, busy life at the moment, keeping that little lad of yours entertained as well. And homeschooling. I don't envy anybody at home with young ones at the moment, I must admit. Thankfully, mine are a little bit older. Oh, I tell you what, I have so much respect for those teachers. And this is the thing that used to amaze me when well, I've got twins and I'd have two of them at home during the school holidays, and I'd be thinking, well, teacher copes with about 25, 30 of these little people, and I've only got two of them and I'm struggling. Oh, I know. I don't know how they do it. I don't know. But thank you so much for joining us. So thank you for keeping everybody safe as well. Oh, you're welcome. Have a great day, everyone. We will do, and we will speak to you again soon, and hopefully see you back here sooner rather than later. You take care of yourself. That'd be lovely. Hopefully I'll see you at 11. Well, I won't see you, but I will see Leonie.
Yes, of course. The end of the show coming up. Yes, of course. I forgot about that. See, I'm very selfish. I'm only concentrating on my own hours. Speak to you later on, Helen. See you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. There we go. And off goes Helen. Of course, do make sure that you do tune in later on, as you heard from Helen there again. So we will see more. Now, stencils as well. This is something that is a key part of the IndigoBlu range. And again, they bring us such a wide range, all sorts of different styles. But some have been kind of picked out to put together in this little bundle. In fact, we've got some new designs here that you might not have seen before as well. So, yeah, we've got the lace mandala. You've got your flower mandala. You've got your media. And you've got your sea urchin as well. Oh, look at that sea urchin. That's a good one, isn't it? Like that one. It's like almost like the underside of a mushroom. Are they gills, those little pieces of mushrooms and toadstools? Oh, now that one's playing a few tricks on my eyes with the circles there. And I love that kind of ombre going from kind of the intensity down to the diluted element there with that stencil. And that's a nice one as well. Perfect if you want to break into these as well, not necessarily using them in their entirety. I mean, that one looks fabulous foliage there. Like that one a lot. Now, if you fancy getting hold of these, brilliant value at £11.96 for all four of those. That is a really good deal. Good sizes as well. They're 4x6, or they're 6x6, should I say. You're getting four of those. But 0875 714, too many numbers on the screen for me to figure out. And you got £4 savings. That's £1 off each of those. Not a bad saving at all. What are you going to put through them? You can use those pigment powders. Or maybe you could be adding some of those pigment powders to this product. Now, this is one of the many pastes that we see from IndigoBlu. It's a brilliant one. It's called True Grit. So it's got a gritty nature to it. Now, you can see on the label there it's fine. So there are different levels of grittiness, shall we say, to these. So this one's going to give you texture, but it's not going to give you too much of a gravelly look with this, if it makes sense. When it comes to you, you can see there, ooh, look at that. Absolutely amazing. Oh, look at that. I just want to stick your finger in there, really, don't you? Which I'm not going to. But it has got a gritty nature. Now, to save you sticking your finger in there, you are going to get a spatula that comes alongside it, which is brilliant because that is the perfect way for you to actually get that paste through the stencils. Just make sure that when you are using it with your stencils, you do wash your stencil straight away, because if it dries, it will dry solid within your stencils. So, yeah, make sure that you do give those a good wash as well. Oh, excuse me. Now, with regards to this, if you do want to add colour to this, you could do perhaps using those pigments that we just spoke of. And of course, being a paste, it's going to dry white with that. So, yeah, perfect if you want to spritz it afterwards. 474 745 if you're wanting that, £12.74. Now, a couple of my favourites. Slap It On. Slap It On is brilliant. You'll hear Kay mention this, you'll hear Helen mention this as well. Slap It On is brilliant. It's an adhesive that you can use to literally slap it on. And this will not kind of change the nature of the rice paper if you're using it alongside the rice paper or anything else. You can see that it's a matte finish. So it's going to adhere, but it's not going to change the kind of the format. There is a glossy version of this one if you are wanting that one, but this one is perfect for your matte finish. Alongside it, you're going to get some of your A3 rice paper sheets. Saw some of these on that little mannequin a few moments ago. Really good size, and I have used rice paper sheets for so many times from Kay. They're brilliant. I use them on my laser printer as well. What I do is I usually cut it down to an A4 and I put it almost onto a carrier sheet, so I put it onto a piece of photocopy paper, just put a little bit of double-sided adhesive, just like a tape runner, stick it in place and then actually print on this and make my own printed rice papers. But as you heard from Helen, you could stamp on here. Just be aware not to add too much moisture to it, because of course adding moisture to it can kind of break it down. Not as much as kind of your mulberry papers and things like that with your fibres in there. And you have got your two sides with regards to this one, which I always forget what the difference is. One side is kind of got more of a glossy finish, one has got more of a gritty finish, and I can never remember which way round it is. So I kind of use both of them. And I have to say, I've not had any adverse effects with either of them, so I don't know what the significance is, but Kay will tell you that herself, I am sure. Might hear from Helen to mention it a little bit later as well. So if you fancy this bundle, both of those coming to you for £19.48. Brilliant value for money, 20 of those sheets in there. So there you go, pop them into your basket. One more thing to mention to you is the next item, adhesive. Now, adhesive by foam tapes, brilliant. Now, with these, you've got your square, well, not your squares, your little rectangles. Oh no, they are squares. Do apologise, they are squares. So with these, you have got, those ones are squares. That's what I meant to say. Or are they? Was it just the way? Yes, they are. Sorry, I'm having an argument with myself. So yeah, you've got your small squares, as you can see on that particular one. And then when you bring in this one, you can see you've got your rectangles on there. So you're going to get both of those within there. You've got loads. You've got 12 sheets of your 12 by 24 by 20 by 2 mil. The 2 mil is the depth of those. So you kind of got the rectangles are double the size of the squares, if that makes sense. Getting them all mixed up now. So kind of 2 squares makes a rectangle. There we go. Actually, that's the homeschooling done for our viewers. There you go. £13.99, 714467 if you fancy getting hold of those. So why not pop them into your basket? Pop them into your basket alongside any of those other goodies that we've been chatting about. And of course, if they're going in alongside the stamps, you've got your flexi order on that one, so you're spreading the cost of anything else. But of course, it's the inspiration that we want to see. How you're going to use all these fabulous goodies, and that's where we can help. Check this out.
Hi everyone, it's Helen here, and really delighted to be back with some fantastic IndigoBlu products. I've always loved Kay's florals. They just inspire me to do wonderful things, and they are everyday uses. I mean, you can use these time and time again. We're going to start off with the anemone and daisy and the chicken wire, and I'm going to emboss the chicken wire using some Versamark and some clear embossing powder. And we're just going to do it like randomly. You can use it on your block, off your block, totally up to you. But you can just turn it around, do it in different directions. Just going to create a cool resist background, ready to use some of those fabulous luscious powders. There we go, let's get rid of this. And I'm just going to heat it up. I just love embossing powder. It really makes me excited every time. I love it. There we go. Now let's start using some of the luscious powders. We've got a fabulous selection on today's show. I think I will start with some Parma Violet and a little bit of Cherry Lips, because that's really nice and bright as well. These powders are really highly pigmented, and because they have a binder in them, they will stick once they're wet or mixed with another medium, and they can be mixed with so many different items. We could have even mixed it in with our clear embossing powder, and that would have made a nice cool colour of embossing powder. So I'm just adding a little bit of water here, and I'm literally going to just add it as a wash. I mean, look at all that mica. Isn't it just delicious? Obviously we're doing it on a black watercolour card here. Won't work so well just on normal black card, so do grab yourself some of this. The sparkle off it is amazing. We'll just lay down those two colours, add a bit more water. Those out of the way. Obviously, if we have any left over, we can smooch it into one of our books, but I'm just going to mop it up today just to clear the decks. So let's give it a dry and see where we're going. I'll be back in a second. That's just dry on those two colours. We can always go back in with a little bit of something different. How about this one? Now this one is Unicorn Dreams. That's quite similar to what we've already got. I think we should add a little bit of Lawn, and that will just give us a little bit of a different vibe. These pots go a really, really long way. Will last you a really long time. Let's add a bit of water to that. And obviously it will reactivate the colour that's underneath and just merge with it. That's the beauty of these. You can re-wet them just like a watercolour and go back in. That's better. That gives us a bit more of a highlight with that green. And I'll just leave this to one side to dry, and we might as well carry on with what we're doing. Now I have already pre-stamped and cut out some of these lovely daisies, and with the powders, if you pop them into a little container like this, you can see I've labelled all mine just so I know which one's which. I'm going to go in with the fuchsia, but if you put a bit of powder in the palette, add a bit of water, mix them up, you'll create your watercolours. They will dry and they will go hard, but that's the beauty of them. You can come back in and you can re-wet them. Mine's still a little bit wet from earlier. Otherwise, just a little bit of water, reactivate them, and away you go again. Now if you just put some of that lovely fuchsia down all the way around that centre, and then again on your second layer, those petals that are popping through, and then we're just going to add some water, and that is going to give us the quickest and easiest type of shading on a flower. They just look amazing. There's no skill involved. These powders really just do it all for you. So I'm just wiped off the excess there, and this is a water brush, so it's just flowing with water now, and I am literally just pulling out those pigments to the end of the petal, giving us the darkness in the centre, coming out to the lightness where the sun would catch. And you can see, excuse me, it just looks like those lovely little highlights on the flower there. Very quick, very simple. And then I'm going to use this one. This one is the Blackbird, just for my centre there. It's a lovely black, a very dark grey. There we go. I'll pop that to one side, and I've already done some others, and you can see how now they've dried. You really can see all those details and all that shading. Looks like you've spent hours and hours colouring, but there is no need of these powders. They'll do it all for you. Out of white watercolour card, I have die cut these shapes. And we're just going to give these a bit of a wash. Now obviously it's going to look completely different on the white as it does on the black. What colours should we go for? Let's stick to the 3 same colours, and then we can see the difference between the black and the white. We'll just pop a little bit on the mat there. Actually add some water with a spray. There we go. So it's still nice and strong, that pigment. We can wet our watercolour card and we can let it just flow itself. Probably hard for you to see the sparkles on the camera there, but I'll hold it up in a minute and hopefully you'll be able to catch them. Let's add a bit of pink. Fuchsia, absolutely beautiful colour. And that'll mix to make its own colour as well. We'll just stick that down the one side. All I've done in the meantime that you didn't see is I've taken that panel that we've coloured and I splashed it with some water, and it's removed some of the pigment powder, so you can see that's a great little effect. Add a little bit of distress there to our panel, and I'm going to stamp this and give it a sentiment. I'm using a very old favourite of mine. It's from an IndigoBlu set called Rococo. I'm pretty sure it's probably still available on their website, but it's a really, really nice sentiment. So let's just ink this up. And pop it on. Always keep your beautiful imagination and exquisite humour. Love that one. And I popped the background onto a card blank, and we'll pop this on, and then we're going to surround it with those beautiful flowers that we've already done. And we'll pop this on with a bit of silicone, and then we'll add those lovely little daisies. Love watercolour card because you can shape it and bend it, a bit of silicone, and it really will keep its shape. There we go, and I'll hold it up now so you can really see the shimmer that comes off that powders. Really is a great medium.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you, Helen. Thank you for that. And what a beautiful demonstration. Just shows you how well all the different products from IndigoBlu work together. And of course, that's just using a few of those stamps from the bundle that we've been chatting about. Imagine when you get these involved with other things that you got within your crafty stash. And the beauty is you have got a fabulous price with these. You're saving £15. And what you are getting is a beautiful set of stamps, but you're also getting that gorgeous cherry blossom stencil as well. So starting off with, where should we start with? Let's start with that gorgeous little butterfly, because we do love our butterflies. It's a collector's edition number 13, and if you do check out IndigoBlu via our brand section, you'll notice that there are a series of collector editions. They're all numbered. No idea what number we're up to, but I think they kind of get released on a monthly basis there or thereabouts. And it doesn't matter what point you get involved, or if you only kind of chip in and chip out, depending on the designs that are there. But that one is number 13. Then you've got that gorgeous peony, and this is a beautiful one, again designed by Kay, and she really does have an eye for detail. Gorgeous large blooms. That's going to be a beautiful one to perhaps stamp onto other things as well. So if you wanted to decoupage that and putting that out, gorgeous one for things like your rice paper going on top of projects as well, like that one. Next one, the anemone. Oh, this is such a beautiful flower. And of course you can see down at the bottom the anemone head that was used within, oh, it's the daisy actually, wasn't it, that was used in the demonstration at the bottom of your screen there. So really pretty as well. Have you noticed the foliage there with little dinky hearts on the ends? That's pretty, isn't it? And it's nice because that's not it's not too overpowering, that particular stamp. So if you've just got a little bit of a white gap or an area that you need to fill, that is going to do it beautifully. Now, what is not to love about a poppy head? Oh, this is beautiful. This one's called Poppycock. And you can see there, again, big size stamp. I'm going to turn these around just to show you just how big these stamps are. Which one is it? It's that, no, it's not. It's that one. It is that one. It's the one I had my hand on to start with. There you go. Have a look at those. Beautiful stamps. Use them on an acrylic block if you're wanting to, or just literally, you could just be laying that down in your work area and pressing into it. So a really nice design. And of course, you've got that beautiful floral bloom there. Gorgeous. In fact, I'm going to drop this one in front of it just to show you. I mean, have a look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful detail with that. So that one is your Poppycock stamp set. Not stopping there though, we're going on a little bit further, and this one is beautiful because of course you've got kind of elements of all sorts of foliage here, and you can see a little bit of the anemone in there, a little bit of daisy peach featuring in there as well. This one's a nice one, perfect for corners, but again you can build it up if you wanted to make a frame with it. Then we're back to the collector's edition stamps with the next one, which is your chicken wire. And this is a nice one because you can kind of use it in a grungy way, or again just use it as a transition perhaps between an inky background and a pretty floral. So nice one, that one. And then finally you've got that stencil. Now I do love cherry blossom. I just think it's a really pretty flower to start with. And this one, again, you've got a really good area of coverage with this one. Works beautifully with the stamps because of course when you've got a stencil you can use as little or as much of it. You could pattern build with this one if you're wanting to, use it to do different colours, overlaying, perhaps doing the stalks and the foliage in one colour and then going back in and covering with the flowers in a different colour. It has been used on this little gift box here as well to create your own kind of background paper with this, which is nice because of course it's just taking your craft card, adding some detail beautifully as you can see there, and of course that gorgeous flower being used. Lots of those pigments being used here, the luscious pigments at the bottom of your screen. Added to a gel medium, you can see that you've got that glossy finish there, just a little bit of water and you can be adding it to your stamps, and of course you can use it in loads of different ways as Helen was chatting about earlier. 330-652 if you're wanting to get hold of those. £45 being your price on this one, you're saving £15, and of course you have got the ability to spread the cost over 2 payments. Now I'm just going to mention one of the 7-day savers while we're at this stage because these would work beautifully alongside the stamps because of the sizing. Now we're looking at rainbow mirror card here and we are looking at loads. Look at all of this, my goodness. 200 sheets for just £9.99, and look at the mirror finish that you've got on there. Absolutely amazing. This is brilliant. Now with this, the price is going to go up on Sunday, so you've not got a lot of time to take advantage of it. Now you can see you've got a £20 and a penny saving, bringing it down to just £9.99. 280 GSM, so really good weight, and as I mentioned, so good size for your cards, being A6. Of course you can chop into this one if you want to take out the centre part, that you can, so you're just seeing the edges there, but it's one of those ones that is a really useful base to have, and when you're paying £9.99 for 200 pieces, it's a crafty must-have. This is going to go in your crafty pantry, isn't it? Always good to have this rainbow mirror card close to hand. So if you fancy getting some of that, then you can do. It's one of our 7-day savers. I think we've usually got about 5 of those, and all of them will go back up in price on Sunday at 8 o'clock when we release the brand new set of 5. So if you're wanting to take advantage, now is the time to do so. I didn't realise that we've got those as 7-day savers. So yeah, pop them into your basket. 171593 if you fancy those. Something else that is useful to have as kind of one of those staple items in your crafty cupboard is this little trio that we've got here. So you've got your unicorn sparkles, being that gorgeous, gorgeous glitter that you can see there. Iridescent glitter as well. So of course, if you're laying it down on top of any colour, then you will still see that colour coming through. Oh, isn't that amazing? Look at that. Oh, that is beautiful. All those gorgeous greens and violets coming out. In fact, shall we take the lid off? Should we have a delve? I do like going. Ooh. Should we delve? Oh my goodness. Very fine grade as well. So this is perfect if you're wanting to use it just in the tiniest elements, maybe the centre of flowers, cherry blossoms, absolutely beautiful. Again, mix it in with things like your gel medium if you're wanting to, because of course your gel medium is going to dry clear, but you will still get that gorgeous, gorgeous sparkle tone coming through. So there you go, you've got your unicorn sparkles. The beauty of this is you can add it to other things as well, which is why you've got such a fabulous bundle here. So the other thing that you could potentially add it to is your embossing glaze. Again, this is super fine. I mean, when you look at this, it's almost like a dust. Beautiful. Dust, look at that. Very fine grade. Again, fine detail with your stamping. This is going to enhance that. Again, add your pigments to these, add your unicorn sparkles to that. Get a different look with those. Absolutely gorgeous. And then, finally, you have got this. Now this one, I'm not going to take the lid off because it is sealed up, but you can see there you've got that gorgeous shimmer and shine. Again, this is something that you can add. It's one of those gorgeous, luscious pigments that really is going to give you that fabulous finish. As you can see there, beautiful. And again, you can add that to, if you've got any of the pigments that haven't got that shimmer in there, then this will add it to it. So there you go. £13.99 for that trio, really good value for money. Again, if you want to add it in alongside the stamps, you're looking at just £6.50 extra with your flexi buys on those. 635958. Something else that's good to have as a kind of a pantry item, and as you saw from Helen's palette there, she's got all the colours decanted in there, which is brilliant because you can do that with these. Take them on your travels, but you've got pots and pots and pots. In fact, you've got 25ml in each one of these little pots, and they've been put together in trios. Now, you will find your luscious pigment powders on the website as well, so if you do want to have a little look on there, you'll be able to find other configurations, I am sure. But on this occasion, we've got some nice little trios. Love this one because you've got your kind of raspberry, it's like a pinky red, alongside that gorgeous purple there. That is your crushed velvet, and then you've got lawn. So those three together, I think, are beautiful for any of those flower stamps that we've been chatting about. Alongside it, again, a little bit more pastel potentially with this one, with your Parma violets in this one. A little bit of sparkle with these as well. Have a look at that. That's got a real shimmer and shine, that particular one. That's your Unicorn Dreams, that one. And then that gorgeous kind of coppery tone that you've got there from your Penny Dreadful. So fabulous names that the guys come up with. So all of those, again, come in within that trio, £14.97. Another two sets of trios for you. This particular one here, again, some gorgeous colours. You've got your cherry lips there. So if you're wanting something more of a pinky tone, then this is a perfect one to go for. You can see there's a proper pink in there, isn't there? Gorgeous. In fact, look at that. Proper pink. That is a proper pink pow lipstick, that one, isn't it? Don't put it on your lips, but you know what I mean. The black, that's on my wish list. I need to be getting hold of some of that because that's a useful one, but gorgeous, those two together. That one is your Blackbird, and this one is your Unicorn Tresses, if I remember rightly. Mermaid unicorn tresses. I've done it again. I'm going to get my mermaids and my unicorns mixed up. Not very complimentary for the mermaids, is it? But there you go. So you've got your trio there if you're wanting those. Again, £14.97. The last set of three to share with you are these threes. You've got your gorgeous teal. This is a nice one. I do like the teal. Beautiful kind of bluey green tones there. Again, you've got that sparkle in there. The gorgeous verdigris there, and you can see you kind of got that greeny tone there. And this one's a really clever pink because this one's got bluey undertones with that one. So again, if you fancy getting hold of those as a trio, then you can do. Beautiful and brilliant value for money at £14.97. And as I say, you will find you collecting these as time goes on. Got another demonstration coming up for you, so we may well see these featuring again during the demo. So why not check out what Helen's up to this time?
So for this technique, we're going to use Flower Power. It's a lovely, lovely stamp. It's really large and it's great for backgrounds, fussy cutting, pretty much anything really. But it works really well with the technique we're going to do right now. So I have already put some flitter glue on my little sponge. So it's a bit like an ink pad now, but with flitter glue. There's lots of videos around for flitter glue. So if you're not au fait with it, please just, you know, put it in your search engine and you'll find exactly how to use flitter glue. We're just going to ink up this stamp with the glue. Just light taps all the way over. And then I'm stamping on that lovely black watercolour card, which is on today's show. There we go. You can't quite see the image yet, but you will do. I'm just going to pop this into some water and I'll be back in just a second. There we go. That's the stamp all cleaned off. Do need to put it in water straight away once you've used flitter glue so it doesn't stick there forever. Now I'm going to take the powders. I've got myself a nice little soft brush here and I'm going to pick up some of these powders. We could use any of the colours on today's show because they all mix and match so lovely together. But let's take a little bit of Parma Violet, a little bit of Cherry Lips, which is a lovely bright one, teal, and I've also got Penny Dreadful there because it's a really nice one to mix with the others. So I'm going to pick it up on this soft brush, don't need too much, and I'm just going to pop it on in an area. Let's take a bit of that teal. You can always tap it off in the lid. Don't want to waste it. A little bit of that pink. And then a little bit of penny dreadful. Beautiful coppery colour there. Then I'm just going to take the edge of the brush and I'm just going to, in a circular motion, it's going to catch all that flitter glue, and you can see that image appearing and those colours mixing together to create a really, really great effect. Just keep brushing it until you've got rid. If you don't want it to go on your background, you could always use an anti-static pad first, but I do love the way that it gives the whole piece a little bit of a shimmer. There we go. I've got some stamped ones that I've done earlier, and I've mixed and matched stamps from the whole of the show today, because I think they all work really, really well together. You can use the leaves off one and the flourishes off another. So I'm just adding a little bit of lawn to this bit of greenery. But I also think a little bit of verdigris would be nice as well. There we go. Just to give it even more of a hint of colour there. You can see those leaves appearing. And we'll just brush it off. We'll just give it a final brush and a quick blow. And I'm just going to add to this sentiment on the poppycock set, which I've also used. They've got this lovely little flourish, and I'm going to add that to my sentiment here. Again, a little bit of flitter glue on that flourish. I'll just do that. Let's do it again the other side as well. There we go. I'll pop that in some water in just a second, and I think I'll use the nice bright crushed velvet to add to this sentiment. I've already stamped and embossed as the sentiment there in the centre, so this powder isn't going to bother that at all. It's already there. And we'll just dust it off. You can see the shimmer that it gives that sentiment. Really, really nice. Let's just have a little quick clear up, and I'll pop back and put this card together. There we go, we're all clean. So I've done 4 panels for my card because I think it's a nice balance, and I've used that lovely little collector's edition butterfly number 13, and although you can have it quite distressed and grungy if you want to, you can also cut it out as well, which is a really nice addition to this card. So let's just pop these on and we'll get them as central as we can. Just put the glue on the back first, and obviously we need to get these centered up. And we'll just try and give them an even border all the way around. If we can. There we go. PVA will soon disappear when it dries. And then that lovely sentiment that we found earlier. You're blooming great, just like these flowers. And we'll pop that on in the centre. I'm keeping this one quite flat. I want to send this one to my nana in Florida, let her know how much we're thinking of her, even though we can't even Skype with her at the moment. So I'm going to keep it flat for ML purposes. Sometimes I do a little bit too much 3D on my cards, but this one will be going off to her. There we go, and then you can see all that beautiful, beautiful shimmer. Really great fun to use.
Isn't that gorgeous? And Helen there is showing you how you can use multiples of those stamps in one card. But even if you just take one of them and use a technique that Helen just shared with us, you can get some amazing results. As you can see there on black cardstock, those pigments so vibrant. I mean, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And of course the pigments, we continue to keep the details for those at the bottom of the screen. But of course she was using one of the stamps, or several of the stamps should I say, from the bundle that we've got here. And this is a brilliant bundle because you are saving £15 with these, and they're beautiful stamps. They're kind of some of our favourites. Foliage and flowers are one of the things that we go to time and time again. Another favourite is butterflies, and butterflies are fabulous because you can use them either as the focal point, especially if you're making a smaller card, or you can just add them as a little bit of additional detail. Multi-stamp them, pull those wings up, make them three-dimensional. Beautiful. Then of course you've got the fabulous peony, a lovely large bloom there that gives you so much scope. Stamp this one up, use the outline and actually add your watercolour, perhaps if you're stamping onto watercolour cardstock, or maybe use a technique that Helen shared with us there and really pull out those vibrant colours. The anemone is a lovely one because this one comes alongside the daisy, and of course as we saw earlier, the foliage that you've got with those cute little hearts there, perfect as a filler for any card or project that you're working on. And then again another large stamp with the poppy head, the poppycock set. Love this. You're getting a lot within this set actually when you look at these. So again, lovely large blooms with a gorgeous artwork that Kay has brought to us. The next one that we've got is one that I just showed you on that little card on its own, but you've got a power of flowers with these. It's a proper little floral ensemble, as you can see here. Lots of different elements there. So a lovely one for you to add colour to, and I'll show you that one again in a few moments in a different way. And then you've got your final stamp in this set, which is your chicken wire. It's a nice one to add to the background to build up your design, and again it's one of those ones that will become very useful, as will that cherry blossom stencil. Really nice stencil. Using it in just one little kind of segment if you're wanting to, quite easy. You could isolate a certain area of that one or use it in its entirety and multi-use it and really cover a large area with it. Whichever way you use, you know you're going to get some good results with this one. Now £45 being your price on these. 2 flexi buys of £22.50, and definitely a bundle worth going for. Now while you were watching Helen's demonstration, I was having a look at some of the finished samples. I'm going to show you these. Some really clever ideas. Sue has put together a fabulous kind of gift in a card. Around the outside here you can see how she's used just one of those stamps to build up a background, but this is a painting by numbers greeting card. So you've got your paintbrush at the front there. When you actually open it up, you've got in here, and this is the beauty of those pigments, as Helen was talking about in her first demonstration, you can literally make up a palette there with some of those colours. You can see how they've been numbered on this occasion, or they're ready to go with that paintbrush, and then you've got a card over here being your project. So you can see here you've got your design, so that's all stamped, that's all ready to go, and you've actually got a little acetate piece here, which if I pop it onto the back of the card you'll be able to see you've got all your numbers on there, and this is the card. Obviously you can see Sue's put this on together, all the numbers there depicting the different pigments that she's put in that palette. What a clever idea. Lovely little project, that particular one, and that's just using one of those stamps. So you can imagine what you're going to do when you start using all of them. That's just one of the finished samples. Shall I show you a couple more of those before I show you some of the others, because we've got some beautiful designs. I love this because you've got quite a traditional floral look with that one, but have a look at this one. This is a real festival funky look. Love it. Isn't this brilliant? Stamping onto MDF, of course, that's something you could be doing, or grey board. Stamping onto your fabric as well. Don't forget those wonderful pigments. They can be used in so many different ways. I mean, look at that as a lovely little gift set for somebody. You can be making a card to work alongside those as well. The peonies, lovely large open petals there, giving you lots and lots of scope, but equally so, you could just stamp it out just as it is there, just the simple colours there. Maybe it's the sentiment that you wanting to become kind of the star of the show with that particular card. You can see they're beautiful. Again, love the way that it's almost like the flower, the stalk and the sentiment all become one there as that line is being followed through. And again, another one here where the exact same flower has been extended by the clever use of foliage. And then, of course, what you can do is build up a background as well. As I move this one away, we've got a fabulous canvas behind me, which if you have a look at this, you will see those gorgeous luscious powders coming into their own with this one. And this is a beautiful design. Again, a gorgeous floral wreath put together using that very pretty peony stamp that we've just been looking at. 330652, 2 flexi buys of £22.50 will get you all of these wonderful stamps and of course the fabulous stencil that you've got in the bundle as well. 330652, you are getting all of these goodies, all of these beautiful goodies. You are going to have so much fun with these. Really nice set. And if you are new to stamping, then you can't go far wrong with IndigoBlu. They are all ready to go. Just you need to add those inks, stamp up those images and away you go. 330652 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, we've been busy for the pigments during this hour. We've got little trios coming together and they're perfectly put together because you can use them in so many different ways. They're kind of one of the foundations of building so many other elements because a little goes a long way. Deeply pigmented you've got in here, you've got no fillers in these, so you've got pure colour. And then what you can do is add these to other things. Decant little tiny bits, you don't need an awful lot of these, but you can add them to things like your gel mediums, you can add them to your paste, add them to your clear embossing powders, especially if you're going for that set that we were chatting about earlier on. You can use them in loads of ways. They're in trios, so this particular one you've got your gorgeous lawn, as you can see there. So you've got the lawn, you've got the raspberry, which is kind of like a pinky red, and then you've got that gorgeous crushed velvet. Absolutely gorgeous together, those three. Work really, really well. You've got obviously your floral content and you've got your foliage all in that one set if you're fancying that one. Next one, let's turn these ones around again because here's the colour that is the key thing with these. Absolutely beautiful, as you can see. And as we work our way down to the front as well, we've got even more colour. So again, you've got that gorgeous, gorgeous pink there with the cherry lips. You've got your mermaid tresses, get it right for the last time. And then you've got your blackbird there being your solid black. Last set that you've got has got a gorgeous teal in it, one of my favourites, and I know it's one of Leonie's too. You've teal in there, you've got your verdigris. It's one of those ones you have to say it that way, verdigris. And then you've got your fuchsia blue, which again is kind of got that bluey undertones with that one. It's like a two-tone, like that one. Really popular, all three of those. As you can see, whichever of those combination you go for, you are investing in quality and you will find yourself coming back and adding to your collection because that's kind of what happens when you're talking about those pigments. I'm going to be saying goodbye to you in the next few moments, but I will say hello again after the break because of course it's 8 o'clock and it will be time for our first look at the one-day special. So I hope I can count on your company. And don't forget, 11 o'clock, another IndigoBlu show. So yes, it's a Studiolight summer breeze. We've got two options with the one-day special. Then I'll be bringing you a lovely hour with Daisy Bee Crafts before we have a look at the launch of the Joanna Sheen magazine kits. Ooh.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well. So you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot. It's the discounts and all the special offers you get. I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 888. So don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, which is one of our traditional hours to bring you our one-day special. Of course, this deal was launched last night at 6 o'clock. Many of you took advantage of it then, and lots of you tuned in at 8 o'clock as well for our second show. Then, of course, we had the repeats through the night, but this is the first chance that we've had an opportunity to look at it live again in the studio here, and what a fabulous set of one-day specials we have, because we have two for you. We have got a larger bundle, which I'll tell you about in a few moments. You can just about see me peeking out from behind these papers. But down at the front, we have got trios for you. Now, we've got two trios where you've got some beautiful stamps, some gorgeous dies that work alongside each other. Now, we've got two options. So the first one that we are looking at here is that gorgeous Summer Blooms, and they are beautiful. I don't know what type of flower that is. Is it a bougainvillea or something like that? Okay, I don't know. Absolutely beautiful. I know that is a strawberry. I can help you with that one. And a citrus slice there. It could be an orange, lemon or lime. You never know. Absolutely beautiful. Now, you're going to get all three of these pieces there, as you can see there. So you've got you're the sweetest. Oh, I like that. That's cute. Very, very nice. Gorgeous line drawings, as you can see here, which of course gives you the opportunity for you to add colour to those. Now, that is your first of your one-day specials. You can see there you've got £6 saving on these, £19.97. Now, pop that £6 saving into your memory bank, because you'll be needing that again in a few moments. The second of the one-day specials, again another £6 saving. This time we're going off on an adventure, as you can see here. That hot air balloon there, the clouds, the gorgeous sun there, or is it sunrise, is it sunset? You can depict that when you actually get these home. Some gorgeous dies as well, and again a lovely combination, and again a brilliant price, £19.97. Now with the 2 one-day specials, each of them have got a £6 saving, so of course if you were going to go for both of them, overall you'll be saving £12. So hang on to that £12 saving, because we are going to take that saving and we're going to look at some other items that are available in the bundle that we've got at the bottom of your screen, which I'll tell you about in a few moments. Something I need to mention to you though is we've got obviously Studiolight, so we're talking about a company who are based overseas, so we've got extended delivery on this one, which was, sorry Emily, the 8th of May. It's not too long to wait, is it? It's only about a week or so. And then we've got another combination that's going to work alongside your one-day specials, being these beautiful papers. Now they all come to you, so you've got your 12 by 12s alongside your A4s. These are all double-sided, and you will notice that with these you have got some beautiful prints. Studiolight for many years have bought us photorealistic papers, and they do it so well. Got matte finish, so of course you can add colour to these, you can stamp on them if you wanted to, but you'll notice from these that you've got kind of the elements that we've seen with the stamps coming through here. So those gorgeous flowers, Campanella I think it might be actually, now I'm seeing it in the flesh there with the little kind of bell tones that you've got there. Gorgeous colour tones, and of course these will give you some ideas and inspiration of how you might want to add colour to your designs. They are all double-sided as well, so absolutely beautiful, and of course you've got similar sort of tones coming through with the 12 by 12s. You can get 8 sheets of each of those, so really good value, 16 papers for £10.99 with a £4 saving. Now of course we've got a £12 saving from the 2 one-day specials. We've got your £4 saving there as well, so we're up to £16. Hang on to that £16 for a moment while I introduce you to some smaller paper pads that we have available as well. These are in the complete bundle as well. So if you're liking everything that we've looked at already, then do check out that bumper bundle. But of course if you're wanting to go for these by themselves, then you can see there we have got these on your screen there at £9.99. Extended delivery again, as we mentioned, and these are just really pretty papers. Again, you'll see smaller versions of the 12 by 12s. You'll see elements there from the A4s as well. They are a brilliant paper pad set because you're getting both of those for £9.99. So as I mentioned, we've got a £16 saving if we're going for each of those different kind of little combinations, different item numbers. So that does mean that of course you have got your additional post and packing with each one that you're adding in. So what about if we had a complete bundle? Well, you could save on your post and packing. You could still get that £16 saving. In fact, you could get a little bit more than that one, because on the bumper bundle you are saving an additional £5. So that means overall you're saving £21, bringing the combination price to £55.92, and you are getting everything. Now, if that wasn't good enough, Freedom members, look at this. You are saving an additional £10.59 on top of your £16. So that is a bumper saving, isn't it? And of course, you're going to have flexi buy on this one, just £25.17. Now your one-day special was around about the £20 mark, wasn't it? So for an extra £5, I know you've got a second payment in a month's time, which conveniently is on the 1st of the month, which, let's face it, if you get like us, get paid on the last day of the month, couldn't be more convenient. Then that means you could get all of these delivered to your door as a Freedom member for just £25.17. Quarter of the stock has gone with these, so it really is a fabulous combination. And of course the beauty is that you can use them in so many different ways. Perfect for your cards, absolutely beautiful. You can see those floral images, just using a little tiny segment of those papers. Gorgeous. You're getting 16 of those papers, just using tiny bits like this. You can imagine just how far they're going to go. Really pretty designs, but of course if you've got a little bit of an adventurer in you, maybe you'll be working with some of those other stamps and papers here. That's nice, isn't it? I like that. That's going to be a nice one to go in a travel journal. Elements like that. Again, multiple stamps in there, so you can build up your scenes with these as well. Have loads and loads of fun with these. And of course, if you're wanting to, because you've got your 12 by 12s, you can get really creative with those and create your memory projects. And this is nice because you kind of got a fusion there of the travel alongside the florals there, the summer breeze. Really pretty combination. Beautiful, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, if you're wanting to get hold of your bundle, just bear in mind, it's been a popular one. 25% of the stock has gone, quarter of the whole day stock. 605175 if you're wanting this one. As a Freedom member, you can get all of that delivered to your door for just £25. And, oh, I forgot what the pennies were. A little bit of pennies. Can't remember, 17 pennies. 17 of your English pennies. There you go. It's 605 175 if you fancy getting hold of those. Lots more to share with you, because of course you can use them alongside other goodies that you will already have, but maybe you're thinking about getting into journaling. Well, it's popular craft at the moment, lots of people getting involved, and Studiolight have brought us some fabulous dies that are going to allow you to do that exactly as we mentioned there. This duo, you got your circle folds and you've got your mandala. Oh, look at that design. Isn't that beautiful? Now you've got a variety of different elements in here, so you can see you've got that gorgeous kind of semicircle design with the mandala there. You've got matting and layering rectangles with these. You've got your overall outside design as well. Gives you lots of scope, because rather than just making it into one die that you can just kind of use in its entirety, it's been broken down so you can use it all together, but break it down and use different elements if you want to. I mean, this is a lovely way of turning that mandala. Don't forget, it's just kind of like a semicircle design, but making it so much bigger when you're building it out. It's been a popular set, this particular one. 20% of the stock has gone. And there, I mean, this is brilliant. If your crafty mojo has gone, if you just kind of cut out one of those frameworks there and then start building up from there, then you're going to find that really easy to do. Don't forget, you can use it in loads of different ways. I love this. Look, there's strawberries there and those citrus slices. Absolutely beautiful. And of course, alongside it comes with the circle folds, and the circle folds is brilliant because you can kind of fuse those together to make it into whatever length you want it to. So here you can see, oh look, those little macaroons there. Do you like a macaroon? Very nice, gorgeous designs, as you can see there. Of course, it's got the practical ability that if you did want to use it as kind of like a tear off strip, you can do, but the die is going to actually cut out 3 of those in one pass. And of course, on this occasion, it's been multi-cut, put together to elongate that design, as you can see there. Now, £19.98, very affordable way for you to get hold of these. Works well alongside your complete bundle. So if you did want to add this in, just talking about an extra tenner on top of those flexi-buy payments that we've just been chatting about. So 766,179 if you're wanting that little duo there. Another set that we've got for you, which again might be something that you're wanting to add in alongside, and again it's another popular one. Studiolight really have hit the nail on the head with regards to their die designs, and this one's a popular one because 30% of the stock has gone. You've got your floral border with this one and your corroded edges. So this one, it's almost like a torn page out of a book, you can see there. The effects that you get from this are really clever actually. And it does look as if you've torn a page out of a book when you're using it. I mean, here you can see. It's just a different way of putting your background papers down. If you think about this, I mean, it'd be very pretty if you just cut it with a guillotine, but it kind of adds personality to it, doesn't it, with that torn edge? And of course, torn edges can be so tricky to do. And if you're trying to create a torn edge and you're not quite happy with it, then you tear it again, and then you tear it again, and you tear it again. Before you know it, you've ended up with a strip, probably half the size that you originally started with. So having a die will get those results with the first pass. Again, the other die that comes with it is a lovely little die. Perfect for a little card base, as you can see there. Isn't that cute? It's going to cut all the elements that you need. So it's going to cut the base, it's going to cut obviously your inner section, as you can see there, for your sentiment, and of course all that gorgeous floral content. And again, you can use it in its entirety if you wanted to add it on the front of a card as well. Build it up, almost turn it into a little book with this one. Really pretty. And of course all those gorgeous flowers there, dimensional flowers as well that you've got with these. Very effective. The backgrounds there, I'm sure will recognise those from that complete bundle. So if you are going for the complete bundle, you will have everything ready to go with this one. £19.98 for that duo, 023219. Now, of course, when we see the name Studiolight, we know that the name Lou Withers isn't far behind, and our lovely Lou has been busy beavering away, creating some fabulous videos for us to share with you. So the first one that I'm going to show with you this morning is featuring some of those gorgeous flowers. Check this out.
Hello everybody, hope everyone's okay. Got a wonderful one-day special from Studiolight. A range of dies, papers, stamps, you name it, they've got it in this. And it's a beautiful one because it's got such a lovely feel. The name Summer Breeze, I think, sums it up really well. So we've got some fruits and stuff, which we don't see a lot of actually, do we? And we've got some flowers, and I'm going to use this to make a really nice sort of get your mojo going, get your juices flying stamp. So I'm going to be using this one. So I've got myself some watercolour card. Well, it's not watercolour card, it's actually mixed media paper, but anything that's going to accept, because I'm going to do a bit of watercolouring. So what I've done is put my paper down. Now I'm going to show you something. This is waste, because I love this paper, but I'm refusing to sort of just use it on one side now. So what I'm going to do is just use it in the middle, only because I'm going to cut it out in a minute. So I'm just going to get something really, really sort of, I don't want anything too heavy, the colours on this. I want something quite light. So I'm going to just get, I'm going to try it with the paper first to see what this looks like. So I'm going to use a smoky grey. I don't want anything too heavy because sometimes when I'm using black, lots and lots of little light taps with this. When I'm using black, it overpowers it. So don't do what I do. Don't stick it the wrong way. The amount of times that I've done that. So I'm using the Studiolight press, and I'm just going to do that. Now the beauty of this is it's, if you're like me and you're not great stamping, which it has straight away, you can just add your own. So I'm going to take that away while I'm just using it. I'll clean that in a minute, she says, which I better do it now because I'll end up not cleaning it and it'll mess it up. So they only need a quick clean, the stamps. So they are the clear stamps, so they don't take a lot of cleaning. Right, so I've come back to this. Now, what I've done is I've looked at the colours that are on the pack and the packaging. You can see you've got this nice like apricot colour and a blue. So we've got blue, and it's not orange, I'd say it was more of a peach. So I'm going to echo those colours in my work. So just on the packaging, you'll notice there's a bluebell there. Well, I don't know if they're a bluebell, I think they're stylised. But I've got a small stamp block, and I've got a small stamp. Now this means I can position this wherever I want, so I'm just going to go for something up there. I'm not too sure whether it will sort of fall there. Now what I'm going to do is just wipe that little bit off there, because I don't want that on. I want it to fall there, but I don't want... Perfect. So if I want to now, I can add just down here a little stalk there, and no one's the wisest. So got that there. I'm going to just pick some colours now that I think are going to go. So I've got orange, apricot colour, I've got that lovely apricot colour, I've got the blues. So I've got my watercolours here. I'm using the Janine ones. I love these because I love these sets of colours, and I've got, of course, Marlene's, which I absolutely adore. So they've got a good range of blues in these. So I want the blues that look more like your denims, and your true blue, which is this year's Pantone colour. And if you're not too sure what Pantone colour is, Pantone is what is chosen as this year's go-to colour. So I'm just going to put these here. Now, the great things about the little bits around here is you've got like palettes that you can take out. These are great, I love these. You can take these all over the place with you. So you've got palettes there, palettes there. So I'm just going to do a tiny bit of watercolouring. So all I'm going to do is very, very quickly, I'm just going to get the light blue. I did wake them up before. I'm just going to do a little bit of watercolouring, and all I'm going to do is put a little bit of colour along that side, clean my brush up, and then just drag the colour down a little bit. So I'm going to do that with all the flowers, and once that's dry, that's the first layer, I will be back. Okay, so just a little bit of dark here. So you can see I've put a little bit of dark. You put a base layer on, and then I've gone in with a darker blue, and I've just put a line where the lines are. I'll just do a little bit, and I wanted to show you this because this is how you can make your watercolouring techniques look really quite, you know, what's the word without being rude? sort of skillful, because sometimes you look at watercolouring and we all think, oh, it's got to look like this, this and this, and it hasn't. If you know the basics, it is quite easy, and it's quite a personal thing. You know, everybody's is different. It's like your handwriting. So all I'm doing is just very dark, the dark blue around where the lines show. You stay away from the middle, because there's a little trick I'm going to show you with that to match in with the colours. So can you see how adding too much water just floods it? I don't want that. I want to add water later. So just don't forget these. If you go over it, doesn't matter. You can draw around it. So have a piece of paper ready, clean, you know, paper towel, and all you're going to do is clean your brush. And now we're going to bring in the water. So you start from this end and you allow the water to move around. Now, it wouldn't do this as good if you didn't have that base layer. So you're introducing water to it and then sort of pulling away a little bit and allowing the water to work its way down. And what you want it to do is just, if you get a little bit too much, just go the opposite way. So you're actually just trying, and if you get a bit too much, don't worry, we can add a bit of water to start to get it away, or it'll just rub away. Because you're using an oil-based ink, to stamp it with, it doesn't interact. So like here, I've done it here, there's a little bit here. Now, if it's not interacting enough, just let the water soak into the paint, let the little particles get dissolved, and you can easily work it across. Now, there's way too much water on this, so if you notice, I'm staying away from even adding water to this one. But there's all sorts of ways. I'm going to take some away and then just add this. And you can actually get your pencils or your alcohol inks on the top, work over it. You know, there's hundreds of ways you can work on top of these. It's not a finished article by all means by doing it like this. This is just one way of doing it. You'll find your own way. So once you've done that, let the colours come down to the middle, and then there's a little colour that I'm going to just introduce. So I've got a bit of a sparkly paint. Now I think it's dried up, but never mind. A little bit of a sparkle paint and a bit of the orange. And all I've done is I'm trying to replicate that lovely colour that's on the inside. So I'm going to give it a really soft coat. So you start, as I did before, in the middle, let it wash, let it soak into the page. Don't worry about your stamens. And then, using your paintbrush, blend it down. Now, another thing you can do is, if you want to bring depth to your work, add a dark to the edges. Don't worry if it goes over, because it's watercolour, it should just wash away. So just add the dark to the edges. And I always tend to do one or two bits like that and then come back to it. So it's had time to sort of start to dry, but not overly dry. Now I've used some sparkly paints. You can use your H2Os, you can use all sorts. But now I'm just going to bring, like I did before, the paint together by using water. I'm not worried about going over that. And then I can just add a little bit down the line to create that lovely depth, and then just where it would be very dark, I'm just adding a tiny bit more. So these are just ways that you can sort of really add that little bit of something special or skill. Looks a bit more skillful to your watercolours. And if you get too much on like that, just get a little paper towel or anything. You see how it takes most of it off? But don't worry, because once it's dry, you can go back in. But I do like this sparkle bit, and I feel it's just giving it a little bit of something extra. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to finish all this off, and then I'm going to add the orange and the blue together to get the green for the stems. So you'll find you'll get a good colour. If not, just mix a tiny bit more green in with it if you've got it. And we want a soft colour. So if you've got a green, add a little bit of the other blue you've used and add a bit of the orange, bring them together, and you'll have, I'll just show you what I mean. So a bit of that blue and a bit of that blue, and we'll get a nice soft, you can see there, a bit more orange. And we'll get a nice green there, which is soft enough for that. There we go.
Isn't that gorgeous? Lou is such a fabulous teacher. I have to say, I've said it before and I'll say it many times, and I know there's many of you have been inspired by Lou and the fabulous skills that she shares with us to just have a go, and that's all that Lou ever asks is have a go. But when you have a go and you've got a good foundation to start with, it makes life so much easier. That's exactly what you've got with these stamps and dies, because they're giving that foundation that you can build those skills, hone those skills, and perhaps gain the confidence to maybe one day pick up a pencil and create your own designs as time goes on. But until that situation arises, you've got stamps and dies. Now we've got one day special for you. Well, we've actually got two, because we've got two sets for you, the details of which are up on your screen. So you've got your summer blooms that we're looking at, and these are gorgeous. I mean, whether you're looking at using them in their entirety all together, or whether you're just using them as individual elements. I mean, those scribbly hearts that you've got there, I think they are such a useful die to have, because of course it's giving it a kind of a contemporary twist, a little doodle. That maybe you'll add some additional hearts to that when you actually use that die. Love the one that we've got by the side of it. Kind of, it's almost like a rug sort of effect with that one, or a picnic blanket perhaps. Maybe that's the idea behind that one. And then you've got the gorgeous stamp that works alongside it, and this is where we saw Lou just adding that beautiful colour. And that's the thing, you can kind of be botanically correct, maybe do some research, check out on the internet, or maybe you've got some of those gardening books you could be digging out and adding gorgeous colour to, or you can make them completely your own with some real fantasy colours in them. The second die that you've got in this set, again, you've got kind of elements in this that you will go to time and time again. The bow, incredibly useful. The foliage, again, a fabulous one. And I love that gorgeous one that we've got with the two flower heads featuring in this one, because that one you could build up. It could be a border, it could be a frame, you could turn it into a corner. A very useful die, that one. All three of those coming to you for £19 and 97 pence. £6 saving, brilliant saving with the one day special. And again, as I mentioned before, Studiolight, being an overseas company, we have got a little bit of extended delivery. We're only talking the 8th of May, which is a week today, and they will be on their way to you. Second one day special, again, you've got the same saving. You've got a £6 saving. This time we're up on a summer adventure. And you can see here, you've got the combination of dies and stamps again. The heart that you've got with this one, again, a clever use of those little elements. I mean, that would look beautiful if you're thinking about wedding invitations for perhaps a wedding next year, maybe, then that would be a perfect one. Again, build it up, turn it into maybe a floral petal if you're wanting to as well. The bow, again, this time we've got a little bit of a wrap around with the bow, which makes it a very useful piece to have. And then, of course, this time we've got a little bit of a sentiment featuring in here, and again, those gorgeous little flowers again featuring here. Beautiful. Next on this one, we have got that adventure stamp with a hot air balloon that could be taking you off to anywhere, couldn't it? Imagination is a key thing when you're working with your crafts, and it takes you into a wonderful world, and that's exactly what you've got with this one. You're using this in loads of different ways, whether you're adding colour, whether you're using it in a kind of a vintage theme, then it's entirely up to you, but it's a good image to start with. Then the final die set that you've got with this one, these are going to cut and emboss, and you've got your fruit elements here as well. Gorgeous florals again, I love cherries. Do like cherries, and you've got your strawberry there as well. Nice as well, because you've got the strawberry separate to the husk as well, so you can kind of do your dimension with that one. And again, another citrus slice. There you go. £6 saving on each of those two one-day specials. Of course, you can go for both of them together. If you want to do same item number, there's no additional post and packing. You'll save £6 on each of them. Now, if that's something you're thinking of, hold fire for just a few moments, because both of them are in the complete bundle, and you still get that saving from the one-day special. I need to tell you about the papers first, though. In the paper bundle, you are getting 16 papers in total. You're going to get your 12 by 12s, as you can see here, photorealistic, that Studiolight do so well. And this is brilliant. Completely flat, but when you look at it, it does look as if it's got the texture and the warmth of the wood, as you can see there from that imagery there. Really clever design. They are double-sided as well, and it's perfect backdrop as well when you're working with those stamps and dies. So you can get 8 sheets of those. They are double-sided. You will also get 8 sheets of your A6s. Now, with this time, you've got kind of little, A4s, I do apologise. You've got your gorgeous florals featuring in here. The florals that you will have seen echoed within the 12 by 12, and indeed you will see again in a smaller 6 by 6 pad as well. Again, £4 saving on this one, so this is going to be in that complete bundle that I'll be telling you about in a few moments. But I need to tell you about the smaller paper pads, because they're in the bundle as well. This time you're looking at 2 paper pads. These ones are 6 by 6. They're perfect for your smaller cards. And again, you can see where the imagery has been sized down, so shrunk down, all very much in proportion. And here you've got 36 sheets. You can see there you've got 9 patterns and 170 GSM, so really good quality. And again, lots of the elements that we've seen from the larger pieces are here. The things like the hessian there, the florals, the citrus elements, really pretty designs. looking at just £9.99. I mean, what brilliant value is that? 640601 if you're wanting those. But if you're wanting everything, and more importantly, you're wanting those savings and more, then this is the bundle to go for. You're going to get both of your one-day specials, £6 savings obviously on each one of those, so that's £12 saving. You've also got your paper bundle. There was a £4 saving there, so we're up to £16. Well, in addition to that saving that you're getting from those elements, you have got a further saving, if you're a Freedom member, of £10.59, bringing it down to £50.33. And again, it's an additional £5 saving if you are not a Freedom member yet. Might be worth becoming a Freedom member actually, because you'll save on your post and packing, which it does to actually turn it into a why not deal, because the saving that you are making exceeds the cost of becoming a Freedom member if you're not already. Something I will mention as well, keep an eye on your screen. At the bottom of your screen we have got the one-day special, £19.97, but have a little look. If you're a Freedom member, your flexi order price, as you can see there, is just £25.17. So rather than getting one of those stamp and die sets, you will get everything. The second payment will come out on the 1st of June, which, let's face it, could well be the day after payday if you're a bit like us. What is that? It's extra £5.20, but you're getting everything, which means you're opening up the possibilities of working with those stamps and dies. Shall I show you a few more finished samples before we move on, because these are beautiful. Lou was just showing us about adding colour, and this is the key thing. You can be botanically correct, or it might be that you've got an inky backdrop. This might be the backdrop that you've got here is an inky mop-up. You've come in with the stamp, you added more colour to those kind of focal features that you've got within there. Maybe you're working alongside other bits and pieces you've got in your stash. Could be that you've got just strips of paper or cards that again are going onto a backdrop. Again, so many elements from those one-day specials coming together. I love that heart there. Really pretty design. Again, similarly, take the papers, because they're uncoated, you can add colour to them as well, add depth with regards to these. And of course the beauty is, if you are going for some of the dies that we've got on the show as well, you could use them alongside as well. We've got a little sticky notelet there. Let's move that out of the way. Isn't that lovely? It's a nice happy balloon there. We often see those on our journeys into work sometimes, because it's very flat over where we are, so you see lots of hot air balloons. None at the moment though, funnily enough. Then you've got obviously the ability to create some beautiful pieces of artwork using those papers as well. Isn't that lovely there? Adding your medium. Gorgeous. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of these, then the details are on your screen for the complete bundle, which will give you everything. It means you can really get the scope with regard to crafting with these, and you've got your 2 flexi buys. If you're a Freedom member, you've got that additional discount. Don't forget that. 605175. Now, we saw some dies featuring within those finished samples. We've got a selection of dies to share with you as well. Again, Studiolight do dies so well. This is a lovely set. So you've got this duo that we've got here, large mandala. I think it's mandala. You've got multiple layers within this one as well. So you've got your outer parameter, which is kind of everything joined together, including the little score lines showing those kind of 3 segments that you've got. But then you've got the additional elements. So you can mat and layer with these if you wanted to. Just cut out the mandala, cut out the mat to work with it, cut an aperture. It's entirely up to you. Nice set, that one. The set that we've got here with the circle folds is exactly that. You've got almost like a ticket effect with these, with all those little circles on the fold line there, which means you can almost perforate and tear certain elements off these. I know lots of people use these for kind of promise cards, where you might be promising, I don't know, a night of babysitting or washing the car, or all sorts of different things you can pop on there. Nice as well to use it as almost like a little mini album. And I like this. Again, you can see here lots of the papers from the bumper bundle we've been chatting about featuring here. That's an interesting one. Is that like a little donut down at the bottom there? I'm not quite sure what we've got there. It's an interesting little character. Like that one. Again, the florals coming through. Again, the papers that you've got, the paper pad. Don't forget, many of these images coming from those 6x6s and the gorgeous macaroons featuring. Now, that's a pretty design, isn't it, from the paper pad there? The gorgeous balloons there. The colours are so tonally correct. They all work so beautifully well together. So that is one of the dies that you've got within there. The second one being the mandala is a fabulous base for building up a card quickly and easily. And there you go, another example of how you can use that one. 766179, if you're wanting these really pretty dies, very useful ones to have. And again, extended delivery, as we were talking, the 8th of May with these as well. Another set of dies to share with you before we have another look at a demonstration. And you have been enjoying these ones in this hour. There might have been ones that you saw before and perhaps at the time they weren't within your affordability or you weren't ready to invest in them. Well, now's a perfect opportunity because you've got £6 saving. The one that we're looking at here is kind of got those corroded edges, so it almost looks like a torn page out of a notebook, and it's just a very pretty effect. Torn paper can be so effective, can't it, on a project. Here you can see you've got the perfect way of working with this. The torn edge down the spine, as you can see there, absolutely perfectly done. And again, that kind of decal edge that you've got on the opposite side, done to perfection. Nothing to stop you cutting this one and just slicing it and using it as a border potentially if you don't get that torn edge, just the way that you like. And then the other die set is one that you can actually fold if you're wanting to. Open it up, and you can see this is the kind of result. Those flowers are very three-dimensional, and again you can use it just as a little card base if you're wanting to as well. I think this is a really clever idea. It's one that's going to cut in, but it's also going to leave some of those elements in there, so if you do want to curl those petals out, then you can do and get lots of dimension with this one. It's been a popular one. 1/3 of the stock has gone. A nice easy one for you to get some very quick and easy results with these mats and layers all included in that one as well. Now 023219 if you're wanting to get hold of those, but of course we only saw part 1 of that first demonstration, so it's time for us to check out the second part. Here's part 2.
Okay, so we let this dry a little bit more, and then I went away and cut an aperture. Now the aperture is to fit this, so I knew sort of just wanted it off centre slightly. So, but I did try this, and I wanted to show you. I wanted to put my stencil on it and just see if it looks nice with a tiny bit of colour on the stencil. So you've got options like there. You just see the stencil reflected in the corners, and it's one of my stencils, and I've just sort of got it to fit the actual page, but it might not be for you. You might not want to do that, so you've got options. You can just turn the card around. So I'm not too sure whether I want that, but at the moment I'm quite happy to do this. So we've not finished this yet, but I've just got the circle cut in my card. Just move that to 1 minute. Now I've got some watercolour pencils. Now these are all different sorts. I have got Derwent, I've got Cumberland, not sausages but paint. I've got Talons. So I'm looking at the colours that are in here. So light and dark. Now you don't need to do this. This is just an extra step that I like to do. I just like to bring it all together. So I'm looking for that blue. Right, okay. So if you have got to the point where you're happy with your watercolours, then leave it. If not, go in with a little bit of watercolour as well, or ordinary drawing pencil. So here you can see I'm just adding a little bit to the edges, and it looks really heavy-handed, but you don't worry about that because this is all comes out in wash. So a little bit more there, and you can see I've done it, or I can do it with this, you know, really darken it and along the lines just to give you that depth. So I'll do these couple just to show you. I'm going to use a number 2 brush because I find that this allows sort of detail applying too much water, because the bigger the brush the more water it holds. Obviously it's going to do what we would call a wash instead. So here's the colours that I put on, and again you need your paper towel to take the excess water off. And a little tip is, I was looking at this before and I thought, oh, I've got a bit on the background, but don't wash it off, rub it in, because, just show you what I mean, a little bit round here and a little bit round here, and I'm just going to wet that in, and that just gives it a lot of interest, believe it or not. Now the green was mixed with the blue and the orange together, but you can add a little bit more with your colours if you want, especially where they overlap, anything underneath something else. I think these are K-lips, I can't remember what the names are, but I try to remember them, and then you can put the dark bits on if you want. Anyway, So I've done that. The next thing I've done is, out of the die cuts, you've got the word sweet. So I'll cut it out of one of the papers and I've glued it down, right? Because I wanted to be able to cut it out finely, but I wanted to be able to cut it out quite enough so I could use these on. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to, it looks a bit strange, I am just going to put a line across, okay? Now it might be easier if you do this when you've actually, before you cut it out, but I'm not too worried. Quite like it like that. So I've got a line of orange. Right, now, just along here, I'm just going to put a tiny bit of orange. Like that. And then under here, I'm not going to put too much blue, I'll tell you why, because it's quite overpowering. So I'll just put that. Then I get my paintbrush and I'm going to try and introduce the two colours together. So I'm going to start with the light and I'm just going to bring the orange around. Just by doing that. Now keep your brush clean, because otherwise, now you can do this with paint as well, you don't have to use pencil. And if it goes off the line, don't worry, because you can put a little bit of a shadow behind it. Can you see how powerful the blue is? So just by doing that now, you're creating like a halo effect, or a blend on the lettering, and you can see now how it just catches it. And if you want to, and you've got a bit like skew whiff like me, just get your paintbrush underneath and just wash it out again, create like a shadow. And if you want to, you can get this and you can go over it and do it as dark as you want, and then we just mount it all together. Okay, so I've cut that out there. There's a little bit overhanging, but you can do that. Glued it down. I've put the word sweet onto a piece of card, as I said, and I've painted it with the watercolours. You can use colours. So half of it is blue and half of it is orange. So I've put that on there. And I really like that, but it's not finished for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a deeper orange. Now, you have to choose which one is suitable for you, but I think I like this one. And just on the inside, take your time with this. Do take your time, because you don't want to do all this in your card and then think, oh, I've made a right peak tongue here, pig's ear. So just take your time running it along the inside of your... Now you can stop there, and I could do the blue on that side if I wanted to, and you'll get a different effect, but I'll just do one colour this time. But maybe next time you can try, when you do it yourself, try different colours. Now just be careful when you're using the edge, because you use the edge, you'll form a ridge, and if you don't get it in the right place when you come back, it causes a bit of a line. So the best thing now is you get a bigger brush, and then the bigger brush you introduce water further up. So I'm introducing water here and I'm letting that come out. So introduce the water to there, bring it to the edge, and let nature and capillary action do its own thing. So that again, you bring it to the edge. Don't worry too much, because you've let the other stuff dry, so it should sort of dry on its own. You might need to help the water a little bit. Try and keep it off the surface of your card, because, well, if you've got watercolour card on top of watercolour card, it won't matter, but this one's not made for, it's a stamping card, it's not made for watercolour. You can see I'm just blending. Now I've done that, I can always go around a bit more. That's much nicer now, and blend it in a little bit more. It's hard to do this right at the beginning, because if you do it right at the beginning, guarantee it'll go wrong, and it's got that lovely feel to it now. If you want to add more colour, go for the edge there and introduce it like that. So what I've done now is I've got that lovely nice feel of the flowers there. Now what I'm going to do is you can add three-dimensional foam to this. It's entirely up to you, but I'm just going to put that there. And what I might do, just to give it a tiny bit of lift, is just introduce a tiny bit of water underneath. Sorry, a tiny bit of pencil. And just before it actually sticks down, just do what we've just done. Blend it out. And it doesn't matter if you go underneath with this. And then put it back on and you'll get that lovely sort of washed feel. You can do it at the top as well. That lovely washed feel. But it's underneath now to make your finished card look.
Isn't that beautiful? Really pretty. I was just trying to find it here, but I don't think I've got it here. But a really pretty card, and just shows you just adding a little bit of colour. Many of us have got those watercolour pencils, haven't we? And with the tuition from Lou there and the right stamps, that is the key thing. You can get those fabulous results. And that's exactly what you've got here. And if you want to take inspiration from the papers, if you're going for the bumper bundle, the details are on your screen there, and that will help you, because if that's the way that you want to work, if you're not sure botanically correct and you just need just a little bit of help, just a little bit of support, then the papers are going to help you with those. Now, of course, we've got 2 one-day specials and the papers and the small paper pads all in that complete bundle, and the details are on the screen. And that's the way the majority of you can get hold of this. Your one-day specials down at the front, both of those have got a £6 saving each. You're still going to get that saving carried forward with your complete bundle. The paper pads and also the papers at the back here, these papers at the back, you've got a £4 saving with those as well. So you've got a £16 saving if you're going for those individual elements, but that saving is carried forward to the bumper bundle. Details are on your screen. Freedom members, you're saving an additional £10.59. So if you're not a Freedom member already, you could become a Freedom member and still be saving with this one. And of course, you're saving on your post and packing as well. It turns it into a why not deal. And then when you've got your why not deal basket open, because you've got, see there, your 2 flexi buys of £25.17. Why not treat yourself to your 7-day saver? Now, one of your 7-day savers, we mentioned this one during the IndigoBlu hour, the last hour. It's a 7-day saver. It is going to go up in price by a whopping great £20 and a penny at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, but that is if we've got any stock left. The reason being, it's now limited in stock. So if you're wanting to get hold of all of these 200 sheets there, 280 GSM, then you need to be taking advantage sooner rather than later. Do not leave it to Sunday morning, because you could well miss out on it. 141593. Now, Lou is going to be back with another little demonstration for you. We're going to share this one with you. So feast your eyes on this. Not sure what we're up to, but let's have a little look at this.
Hi, I'm going to look at the 12x12s now. I love this absolutely beautiful balloon design on here, and this is one of them that's got, but I've got another one there, and the other one has it's almost like the French chic one where you've got like the writing and stuff on it. So I'd like to do this, I'd like to make it really simple, but I wanted to sort of use the same colour papers for the background. So what I did was I cut this out, so this came out of sort of here, and I cut that out, but here I decided that I wanted to be able to work on top of these papers. So I've gessoed this with transparent gesso. Now, why do we do that? Transparent gesso allows me to put a key on it. So what I can do is work on top of it as a gesso, but it won't be as, it won't absorb into the paper as much. So I'm going to now look at the colours. So I'm very much aware of these colours here, and I'm going to pick some colours in watercolours and in paint, pencil form. So whichever you've got, it could be crayons. I mean, you might think, oh, that's too dark, but when you start to put that on with the browns, you start to look. So, and then don't forget, you'll have your little colour swatch there. You've got your little colour swatch, so you can pick up some of your purples and your pinks and then think, yeah, right, okay. Your blues, may not go with that, I might need a little bit more green. So pick up your pencils, and then we're going to start. So I'm going to start on this one. Now, I've stamped this one. I've stamped it a couple of times, because what I want to do is I want to be able to sort of try and do one in the distance, and I mean by cutting it up. So I'm going to start with my light colours, and I'm looking at these wonderful colours in the flowers, and I've got these lilacs. So I'm just going to start, and I'm going to do this bit. I'm only going to do one because very much aware that you don't need me to show you how to do it all. So on one side, a pencil line, the darkest one, and I'm just going to put a pencil line. Now, because the gesso's on there, it is very much accepting this in a really nice way. You don't need a lot. Believe you me, you don't need a lot. So on the opposite side, I'm going to put the lighter version. So we've got the dark light, and there's a reason for this, is because this will allow it to look more 3D. So you do that. So you do that with that colour, and you can change the colour here, you can put the patterns in, and you can be entirely up to you what you want to do with the colours, but do bear in mind that you want them to work with these, so you need to sort of think about bearing that in mind, but also do a little colour swatch. So say for instance up here, if I wanted to put a little bit there and a little bit there, put your colour down. This is called laying your colour down, and use this as your palette, because then what I can do is bring these in, and I'm going to use some watercolours as well to show you that. So I'm going to start very, very gently. I'm just going to put a bit of water on the darker one. Very much a case of very subtle, because if you look at this, I'll bring this in again to show you, it is very, very subtle, very subtle. So you look, it's there, it's green. I'll show you one in peach and one in green. So you want to keep that idea. So next one, again, keep your water to a minimum, and you're just doing one side. Don't go over onto the other side yet. Don't touch that yet, because we don't want the two blending. So we're just doing one side. Now what I can do now is, while I'm doing this, I can go continue this, come back when it's all done with the different colours, and show you what the next step is. Last bit to this now, I went away and coloured in some of the balloons. I did two actually. I did one in the greens and then one in the blues, but the blues turned out more purple, but I just thought what a lovely way to contrast the colours, so I did two. But I really wanted to bring attention to this. So what I did was just take the matte glaze away. If you can see, I've already started with a little bit of colour, and I'm just going to put in a little bit more colour here, and I'm sticking to the colours that are in, not only in the background, but also on the balloons I've done. So a little bit of brown there, and don't forget there's another one here as well. And I'm just going to go in with a tiny bit of the green. Now I am just following the shape of the actual balloon, so although you may not be able to see it, it is actually when you see the papers, you'll see it blends out. So just a little bit. Now bear in mind there's no gesso on this, so you could, if you wanted to, gesso it first. So I'm just bringing a little bit of water into, and this dries really lightly, so it won't overtake the colours that are already down there. So I would suggest, if you keep trying the colours, so that, you see, that doesn't go there because that's there, but that would go there with there, and then I would maybe a bit of blue and pink in there. So I'm just thinking it needs a tiny bit more blue just to give it a bit more depth. Just there, like not too much. You want it to be present but not overpowering, and then let that blend there, and then bring in only with little strokes, and then, because you wouldn't really see. And then this one, I'm just going to give it a little bit of scribble there, and then blend that in. So this is all about using the papers to the full maximum, you know, the maximum sort of you can, because we tend to sort of just use them as backing papers, and when really all these are sort of really part of it. So what I've done is then, I decided to do a matte and layer, but I don't matte and layer, as you know, but I wanted to go for a bit posh today. So I'm just going to be quickly gluing this on, otherwise it'll be... So I've gone for a peach sort of pearl colour, and I've gone from one of the 6x6s that are in the paper pad that match the 12x12s, and they match everything else on it. So the green in the balloons and the background of the paper all match. Then what I decided to do was, using the word journey, I decided I was going to cut it out, and then I stuck it on some of the pink version of that, and I've got a little piece of pearl there if I so need. So you can see the colours all work together. So the next bit is really simple, really simple. You can see how, I'll show you now when I move this away. This is the 12x12 version, and this is the 6x6, so you can see how close up you get with that. So I'm just going to put that there in the middle. Just, is that even straight? Yeah. And I would let it rest because paper needs to rest. So I'm going to put, I've already bent this around a little bit. Now you can be a little bit better than I have and colour in the basket properly, but I didn't. So I'm just popping over. Now if you put glue on that, you can move it. So I just want you to be able to see that. Now, got the idea of bringing it over there and there. I might just, because I can do that now, I might just bring it over a little bit more. And then I've got this one, which is on the 2. So the last bit now is I'm going to do this, and then the finishing bit of the card would be to put in. So the last bit there, put that on there. And I quite like the idea of them coming off the card, because they don't have to be on the card. And then I'm going to stick this on here. Yeah, you see, I don't know. This is where you'd have to, I say I like it like that. Just like that. Leave that there. You can put that on if you want, but there I am now, just with a little bit of journey. Now what I would do there is just where the underneath, you can see I'm really scrubbing now. Just do that, and 1 second of your time with there, and there you go. It's now giving it a bit of depth, and it looks very different to what it did. You can add everything you want to that now, but I hope you enjoyed trying yours.
Thank you for that, Lou. That was beautiful. And of course, once you've got the confidence, as Lou's shown you there, drawing out the colours, using those background papers, picking out those colours, then of course it will give you the confidence and the scope potentially to take those stamps and use them in another way. Yeah, cross over those different crafting skills, as you can see there. Absolutely beautiful. This gorgeous, I love this, is this kind of triptych effect here. Obviously you've got your 5 panels on there, but a really nice effect. So yeah, all done with that fabulous stamp. Now of course our one day specials you've got 2 of. Each one of them will be giving you a lovely fusion of stamps and dies together. So you've got your 2 different options. You've got your summer breeze, and you've also got your adventure with this one, your summer adventure. So if you're going for both of those, then you can see there on your screen there you're paying £19.97 for each one. You're going to get 2 die sets, you're going to get a stamp set and a £6 saving, which is a brilliant way of getting hold of them. But we have got the ability for you to get hold of both of those one day specials in the complete bundle. You will still get that £6 saving on each of them. In fact, you'll also get the £4 saving that you would do with the paper pack, which is a £16 saving. But because you're going for everything, including the 6x6s, you have got an additional saving. So taking those savings right the way through to what we've got popping up on your screen. Of course, extended delivery, we're just looking at a week extra with these ones. But of course, we'll be seeing more from the one day special at midday. I'll see you after the break though. See you in a bit. Oh, now we've got an hour of Daisy Bee Crafts. Last time I brought you an hour with them, we were incredibly busy, so brace yourselves. Also brace yourselves for Joanna Sheen magazine kit coming up after that. Now we're back with IndigoBlu.
Hi
this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello there and welcome back. We've got a lovely out of Daisy B and we've got some fabulous stamps, some brand new elements and some familiar favourites as well. So by all means do jump ahead and have a little look on the website. And we're usually busy in these hours, so brace yourselves. If you see something that you like the look of, then it's a good idea to get those in the baskets and check those baskets out. But we'll keep you updated as the hour progresses. And of course you've got a fabulous style with Daisy B as well. It's kind of a simplistic design with some of these, but I just love the contemporary look with these, and there's little signature pieces I'll point out to you as we go through these, and we might have a little chat with lovely Nina a little bit later on as well. So plenty to feast your eyes on and have a little listen to. So let's have a look at the first set of stamps, shall we? Because here you've got some brand new stamps. You can see there the gorgeous candy featuring there with the lovely lady and those signature eyelashes. That's the key thing. You'll see the continuity of those eyelashes coming through with many of the designs. Gorgeous dress, as you can see there, featuring the polka dots, and of course a little bit of candy in her hair as well. That waistline doesn't fit with that candy in her hair, does it? Maybe that's because she's wearing it and not eating it. That's where I'm going wrong. Now the next stamp that we've got with these is echoing that sweet candy style, and you can see here you've got some sentiments. 100% sweet being one of those. You are the sweetest and sweetie darling, with some lovely little hearts featuring key points there as well. Really nice set these. And with the packaging, as you can see there, the images aren't necessarily to scale, so when I actually show you some of these designs stamped out and used on cards, you can see that they're really good sizes. Prices on these are brilliant as well, because you are getting all 4 of those stamps for just £14.99. And the beauty is they're perfect for just taking a little element, as you can see here, just tumbling off the edge of your card, or using them as a main focal point as well. Nice if you've got gorgeous pretty papers that you want to use, or backgrounds that you've created. Use your different glazes, your different mediums in here. This is a clever one, isn't it? Building up, almost got like your chocolate behind there as well. More of your sweets featuring. And then here you can see you mix out those colours. You can get a really different look to it. Very effective there. Eat dessert first. Oh, we'll have a chat about that. Am I the only one that when you I know at the moment we can't, but when you go out for a meal, does anybody else work from the dessert menu backwards? Pick your dessert first, because you need to know how much space you need to leave for your dessert. I think it's very key. Emily's in me here, she agrees with me. Chris is like, oh my goodness. So yeah, if you're wanting this set of stamps, the details are there. 353432, £14.99. And of course, if you do like the main course as well, you could just go for a light and airy dessert, don't you, rather than something with loads of chocolate and marshmallows in. Anyway, we digress. Next set that we've got for you is keeping that gorgeous sweet candy theme going, and this is beautiful because you've got the gorgeous kind of candy tones that you're going to be able to add with these butterflies. Now with these, they're popular. They're already flying out, if you excuse the pun. You've got your gorgeous butterflies, hope, breath and breathtaking beauty, should I say. Hope and breath. Hope and breath are a good thing to have, aren't they? But yeah, hope and breathtaking beauty. Put your comma in the right place, Hayley. 5 stamps, as you can see. Good size stamps as well, because if I bring up the one that you've got with the kind of the configuration, then it's a good stamp. Look there, you can see it there. So really good size, good quality of the stamps as well. UK made. A British company, and you can see there a really good depth. You've got your 3mm depth with those, so a really good impression, and that is a really good size stamp. Love this idea where a piece of music has been stamped on. Isn't that a lovely background there? Isn't that gorgeous? Now can you notice the lady in here? Because when you actually looked at the stamp to start with, if I bring that in, I don't know about you, but I didn't spot the lady when I was first looking at that. But then when you move it away, you can see, adding the colour there, you can see the little lady appearing. Clever design, very clever design. Again, you've got those gorgeous lashes, those signature pieces coming through, which really do show it off as being a Daisy B design. Really good size stamp. I mean, that's quite a focal image there on a card. Decoupaged up, so of course multi-stamping, building those layers up. Love that breathtaking beauty stamp that you've got there. Really pretty design. Love that kind of calligraphy element that you've got there. And whether you're using your bold colours, whether you're using your subtle palette with these, you are going to get some beautiful results time and time again. Of course, if it's tumbling off the page, then you don't necessarily have to use it in its entirety. Use it with other bits and pieces that you've got as well. Very pretty design, that particular one there. Absolutely gorgeous. Liking this one a lot, folks, so if you fancy getting hold of this one, details are there on your screen, and as you can see there, £16.99 will get you both of those stamp sets there, 5 stamps in total, fabulous value for money. 800906, really pretty. I like that with that grey there as well. So if you fancy that set, why not pop those into your basket as well? You can be in very good company. Lots of people placing their orders for those. Next set that we've got is a trio this time, and it's a really nice set again here. And this is the one where that candy theme continues, and you will have noticed some of these elements featuring in some of the finished samples we were sharing with you. So look at that. Oh, Knickerbocker Glory. Oh, with all that goodness in there, all that jelly and all that whipped cream in there, beautiful. But this one's a calorie-free one because it's a stamped image as well. You've got obviously your little blocks there from your chocolate bar perhaps, and we did see these featuring within the finished samples that we looked at with the lovely candy a few moments ago. Eat dessert first. There you go. Oh, we've actually got a recipe as well. Oh, we do like a good recipe. What recipe have we got? Let's turn that round and have a little look there. What have we got? Oh, 10 scoops of vanilla ice cream. Oh, my goodness. 2 tablespoons of icing sugar. Oh, there's going to be a bit of a sugar rush with this one going on. Handful of cherries. 4 scoops of strawberry ice cream and plenty of strawberry sauce. Oh, I'm salivating after that one. Very, very nice. That's just for breakfast. And then you've got scrumptious there featuring. Now, scrumptious, of course, you could use that in loads of different elements, couldn't you? Whether it is something that's a food-related card or whether it is just somebody who is truly scrumptious. There you go. Love that one as well. Love that font as well. Good size stamps again, this time with that ice cream sundae or Knickerbocker Glory. You can see they've got a really good size stamp with that. You're going to have loads and loads of fun with that one. And put the 3 stamp sets together and that's the kind of result that you can get. And I love this. We've got some other cards coming up with other stamp combinations with recipes and things on, which are really nice. So do jump ahead and have a little look on the website for those. Really nice set again, whether you're using them as your backdrop, whether you're using them as your main focal point. Really clever designs, and a popular one was as well. Now with this particular one, there you go, you can see lovely candy taking an appearance. So don't forget, if you are wanting the candy set that we were looking at with all the wonderful sentiments, we have got that one. In fact, we'll probably pop those details up in a few moments. But Freedom members, you've got a discounted price with this one, £20.69, a really affordable way of getting hold of those 3 stamp sets, giving you some wonderful results. And then why not add in alongside that set at the bottom of your screen, because it is a truly scrumptious combination. There you go. If you fancy those, 748840. Now, butterflies as well. So obviously the butterflies with the last set, we'll check this one out because you've got some gorgeous designs. One stamp plate giving you lots of stamps, 16 stamps in total with these ones, so there's a lot within there. But £14.99 being your price on this one. And this one is where you kind of got the butterflies which are broken down into different elements. That's where your 16 stamps come from. Obviously you've got your wings, you've got your sentiment featuring with these, but then you have got the ability to twist and turn those elements. So if I bring the stamp plate up, you'll be able to see exactly what we're speaking of. So all of these individual elements there. So you've got things like the abdomen, you've got things like the individual wings. So you've got lots of ways that you're going to be able to work with those and make your own versions, your own designs, or use them just as they are on the stamp plate. Really pretty. Very pretty design, this one. And again, it's a nice idea, isn't it? We saw this lovely lady featuring on one of the last shows. Really pretty. Look at the sparkle on that. That's pretty, very effective. That's a clever way of using those designs as well. Look at that. Fabulous. Lovely. I think this is potentially one of the Daisy Bee designs as well. Don't forget, check out the brand section because there will be additional stamps on there you might want to add into your basket. But £14.99, I think you'll agree, it's a very affordable bundle, that one. 16 stamps, £14.99, bargain. 972817 if you're wanting to get hold of those. More to share with you. We've got some fabulous demonstrations coming up via video as well. But before we do that, we're going to show you a couple of items that we saw previously. And I did a show with these on. These were hugely popular. Again, that kind of recipe idea, but this time we're having a bit of a happy hour with our cocktails. And you can see here, you've got your martini glass, I think this one is, with a little paper parasol in there. And obviously all your ingredients being added there. I love the way that you've kind of got the fruit at the bottom of the stem as well. Clever design. With this one, you're getting 6 stamps, so not only are you getting that large stamp set that we've just looked at, you are going to get your recipe for your cocktail, 3 sheets to the wind, which I didn't actually know was a recipe for a cocktail, but it is both. And I love that, and whatever alcohol you have in the house. Apparently there's a lot of that going on at the moment, isn't there, with all this. Stock's getting low potentially with those. Cheers as well, a lovely big stamp, that one, I like that. And again, that hand-scripted font. But I love this on black card. Kind of gives you that blackboard effect, doesn't it? Very, very pretty design. I like that one. So there you go. You can see that one. Featuring with one of the stamps that's coming up in a few moments for the rounded glass. I'm telling you about that one in a few moments. So that's more of a gin themed set coming up in a few moments. But isn't that brilliant? Adding a little bit of colour, using it on your craft card if you wanted to. And again, you can have that design tumbling off the page if you wanted to. Or build up the stem of the glass there. You probably remember there was just a couple of those elements of fruit there, but building it up with some of those additional pieces that you've got. Nice way of working with it. £22.99, 506-719 if you fancy that particular set there. One more set to share with you, and this is the one featuring the rounded glass, and again it's another recipe themed one, so again you've got that continuity, and again you can cross those over if you wanted to. So if you fancy going for both sets together, then why not add in this particular one? We've got cheeky tipple, we've got gin and tonic and chalkboard words. 8 stamps again coming together for just £23.49. So again, fabulous value for money. I love it. Oh, I don't like a glass upside down. It's never a good look, is it? It's all over your carpet at that stage. But that particular glass stamp that we've got, this is a clever idea. I mean, look at this. You've got the recipe there. You've got your bottoms up. You've got your gin and tonic feature in there as well. All of those wonderful stamps. And here's a nice idea because you've got a bottle bag here, which you can pick these up and you can put your bottle in there as a gift, and yeah, it's okay. But look at that. Doesn't that make it look better? Just that little bit of effort just makes a completely different look to it. Might be that you're creating a card to go alongside it. Might be that you're creating things home decor wise. I mean, this is brilliant. It could actually be a larger version, and you've got like a blackboard, and this is an element down the side of the blackboard. But they just lend themselves so well to that blackboard look, don't they, with your black card base there. This one here, I mean, it does look like a blackboard, but it's actually a piece of grey board that's been used there. Could be an MDF plaque, couldn't it, that you created? Again, lots of examples stamping it out on darker cardstock, but you are going to get a wonderful effect if you're using your lighter tones as well. Love that gorgeous fresh green feature in there. £23.49 this set if you're wanting to go for this particular. But we're going to go back to one of the earlier sets that we touched on a few moments ago. The lovely Nina is here with a demonstration, so check this one out.
Hi, I'm Nina from the Daisy Bees, and I'm going to be creating this card for you today. Little debate going on Facebook about which card I was going to do, but I've decided on the purple one, definitely. So I'll get cracking. So what we're going to do is just take in some just A4 cardstock, this in A4 because I've cut it up. I'm going to ink up the lovely Hope. I love this one. This I designed this one on Easter Sunday, sat in the garden watching the kiddies play. So, and I really loved this, and as garden's got quite a lot of butterflies flying around in it, so it inspired me. So I'm just inking this up with some VersaFine in Onyx Black, and we're going to just stamp that out onto our cardstock because we're going to be cutting this out, you see. So I'm just going to give that a good press down, wanting to make sure we get all those areas. There we go. And we've got the lovely eyelashes again, sort of a signature there. Right, so I'm going to do a lot of colouring in, but I am going to show you how I watercolour mine. So, watercolour brush and my set of watercolours, and I'm just going to firstly bring the water over. Firstly, I'm going to pop water down onto my cardstock. Now this is a really good cardstock. It's 350 GSM, so it's going to hold your water. Just cover that, because what we want to do, we're going to pick up the pigment, you know, they're quite pigmented. We're going to pick the colour up. We're just going to sort of drop it into the water that you've just laid down and let it do its thing, because you often see those flowers, don't you, that have got colour just on the outer edges, and I think they're so pretty. So we're just dropping that into the water there. I do really love this technique, and I just love working with watercolours. Now you can deepen that colour, which is what I'm going to do. So by the time you get round, there'll be some areas that have started to dry, so just re-wet those. You can see that the water, paint travelling in the water there. Lovely. And just go back into the middle. And again, deepen those edges. That's the beauty of watercolouring, I think. It's the fact that it's not perfect. You're letting the paints kind of do the talking there. So we'll go in with a deeper purple. Is it that one? No. We'll go this one. Trying to keep my head out of the shot. You see, just highlighting those edges with a slightly different colour. And also, you know, just by adding a little drop of extra colour, you're just creating some more depth for your flowers. I really love this girl. So much so I did the first time I drew her was on a large A3 piece of card, and when the house is nearly completed, I'm going to pop that into a lovely frame, and it's going to be the first thing hung up in the new room. Was this lovely girl. Okay, so we have got the your first flower, and what we're going to do then is I've done one that I've done earlier just here. Okay, so this is the one that I've painted and done a little bit of a tie-dye kind of effect with the same watercolour technique. So I'm going to pop that to one side, and using my 8x8 card blank, I'm just going to stamp out this that's been on previous shows, one that I used quite a lot. It's the French script background. So first a mark, and we're going to do a little bit of embossing. Right, just ink that up. Sometimes I think with a nice background as well, it doesn't really matter if you don't get the, you know, don't get your Versamark on all of the stamp. If it trails off, it doesn't matter, it sort of gives it more of a vintagey look. So we're just going to go back in again and just go just slightly under, leaving that nice gap. And there we go. So we'll stamp that out. Right, so now we're going to do a double. I have two wow powders. We've got Lilac Shimmer and we have Persian Indigo. So I'm going to go in first with the darker one, and we're going to go right up into this corner. So I'm not wanting to cover the entire of it because we're going to do half and half situation. And just bear with me a moment. So there we go, look. Okay, so I just want to get that top little bit. Just make sure we've got plenty on there. I'm going to hand this to my glamorous, not so glamorous assistant, actually.
Yeah,
there you go, Dad.
That's my job, is it?
Yeah, it is. There we go. Comes in.
Tray.
It's the old tray debate, but you passed me the tray last time and I didn't use it and I forgot, didn't I? So, yeah, we're going to keep going. Have you done yet, Dad? I'm ready for the thank you.
Just check it because there's a little bit of contamination because you did rush me.
Right, so there's Dad there. So can you see we've just added that, like the lilac, the really pale lilac colour there. Go, Dad. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that one, giving him plenty of jobs there. We're going to heat that up. Yeah, got to keep him busy. Okay, so just heating this up now, running the heat gun over the top of it. And then we're going to do a watercolour feature in the background. And I'm just going to show you how you can stamp as well using your watercolours too. just by painting your paint that you want to use straight onto your stamp. Just paint that up. I do really, really love this, and we had a little bit of a debate on Facebook as I did 2 different colours of this girl, and I did them in a beautiful like emerald green colours as well. So we had the purples and then the emerald green colours, and I do really love the emerald green. It was actually my favourite, but it just shows the versatility of the stamp, and that you can use it in so many different ways. It is a really lovely one. It's another one that Josie was chomping at the bit to get. Yes, and now it's another piece of my artwork that you've got inside your house as well, isn't it, Jo?
It is, yeah, this is the second piece, yeah.
Yeah,
Part of your collection.
this one went in your front room, didn't it?
Oh, actually, I might have got it twice. One in the bedroom, one in the bedroom.
So this is twice, so it's not just for cards or journaling. We've got Jo that's doing it for the for some interior design. Okay, so you've got this, and now we're going to go in with wherever I've put she's there. We're going to pop that down. Now I need to pop this first before I do the watercolour background, because I need to know exactly where I am popping the colour for the watercolour. So put that down there, and then bring your pot of water back, and I'm just using quite a large brush and just getting underneath, and we're just going to pop some water. We're going to do the same thing again, kind of soaking the card almost. This is why it's very important that you've got really good cardstock if you're going to recreate this card, because it needs to hold the water so that you can get this effect. Okay, so we're going to go in now with the paintbrush and with the back to the watercolours, and I'm going to choose this beautiful, it's so bright, purple. Look at that, look at it moving in the water. I love that so much. I could sit and watch that all day, but I haven't got time, so I'm going to pop this colour just coming out of this side. Look at that. I mean, that looks really nice because it's a different, you know, you've got a different hue there to the purples. We're going to go lilac, I think, around this area, which I really love. And then when you join me again in a second, this will have dried. Okay, so I have now dried the area, and I'm going to take the Alluring Lisianthus from the last time we were on Hochanda, and I'm going to use this light, like a light pink colour, and you're just going to brush over your flower with your watercolour. Now I really like this technique because if you're if you're thinking, oh, I've got to rush, you don't, because obviously watercolour, you just add a little bit of water and you will reactivate your colour that's you've just laid down on your stamp.
I suppose you could spritz it.
Yes, you could spritz it. Voice from beyond.
Yeah.
So here we go, look. And we're not wanting it to be perfect either, so we're going to stamp that out. Look at that. I love that look.
Good effect.
Yeah. This one was actually Josie's said, why don't you just add your Lisianthus, Nina, to the end of it, which, you know, you got to give her a pat on the back because it looks really good.
Do we have to?
Right, so there we go.
Love it.
And then that is your finished card. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Wow, what an amazing result. And Nina, you made that seem so achievable as well. Key thing is, you've got the right stamps and you've got the right mediums to work with, and it is achievable, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? Now, talking of Nina, I think we might have Nina on the telephone line. Good morning, Nina, are you there?
I am, I'm here.
Hello. Hello, my darling. It's good to have your company this morning. That was a fabulous demonstration.
Thank you. I really enjoyed that one, actually. Watching it back, it's extremely nice to watch back, actually. And I'm thinking I might actually put it in a frame because I love it.
Ah, that's a good idea, because you could be making a gift alongside a birthday card then, couldn't you? Similar techniques.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. I really like the whole watercolour technique. I think it lends itself so well to Hope.
Well, this is it, and I think the beauty is because your designs, it kind of sounds the wrong way of saying it. They're simplistic in design, and what I don't mean that they're simplistic as in there's not a lot to them, but it's kind of what is there is quality. It's clean lines. It gives you the ability to kind of have that clean line look, or then of course you can add to that if you want it to be a bit fussier. Perhaps that's the right phrase.
Yes, yeah, I like that. Yeah, definitely, and I think simplicity is the right word to use. I like to give everybody a lot of area to colour in as well, but also provide a stamp that will look really good just embossed on your door.
This is it. And those crisp lines that you've got within those images, I mean, they look absolutely beautiful when they're embossed. Here you can see on this particular design, I mean, you've got a little bit of glitter touch there as well. And that's the key thing. You can get right into the nitty-gritty of these designs.
Yeah, definitely. I love them. I love creating them. You know, I actually find it very relaxing sat on a night.
And I love that because you've got that signature lashes look. I love those.
Yes, yeah, I really like doing those. The fashion, they started out as fashion ladies, and then as everything does with me, it evolved.
That's it. And the beauty is we've got a set that's going to work with candy in the sweetest words, where you've got kind of like your chocolate bars and your additional candy sweets and things like that. They work well together.
Oh, yes, definitely. And this was what I had in mind when I designed her. But obviously I don't want to put that as one design because then people can't use it as well. So it's nice to have things you can have elements to build up.
That's it. And I love this where you've kind of got her coming off the page as well, not necessarily using her in her entirety.
No, she's almost thinking about it, isn't she? That's Josie's, one of Josie's lovely stamps she's done. Yeah.
Very, very nice. Love this. And again, changing out the colours. I mean, we've got two very different styles there, but both using the same stamps.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a definite purple theme running along those, isn't there, as well?
And I love this one, that glitz and luxury.
This one I absolutely love with all the golds and I just think it's so decadent. You know, I'm starving watching it.
This is it. And you kind of spiked a debate about eat dessert first. And Emily and myself, we're both the same. When we go out for a meal, we do check that dessert menu before we look at any of the mains or starters. Are you similar?
I'm a starters person.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a starters. I do love a good starter, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Isn't it funny how we all do a little bit different? But yeah, I mean, it's a fabulous set. And I have to say that all of the stamps that you've brought to us, our viewers are loving as well. Because you do a lot of the artwork with regards to the stamps.
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
Just saying, because it's yourself that does a lot of the drawing for the stamps, I believe.
It is, yes. It's just, yeah, I do the drawings for them all. The Breathtaking Beauty, I designed that one, but all the other sentiments there, Josie's, she's fabulous with hers. So it's all in-house. You know, when you see Dad's show, that's Dad's design, that's Dad's take on it.
Yes.
And I love that because as a company, we have created something that no matter what you like design-wise, we've got it for you.
Well, this is it, yeah. This is it. Now, I know you've been busy doing some fabulous demonstrations for us, which we've got the videos for, so I could stand and chat to you all day long, I really could, but yeah, I suppose if we're going to see those videos, we need to kind of get a jog on, so to speak.
I know, well, I've got to go and see to the children that are behaving very well, which only means a bad thing for me.
That does set the alarm, but as a mum, I know, yeah, you better go and check that out. If they've gone quiet, then there's bound to be something that's happening. So, Nina, thank you so much, and thank you for the fabulous artwork as well, and thank you to the rest of the team as well. I hope everybody's safe and well.
Thank you very much. See you later.
See you later on. Bye-bye for now. So new today, we've got some fabulous stamps to share with you, including the set that we've got here. So we've got Candy in the Sweetest Words, 4 stamps coming to you for just £14.99, 353432 if you're wanting to get hold of this duo there. 4 sets in total there, and really nice, and they work so well alongside the other elements that we're going to be sharing with you. In fact, we're moving on to a different kind of style with the next set, because your florals and your butterflies, you always love these, but you will still will see that signature lady with those gorgeous lashes coming through. You might not spy her at first when you're looking at the stamp set, but very quickly I'm just going to show you one finished sample, because I think it's important that you actually see where you've got the lady there. If I bring this piece in there, you can see she is actually subliminally within that design, and that's a key thing because you don't spot her straight away. Alongside this particular stamp, you have got your gorgeous breathtaking beauty stamp, again featuring your sentiment, and the two together work beautifully together. So 800906, £16.99 for your duo there. Now, lots of the elements that we saw with the gorgeous Candy a few moments ago are featuring in the next set of stamps. So the additional elements, things like the chocolate bar, things like the sentiment, and the word scrumptious, is, again, there you can see, lovely set. 8 stamps for £22.99. Absolutely brilliant value for money. You've got your large ice cream sundae, you've got your smaller version there, you've got things like the heart-shaped lollipops, the candy sweets, and of course the wonderful recipe that you've got there. Have to try that one out. Freedom members, discounted price at £20.69, and 8 stamps for that price is phenomenal value. So I do urge you to pop this one into your baskets and check your baskets out. 748840 if you're wanting those. Back to the butterflies with the next set, and this is brilliant because you're getting 16 stamps in this set. Not only the wings, as you can see there, creating your fabulous butterfly, but some very contemporary style swirls and hearts, which I think is a really clever way of adding a bit of a romantic look to those butterflies. Sentiments as well, really good value. 16 stamps for £14.99. You can't go far wrong with those, can you? 972817 if you're wanting to pop these ones into your basket. Now, of course, a lovely Nina that we were just chatting to a few moments ago brought us a wonderful demonstration. I'm sure you'll agree a few moments ago. We've got another one with her, and this time we're looking at the ice cream sundae set. Oh, it's making me hungry just thinking about it. Details are popped up on your screen, so if you do want to pop them into your basket, please do so, but feast your eyes on this.
Hi, Nina again. This is the card that we are going to be creating today using the fabulous sundae. Okay, so here we have the piece of black cardstock. I'm going to use an anti-static bag and just pop
your dad's anti-static.
Dad's anti-static bag. Look at him. Just on there. Oh, because what did you say? He says he's lent me some tracing paper and now it's become untraceable. Hey dear. So there's his anti-static bag just popped to one side, back in its little pouch. Right, so there's no tears about where his anti-static pad is. Right, so we're going to use some Versamark. We're just going to ink up this gorgeous sundae stamp. Now, I absolutely love this. I just think it's fantastic. And obviously we brought out the gin set now, and you have the cocktail set. So this is, oh, thank you, Dad. It's been very helpful today. So this one was more of a nod to those that are the non-drinkers among us that still would love a lovely card done blackboard style. Okay, so Dad passed me this massage ball.
Because you have got a bad neck.
I have got a bad neck, yes. I've been over enthusiastic with some exercises and now got a crick in the neck, so yeah, it's not fun. Okay, now we're going to bring Dad's tray in, and
Dad's
also
very
Dad's
expensive detail white embossing powder.
detail white embossing powder.
Yeah, very expensive, Nina.
Right, okay. Look at that. Okay, well now while you can make sure every drop goes back in the pot, can't you, Dad?
Don't you worry about that.
Right, so we're going to add some heat, and then we're going to get colouring this in. Now I've chosen to use Carbothellos and got a lovely bunch of colours in those. These are chalk pencils. You could use your Faber-Castells, your Prismacolors. They would all, look really good. But to get that chalk effect, a few of our ladies use pastel pencils as well, which again gives a really good effect. Just heating that up, and you can start to really see the whole chalkboard thing come to life. And I just think it's really different. It's a different kind of card to receive. Awesome. And again, another one that, if you if you had this, you could do 3 different frames and have your sundae, your gin and your cocktail, frame them in this style all in a row in your kitchen. That'd look awesome. Your kitchen, or if you're, you know, lucky enough to have your own little bar going on, or you just really like sundaes. Right, okay, so the next thing we're going to do is grab our card Othellos and colour it in. So I'm back. I have added some accents, chalkboard accents, just to the corners, and I've already started colouring it in. So I've gone for this colour on like an ice creamy colour, and I'm just going around the areas that I want it to be an ice creamy colour. Now you can use your fingertip to rub that in if you want to. There we go, look. Push that colour around a little bit. Right, now I'll go in with cherries. But I just wanted to show you just how quick it is to colour with the chalk pencils.
Oh, sharpen that pencil.
Me.
Wow. That's rough.
It is. It's very rough. But yeah, we'll not pay too much attention to that, and we will just pay attention to the colouring.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and it's a lovely, really bright red as well. I love this one.
Can you remember what we used to set it if we wanted to?
Hairspray or inkjet?
Inkjet. It's a fixative.
Fixative.
That's what I use.
That's what Dad uses.
Satin inkjet fix.
Okay. Satin inkjet fix. So that's if you're wanting to set it, which you'll need to. Yeah, spray. Yeah, you'll want to set it. Okay, but you can see just how quickly that your card starts coming together once you just add a little bit of these chalks to it. And it doesn't take a lot of time because you're not sort of adding that shading to it. Right, so we're going to go with, I think we'll have pink ice cream here, like a raspberry. Call it a raspberry sorbet they've added to this one, look.
Very nice.
Yeah, I am really hungry.
Yeah. I'm looking at your raspberries for...
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm having some of them.
We're having a trade-off, aren't we? Oat milk for raspberries.
That's right.
So, I've just finished colouring that in there. Oh, and don't forget your little trail of sauce in the middle. Love it. It's looking awesome. This one, I was really excited to get colouring this one. I think you can be really inventive with your sundae colours, and it looks brilliant on white card as well. Really, really lovely set. Fabulous. I mean, it's a pretty dark day today here, but it does make me think of nice sunny days.
Well, you haven't got your lights on.
True. That's true, Dad. So just a little bit of white in the centre there, and we'll go these will be white. And we'll add, we've got some blue. So
yeah, it needs some blue.
Yeah, pop a colour. There we go, look at that. Josie's busy sharpening some of her others that she's just received, so she's very excited about that. These are Josie's, the new colours that she's been kindly given today.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yes. Right, and did I use this pink? Oh, I'm so confused. Which one did I use? Ooh, risky business that, wasn't it?
Why?
Well, I could have gone in with a purple on the pink.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just going to turn this purpley. Look at that. It's good. Looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, love it.
Not that you're a sweet stuff kind of guy, are you,
No, I
Dad?
wouldn't have one in a month of Sundays.
Oh no, Dad. Right, so you've got, oh wait, we'll do the middle bit. Just cover that in. Colour it in there. I think we have everything there. So I'm going to get my, there were arms everywhere then. I'm going to get my
Flailing,
flailing arms. We're going to pop some, if there's, oh, have we got enough on this, Dad? You might be on tape runner duty as well. Right, so I'm just going to put this one I previously did, so if you scrumptious down one side, the chalkboard accents and the lovely ingredients list there that you get in your set. Just going to fix that. Oh, I've had another...
Yeah. Where would you be without me?
Oh, I don't know, Dad. Where would I be? Right, okay, so we're going to pop this. This is slightly bigger, so it's almost like opening like a menu. Do you see what I did there? So I'm just going to pop some on there because I don't want to lay the card down after I've used the chalk on it without fixing it, but I shall fix it later. So we want to line it up with the other card there. Fabulous, look at that.
Lovely.
Oh, I'm dead giddy, I love that. That's awesome. And there you have your chalkboard menu card. Look at that.
Isn't that fabulous? I love it, and it's exactly like that. It's like a chalkboard. Slight different variation on the one that we saw Nina create there, but isn't that a fabulous way of using it? I love that chalkboard finish that you've got there with your colours. But take out that black cardstock, bring in some lighter cardstock, and look, a totally different look with it. Just shows how versatile it is. Details of which are on your screen there, so if you do want to go for your It's a Sunday, Eat Dessert and Scrumptious, then the details are on your screen there. Steve-O has been in touch as well, and Steve-O is another one that checks out the dessert menu before he decides on his main course and starter. Good morning to you. And of course, Steve-O is a big fan of Daisy B stamps, and I bet he's been loving this one as well, because this one is built a butterfly, and it's exactly that. You've got all the elements for you to recreate your own butterfly in whichever style you want. Whether you want to go for the overlay stamp where you've got all the fine detail of those fabulous wings, or whether you want to go contemporary with the kind of doodle elements as you can see there. Either way, I'm sure you'll be using that fabulous sentiment that you've got within there as well. Some really pretty designs featuring within this set. 16 stamps for $14.99 is what you call brilliant value for money, isn't it? And whether you're using them all together, as you could do here, you've got the different stars of butterflies all coming together with the sentiment. The abdomens and the little antennae, the wings, they are all separate features, but put them together, you're creating your own combinations. Taking inspiration, as you can see, this reminds me of that first demonstration that we saw with the watercolour effect from Nina. Again, transfer those skills over onto other ideas, maybe using your heat embossing and with those as well. So here you go, and of course using those wonderful wings there, as you can see as well. £14.99 being your price, 16 stamps for that fabulous price as well. Something I'm just going to mention to you as well, which works alongside all the wonderful things that we've been chatting about, is one of our 7-day savers. This one is a brilliant one. It's limited in stock, and of course you only have until Sunday 8 o'clock in the morning to take advantage of that saving. Whether it will last that long, I don't know, but if you're wanting it, details are on your screen there, 141593, and of course it works beautifully with all those gorgeous designs that we've been working. Now we've seen and heard from the lovely Nina, but this time we have got Josie who's going to be demonstrating, and she's working with this fabulous set of Build a Butterfly stamps. Let's see what she's up to.
Hi everyone, Josie here from Daisy B, and I'm just going to show you how to make this beautiful little card using our Build a Butterfly set. So I'm going to crack on. Right, so I've got my background paper here, which is 7x7. So I'm just going to add a little bit more colour to my background. This is one of my favourite techniques. It's just, I do like to just make a bit of a mess. So I've just put some ink down from my water brush pen. You can do this with watercolour paints or anything. It's just that these are the colours that I'm going to be using on my butterfly, so I thought I'd just use the same ones. So just add a little bit more colour. There we go, just a little bit. Just pick up my excess. There we go. Don't have to be precise, it's just to add that pop of colour. Just have a little bit of excess off. Fabulous. Right, so my next step, I've got my butterfly wings. So the first one I'm going to do, I've pre-cut out my bee and I've stamped it and embossed it with like a multicoloured sparkle with the purples that I'm going to be using. So that's going to go on there. So I'm just going to show you, this is the butterfly out of the Hope set that Nina's been using as well. So, because I wanted a joint little one. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of colour down there already. And then get my coloured pens, just bob them bits down there. And I've got lighter colour, and just blend those colours in together. Then you go back in with your water pen, blend those together, and I'm just going to nick a little bit of colour for the middle of my body, and that's that one done. So I'm just going to put I've got some very small sticky pads so that it adds a bit of depth to that one. So just put that on there like that. Right, so I'm just going to show you how I'm colouring one half of my wings for the moment. So just get my brush pen, just go along the edge with the colour.
Love a good brush pen, don't we, Jo?
We do. Nina's a very bad influence. I love my Arteza brush pens, and then she comes in with another brand, and then I'm stuck then because I need them because she said they're good. So these are what they are. They are very good actually. I do like the colours that they come in.
That looks lovely.
So I'm just adding, using the same colour. So I'm just creating like an ombre effect, but just with one colour, so that it's a little bit darker. Then you can blend out your lines a little bit so it doesn't look as harsh. So that's one half of that wing.
They're my favourite wings of the set.
I do like those. They are very, they're just curly swirly.
And they're closely followed by this next one.
Yeah, I do. They are all beautiful though. They are very...
They are all lovely. And you've actually used Blossom.
I have, yeah.
These wings, haven't you?
Yep, and one of the samples that you will be seeing, I'm sure, is Blossom. So
you turned her into a fairy.
I did turn into a fairy. She needed to be a fairy. She's very special. So I've got my other colour. And just doing the same again. I think because there's so much detail on these, you can individually colour them all the gaps, or you can just go over and make them ombre like this if that's the look that you're going for. I haven't got the patience to colour it in individually. I think I'd probably lose my marbles.
I'm a ombre person.
Yeah,
I really like to do ombre.
I do like a ombre effect. So they are my coloured half of my wings. Right, so now I've got my little bodies already, not my bodies, my wings already. I'm just going to show you how to build up your butterfly. So I've put them all on one block, and I have got the largest block for the world's smallest stamps. As you can see, it is tiny. But I like to store them on it. So I've got my body, just making sure he's inked up properly. So I'm just going to bob a body down there like that. So I'm not going to emboss it because I just need it to look like it's just standing out a little bit, because he's going to be adding some glitter to in a little moment. So this is my third style body. This one's a little bit bigger, so I'll pop that one there. And then the next is my favourite body.
Yes, mine too.
It is just so swirly.
It is.
So I'm just going to take my ink for this one because it's a bit bigger.
So different, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is fabulous. So going in here with this one, and they are my bodies. So before I do my antennas, I'm going to put my bodies on. So I'm just going to go in with, to do my antennas on this one, I'm just going to draw those in, just because I'm going over the different layers of card. Okay, so I've now got some little sticky pads. I'll go with these wings. So I'm going to put, there we go, I'm going to put swirly wings on and swirly body. So I'm going to put those there.
Yeah, I think I'd have done that.
Yeah.
Swirly, swirly.
Swirly and swirly.
Although I love the swirly body so much that I've used it with all sets.
swirly Shirley. Right, and then these two on. So I'm going to put these on my smallest body. They could go on anybody, I suppose. You don't have to be...
yeah, you
don't have to mix. It's all mix and match. It's all about a mix and match.
Yeah.
So I'm just bobbing those there. Lifting these up a little bit. I just realised that they are flopping over a little bit. And then my last two. Using the foam pads, you can just use normal double-sided tape. I thought I'd use these so that they stood off my page a little bit. Oh, now I'm covered in them. So, and that's my wings. So I just need to now add my little antennas. So I'm just placing them on my block together like so. Just taking my stamp over. And then antennas.
Oh, lovely.
I think when I was preparing this demo, I actually forgot the antennas and I was like, what's missing? There's something missing. It was the antennas. And then last set.
They look lovely. And it just gives you such an opportunity to get really creative with your butterflies, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. You can just make them however you want them to be, and I think they're fabulous. So I've pre-prepared my card. So I'm just going to go with some tape like this. I've turned my card over, but I don't want to make it mucky on my nice butterfly side. And that's that, and I'm just going to add just a dab of glitter, and then I'll be done. Just going down, just going to go down the edge of my bee. Little dabs.
Oh, you are just doing a dab as well, aren't you?
I am, yeah. A little dabble, do you?
Yeah, I like that.
I'm sure that's what my granddad said at some point. I feel like that's a granddad saying. There we go. So I'll just add my glitter. I've gone for a unicorn dust because it is such a lovely little glitter. Just give you that little bit of sparkle.
Isn't that pretty? Love that. Love that little bit of glitter. Just finishes it off. Gives it that little kind of pizzazz, doesn't it? Beautiful card there. And of course, using the elements from the Builder Butterfly, which is a nice set. One of the popular ones during this hour as well, alongside the Builder Butterfly, has been this set here. Again, butterfly themed with the beautiful Hope featuring here. And then, of course, you've got Breathtaking Beauty being your second stamp set with these. Really nice combination because with these, you've got 5 stamps in total. So, of course, with the gorgeous Hope, you can see the Hope there with the beautiful headdress of the flowers and the butterflies. Then, of course, you've got your individual butterflies, which are featuring with these as well. Different sizes, which is nice because it really gives you the ability to give perspective with these. Some in the foreground, some in the distance. Then I love this one, Breathtaking Beauty, and it certainly is. Of course, you've got that gorgeous script there, and you can almost see how you've got that handcrafted design there, and that is the key thing with these designs. Lovely Nina coming together with some beautiful artwork, as you can see. And again, as I say, when this one was stamped out, I didn't actually notice from the stamp Hope featuring in there. Got the title from it, but didn't realise until you add that colour. And I think this is such a clever idea. Really pretty design. And of course, if you are wanting to take advantage of this, then you can do. Now, we've had some lovely emails come through. We mentioned the lovely Steve-O. Lynn has emailed in as well. She's recently been introduced to Daisy Bee Designs, and she's saying what a fabulous family team they are. And they've given her the confidence to have a little go. And that's the key thing, I think, with these designs and those videos that we saw as well. Do check out their social media as well. And she's another lady who does starter first, so checks out those starters before she checks out the mains and the desserts. We will keep this conversation going a little bit later on, because I think we've got another Daisy Bee show coming up a little later on. Different products though, so we'll be seeing Roy as well from the team there, and of course a lovely Faye back at home as well. So fabulous family team, some fabulous little stamps there. Do take advantage and check those baskets out. Been busy for many of these and I don't want you missing out. I'll see you in a moment. So a brilliant launch now, Joanna Sheen magazine kit, looking forward to this one. IndigoBlu, again a second look at some of those IndigoBlu products, followed by our next look at the one day special. That'll be 12 o'clock. See you in a moment.
Calling all the Hochanda viewers, we have some exciting news for you. From the 1st of April, we will have a new schedule for our one-day special shows. The one-day special will now be shown live at 6 p.m. and 8 p.m, followed by 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and the final call at 4 p.m. the following day. This means that following your feedback, when we have a special 2-hour launch of the one-day special at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m, both hours will be available live to our Freeview viewers. So join us from the 1st of April for our new exciting one-day special schedule, only on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from IndigoBlu, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from IndigoBlu on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, I am so excited for the next hour because we have got a fabulous deal for you. Been very busy for these already, lots of you taking advantage, and I'm not surprised because we have got the most amazing bundle for you. We're looking at the Joanna Sheen magazine kit. We'll be chatting to Lou Collins in a little while. We're looking at issue 11. Now, you can get hold of this and hope you may well see this out and about, but you won't see the deal that we've got with this one because your cover price there of £12.98 is getting you not only your fabulous magazine kit with all the contents that you get in there, but you are also getting an A4 stamp set. Yeah, A4 stamp set. Now, £12.98, you would pay more than that for an A4 stamp. That is, I think, standard when you're looking out there. Those are the kind of prices you're looking at. But you are getting 44 stamps within this set. Absolutely amazing value for money. £12.98 being your price. Now, when you get your magazine kit, it comes beautifully boxed, so it's a perfect way for you to store everything in there, which means you can store the elements that you do get with your kit. So you're going to get your magazine. You're also going to get some additional elements, including a fabulous die. As you can see here, it's detailed the die there, which we've got at the front here. Yeah, it's a beautiful little set to work with. Now, I know we've got some videos coming up with some demonstrations. You've got your stencil featuring there. You've got lots of design inspiration. Your stamps are in here as well. It really is a bumper bundle, and you are getting it all for £12.98. We will delve into those covers in a few moments, which I have to say, I had a little look, and the only adverts that you've got, because this is a little bit of a bugbear of mine, if you buy a magazine and it is all adverts, you've just got your cover adverts really with regards to these. Everything else is inspiration. Talking of which inspiration, we've got the lovely Lou Collins on Skype, I believe. Good morning, Lou. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm you.
Good. Now, I know you were involved with this magazine kit. We've got some fabulous demonstrations coming up, but what did you think about this with regards to value for money?
It's amazing. I mean, like you say, the stamp sets alone are worth that, and then you've got the magazine, which has about 75 different projects in, spread over 68 pages, and then you've got the stencil, and then you've got an additional stamp set as well, and then the die, which is actually 2 dies in there. There's an awful lot for that price.
And I love it because a lot of the finished samples that you're seeing here, the projects, are featuring those elements that you get in here, the stamps, the dies. So it gives you something to do with them the moment they arrive. And the papers, the quality of these papers.
They're gorgeous. So they've not got that shine on them that you expect in a magazine. They're the matte quality ones. So they have the white core. So you can die cut these papers. You can obviously putty cut them out. You can be embossing them as well, heat embossing or pressure embossing. With that white core, you can sand them back if you want to do distressing. So they are really, really good quality papers. And they tie in beautifully with, of course, the stamps and the stencils that you've got.
Well, this is it. And for a moment then, I was thinking these papers are going to go on and on and on. I was flicking through them. Not quite expecting that you were going to get so many. I mean, when you look at the magazine, that segment are those papers that you're getting within there. It's pretty much you're looking at half the magazine being those fabulous papers, and then obviously the inspiration in there as well.
Absolutely. Now, what I love about this is the inspiration is actually using those papers.
Yes.
So the projects, when you get this kit home, you're going to be able to make all of those projects straight away, only with the addition of maybe some adhesive and a little bit of plain cardstock.
So these, I mean, having these kind of magazine kits, perfect opportunity for people who are perhaps just getting into their crafting. Maybe they're exploring that because obviously the situation that we're in at the moment, a little bit more time on their hands.
Absolutely. And like I say, all you need is, well, if you don't have a die cutting machine, then obviously you can't use the die, but otherwise I think every crafter is going to be able to use everything else in that kit. And I mean, just looking at the ladies and gentlemen stamp set alone, the amount of stamps that you've got on there is phenomenal. You're going to be making different cards for weeks, if not months to come with this.
Well, this is it, and you can see on the screen there, we've got 44 stamps in total, including obviously the A4 stamp plate. And as I said there, I mean, £12.98 for an A4 stamp plate is a phenomenal price, but you are getting all those additional goodies in with this kit. It is brilliant value for money, phenomenal.
It really is. And of course, coming from Joanna Sheen, you know, the quality of the projects, the techniques in there are fantastic. So what I did when I was creating those demonstration videos that I assume we're going to see in a little while, is I made sure that I only bought in very basic tools and materials so that anyone getting this at home doesn't need anything else. So like I say, my adhesive, some card blanks, and that's it. And everything else, the backing papers and everything, was all using that kit. So you can see from the range of cards you've got there, the different designs that you can get and the different themes and feels and styles.
Well, this is the key thing, because when you're looking at these, just that simple addition of colour, I mean, you could be taking the papers from the magazine, which is exactly what we're seeing here, things like the sentiments feature there. But then, of course, you've got the stencil. So even if you've got just a set of watercolour pencils and that stencil, it's amazing the results that you can get using those.
Actually, I've done a demonstration on this card, so I hope you'll be able to see how that came together. I was actually really pleased with that. I don't do a lot of stenciling usually.
Okay.
So this was one of my first goes in a long time. I love that image. It's beautiful, isn't it?
So pretty. And with stencils, if you have got a die cutting machine, I'm guessing that you can actually use this to emboss as well if you've got one of those rubber mats.
Absolutely. Yeah, bring in your rubber mat or whatever, and you can pressure emboss that through as well to create embossed backgrounds. There's just some repeat stamping on that card there.
Beautiful.
With the little bluebells. Actually, I went for a walk yesterday. There were bluebells everywhere.
Oh, I love bluebells. They're so pretty to see out.
They're gorgeous. And with the papers, what I didn't mention, as you go through, you do get your sentiment tags as well. But you get like decoupage that you can fussy cut, so you can layer up the images as well.
Oh, I'll have little bells into there.
Foam pads in there.
So again, here you've got those fabulous. Oh, I see what you mean there. Yes. So there you've kind of got the decoupage
so you've got
layer.
the top, that's it, that image, and then you've got a smaller image down, a little bit further down as well. So you can layer all of these up and really bring them to life if you want to. So again, if you've never done decoupage, it's a great way to get started.
Well, this is it, and you can imagine, I mean, if you went off to a craft class, you'd probably be paying the price, I know we can't at the moment, but you'd probably be paying the price on your screen to go along and make 1 or 2 cards. But this, you are getting all of these projects.
With this, you've got all of the instruction with step-by-step tutorials throughout the whole magazine, and the cards are stunning, as you can see there. They are absolutely beautiful, all using those papers, so you know already you've got everything to hand.
And I love this because it does just give you a little bit of a shopping list, so just things that you can have close to hand. Obviously you can adapt that, so if you don't have exactly the same elements that they're talking about, you'll be able to adapt, but it kind of gets you thinking outside of the box as well. I mean, look at these 3-dimensional projects as well.
They're gorgeous. That teacup is amazing, isn't it?
I love that. It's like a hydrangea flower almost on the top there. And of course, fabulous inspiration right the way through. Do like this one. Beautiful. Oh, there's that stencil coming through again.
See, what I love about this is that you've got some quite modern and contemporary cards there. And then as you flick back or forwards, you've then got more traditional with your floral bouquets and such. So there's really going to be something to suit absolutely everyone.
And it's nice because it'll be a confidence builder. Maybe you're starting off and you're just using the pattern papers, a bit of fussy cutting. But then as time goes on, you might think, well, let's have a little go with that stencil. Let's see what we can get.
Exactly. And I think at the moment, not everyone can get to the craft shops. Maybe the local craft shops, they're not delivering as much. So this is a fantastic way of having so much delivered to your door in one bundle, and you don't need anything else.
Really good point. Really good point there. Now, I am looking forward to seeing some of those tutorials that you've put together for us, Lou, because you know what you're talking about. And your name is going to pop up in a little while as well, because we've got some magazines there that you are very much involved with.
Oh yes, so you've got those new magazines, so they're all new on the market, aren't they? So yes, Simply Lettering I'm obviously editor for, and then you've got Creative Stamping, which I believe only went on sale yesterday.
Oh wow, I didn't realise that was so recent.
Sorry?
I didn't realise that so recently that they've only just come out.
Yes, so Simply Lettering and Simply Cards and Papercraft only went on sale last Thursday.
Wow. Hot then, still warm.
Absolutely, yeah, brand new. And of course, if you can't get to the shops at the moment, this is one of the only ways you're going to be able to get them.
That's a really good point, actually. Never thought about that. So, yeah, we will have a little look at those in a little while. So, Lou, thank you very much. You've got the details up on the screen for the bundle that Lou's just been chatting about. Brilliant prize again on your screen there. And what can we look forward to in your little videos that we've got coming up?
So I have done a complete variation for you. I've got one card using that ladies and gentlemen stamp set. So that's a very vintage, a masculine card. I've got one card using the stencil, which is that floral purple one that you held up. And then I've got a very modern contemporary card, which I believe is to the left of the screen. I'm trying to work backwards now. To the left of the screen, which has the teal die cut border. Other way, sorry.
Oh, the other side, over here.
You're right, our left.
There we go,
There's
that
the
one there. Oh, wow. Well,
and then there's a demonstration doing that card as well.
And is that the die that we get within this set?
Absolutely.
Oh, wow, because that's one that you would, if you saw it on screen at $12.98, you'd want to buy that just for that die.
It is a huge die. I've obviously repeated it here. You do get the border included. So there was a card you held up earlier with this pattern die cut into the border, and you can actually shape the edge as well if you want to, but I've just used the one larger die there.
Lovely. And again, is this one been designed by Joanna as well?
It has, so it's
Beautiful.
all exclusive designs.
Love it. There you go. And that's the kind of result you can get. Lou, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing how that came together.
You're very welcome.
Not a problem at all. Hope to see you here in the studios very, very soon. But you take care of yourself in the meantime.
And you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you soon. So there you go, the lovely Lou. She knows what she's talking about. Some amazing work that we're going to see from Lou coming up, not only with the magazines, but of course we've got the video coming up in a few moments as well. But for the time being, if you're wanting to get hold of the Joanna Sheen issue 11 magazine kit, rapidly approaching, what was that update, sorry? 20% of the stock. We had lots of these. Knew it was going to be popular. It was busy before we even came live with this one, so we knew we were in for a busy hour. Just going to mention the bottom of the screen, you probably have already noticed, but we have got those queues built in on the phone line, so apologies. We will get to you as soon as we possibly can. If you can manage to order online or via the app on your phones, then it might be advantageous to do that. But if not, we will try and get to you as soon as we possibly can. When you do place your order, though, I would seriously consider adding this bundle in, because for £16.97, it's not a choice of. We're not talking a pick and mix here. It's not you choosing any couple of these magazines. You are getting everything that you can see here. You are getting every single one of these. So if you're into your lettering, or perhaps you've wanted to learn more about lettering, I know many of us do, then perfect. You've got Simply Cards and Papercraft there. You've got creative stamping as well. All of these featuring within the bundle. There's loads in there. We've got experts like Lou featuring in here, Barbara Grace featuring with these in. And look at these stamps. My goodness, you are getting all of these stamps in there. You're also getting elements that are in amongst the magazines as well. Things like Best of British. You've got your background stencil featuring, which of course you'll use over and over again. That's a useful one to have in your stash, isn't it? You're also going to get some wonderful metallic pencils. So perhaps using some of those techniques that Lou will be sharing with you. Glittering green, your metallic pink and your sparkling blue, and you've got the most incredible papers again featuring within those magazines. Absolutely gorgeous right the way through. £16.97. Now if you were to just take those cover prices, so the gifts, should I say, with these. So if you were to take the papers that we're going to get, if you can take the stencil, the pencils, the stamps that were spoken of, if you were paying just £15.27 for that, then that is a phenomenal deal. But you are also getting all of those magazines as well. You've got 33 stamps in that A4 stamp plate there. All sorts of wonderful elements there. Of course, we are rapidly approaching the anniversary of VE Day. That's featuring there, as you can see as well. You've got some of your iconic images there from London, with your kind of your bus and obviously your taxi. I mean, they're all over the country, but of course iconic with London. I love the bowler hat there. You could even put the little bowler hat there on your British Bulldog, couldn't you? Adorable. Or maybe a flat cap, you never know. If he's not dressing up, or maybe a crown. Depends. You could there's an outfit for every day of the week there. £16.97, 066274 if you're wanting to pop these into your basket. Freedom member, £15.27. I would seriously consider going for this alongside the Joanna Sheen magazine kit, because the two of them together are going to give you so much scope. And that's what we're going to be looking at first. With the first demonstration from Lou Collins, she's going to be working with the fabulous dye that you're getting from the Joanna Sheen magazine kit. We're going to bring those details back up on the screen, so if you want to add this into your basket as well. But as I say, I think it's worth your while for going both of these. Check out what Lou's been up to with that magazine kit.
In the huge Joanna Sheen magazine kit, you're going to get this beautiful die designed by Joanna. Now, this is absolutely stunning. It's actually 2 dies in one, so you get the decorative detail and then you get the outline border as well. So you can use them together or each on their own. Now, for this project, I'm just going to use the decorative part on its own. Now, I have a 7x7" card base here, and I have already cut myself a matte layer to go over the front, again from white cardstock. It's much easier to work on a piece of cardstock than it is to try and work on your card base. Just in case anything goes wrong, you don't have to then throw away the entire card base. So I have got my matte layer there, which is 1/2 inch smaller, so 6.5 by 6.5 inches. So I'll put my card base to the side for now, and I'm going to work on this. Now, I have already marked halfway down the height of the card panel here. So because this is 6.5 inches, I've measured down 3.25 inches. And this is because I'm going to place my die right in the centre of this panel, and I want to use those lines to make sure that I'm putting it in just the right place. So I'm going to tape that in place. The beauty of this as well is that the most card bases are quite a heavyweight cardstock, and die cutting can be a little bit hard sometimes. So by using a separate panel to layer on top of your card, you can actually use a slightly thinner cardstock if you need to. So I'm going to now run that through my die cutting machine and then come back. So we can see here that this is cut absolutely beautifully. I haven't released my die yet, but I do that ever so gently. I'm keeping the tape on the die because I want to use it again. So just using a pokey tool, just pop out any excess pieces and clean that die cut up. Now we can see that this is a stunning design. So we've got that sort of lace effect going on. We've got some beautiful florals in here as well. And I love that it's actually bold enough as well if you want to stencil through. So that gives you another option. So just cleaning up the work surface, and then what I'm going to do is take this die down as well. So before you do this, just make sure that there's no other little bits in the die. So I'm just going to give that a tap and clean that out. But everything's fallen out absolutely beautifully. Now placing this die down in the same direction again, making sure that these floral elements are pointing upwards, I'm just going to position this halfway between the base of the card and the die cut that I've just made. Nice and even there, and then take that down again a second time. So I'm going to die cut this, and then I'm going to repeat that again. I'm going to die cut exactly the same way at the top to create 3 different levels. Now this card is going to be quite a simple one, so before I go any further, I'm just going to stamp a sentiment on there, and I'm taking my sentiment from the stamp set that's included in the magazine kit. Now I'm going to use the birthday wishes here, and it fits absolutely beautifully just in the gap on the card here. This layer is going to be placed on my card with foam tape, so because I can't ensure that every area is completely supported once it's on the foam tape, I need to make sure I do my stamping now so that I've got a nice firm surface underneath to stamp on. So I'm going to use a black detail ink. This is actually going to end up being quite a modern and contemporary card, considering the style of the stamps and the dies used. I'm just very carefully going to fit that in the gap. So you notice that where that floral element dips down, I've then got the perfect space between the birthday and the wishes, like so. And we'll just add some pearls to that towards the end. So I've got my sentiment on there. What I need to do now is add some colour, because so far we've only got white and black. And I've got these graduating teal colours here. So I've gone from dark to a mid to a light teal, and I've cut these to size using that die. So if I take the die off the packaging, you'll see that each one is slightly larger than the die itself, only a little bit larger. So they should all sit perfectly behind each of these panels without being seen, but still fully covering the area. So I've got my 3 colours, and I'm going to use the teal, the pale teal at the top, mid in the middle, and the dark at the base. If ever I'm doing ombre colours like this, I like to ensure that the darker colours sit at the bottom. It just helps it feel more balanced that way. So what I'm going to do is just lay my panel on my card. Now you notice as well, actually this looks absolutely stunning, just white on white. So there's another option for you if you want to do something like maybe a wedding card. That would be absolutely beautiful. You could even just pop a little bit of silver or gold behind there. But what I'm going to do is take a pencil, and I'm just going to mark the 4 corners of each of my designs. So with the pencil through the design onto the base of my card, I'm just marking like so. And what this will do is give me a guide, so I know exactly where I need to glue down my panel of teal there. And I'll do the same for the others. So when I put this on the top, we'll have a gap between the white and the colour, but that will still be in the perfect place to show the colour through. So I'll mark all 3 colours, all 3 panels, and then glue these onto the base. So there's my 3 panels just glued down. Now you don't need to be too accurate here with spacing, so long as they're covering those areas that you've marked out with pencil. And when you place this over the top, you should see your 3 colours through there beautifully, without any gaps, without any overlapping of colour. So now we can add our foam tape to the reverse of this lattice panel. And I'd suggest using quite a fine foam tape all around the edges, and then if you can, through the centres as well. So just peeling off the last of the tape there, I've got, as you can see, all the way around the edge and then 2 strips through the centre. Make sure that's the right way up with your sentiment on there, and then place this down onto your card. The tape should really grip the card base rather than just your paper, so everything in there is secure. And then you've got that beautiful ombre effect running through. I'm just going to finish up with a few of the self-adhesive pearls that we've got also included in the kit, using a pokey tool to place them just either side of your sentiment to give it a little bit of bling. There we go. And there's the finished card. Very pretty, very, very simple to put together, but equally as elegant.
That was gorgeous. Thank you, Lou, for sharing that with us. I would definitely look at the box that your magazine kit comes into. I didn't realise £12.99 is what you'd be paying for the magazine kit without the addition of that A4 stamp set. So you can see there, £12.99. Tells you there, black and white. It also shows you some of the additional bits and pieces that you're going to be able to work with these. But yeah, the details on your screen there, you are paying a penny less than that cover price, but you are also getting that A4 stamp plate as well, which makes it even better value for money. You can see you're getting loads within your kit. I mean, it's all detailed here. You've got the fabulous stamps that we've seen, that gorgeous die that Lou was just working with. Of course, those gorgeous papers that you've got, giving you all sorts of sentiments and decoupage elements there. You have got loads, and I think that's the key thing. It's from beginners right the way through to advanced. 68 pages of ideas with these, 140 papers and toppers and decoupage elements. You've got your lace edge die, 2-part as we saw there as well. And of course you are getting some beautiful pieces that you are going to be able to create some absolutely amazing cards. That's what you'd normally get within the box. 75 projects at least you're going to be able to create using those elements in there, giving you loads of ideas. But of course then you've got the additional stamps. You wouldn't normally be getting these. Now again, £12.98 for these stamps alone I think would be a fabulous price. But I will let you know of the bundle that we've got here. This is a unique bundle. You can't get this bundle anywhere else. It's been put together for us here at Hochanda. A quarter of the stock has gone. You have got so much within here. Now, you've got 44 stamps. I think that's including the ones that you're going to get in with your magazine kits. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I can't see. Does it say on the packaging? I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if it is just this particular set here. It doesn't actually say on there. Oh, can I show you the other side here? Because it gives you some ideas of how you can work with those stamps as well. Some nice ideas there. stamping those up, creating some beautiful ideas, as you can see there. So even though these don't feature within the magazine, you're not left on your own. You are going to get some wonderful ideas of how you can work with those. You have got a lot of stamps in there. There's too many for me to count. Steampunk feature in there, a bit of Victoriana in there. You're not old, you're vintage. Some really nice sentiments in here as well, like that. Absolutely beautiful. You've even got the definition of lady in this, and gentleman too. So those are going to make some fabulous little backgrounds there. I do like those little kind of so lady, a polite or formal way of referring to a woman. Oh, I say lady, don't you know that? Oh, I say. I think that definition can change a little over the years, can't it? But it is a brilliant set, and of course a little bit of humour featuring in there as well. Retirement, birthdays, all sorts featured, and I think you'll have a whale of a time crafting with those as well. Now, of course, the other stamps that you're getting with these are, where are they? They're over here somewhere, right at the end there. Very much a floral content. And these are really pretty because, again, they're open petals with these. So that one that you're looking at there, that could be that you're using your blue tones, almost making it look a little bit like forget-me-nots, or it might be that you're adding a little bit of yellow to turn them into more of a primula style flower. You've got on your special birthday there, you've also got your fabulous little bluebells there. Lou was referencing seeing those when she was out for her walk yesterday as well. And I love these, some really nice sentiments featuring alongside these as well. Really nice. And of course, the elements that you see within the magazine, and of course those gifts, all little now is it crocuses or croci? I don't know the plural. Is it crocuses? Crocuses sound right, doesn't it? One crocus, lots of crocuses. I think that's right. The stencil. I mean, as Lou mentioned, that stencil just by itself, whether you are familiar with stenciling, whether you're just getting to know stenciling, and this is a nice thing, when you've got stamps, stencils and dies within a kit, it gives you the ability to try those different techniques out without having to invest any additional amounts. Now, the magazine by itself, at the bottom of your screen, £9.99. For that extra few pounds, you are getting that extra stamp plate as well. So you've got your A4 stamp plate. Don't use the details at the bottom of the screen. Just get rid of those. Don't want to see those details. But some of you are buying it that way, which I suppose if you want to, then you can do. But the biggest saving, I think, is going for it with the details on your screen there. Pop the details up at the bottom of the screen because we've got another bundle for you as well. And this is brilliant because, again, you've got more inspiration from, well, all sorts of areas. Lou, the lovely Lou, will be going back and watching one of her demonstrations in a few moments. Of course, she is known with regards to her lettering. Simply lettering is somewhere where she very much gets involved with it. I don't know if she's involved with the actual editing of the magazine as well, if I remember right. Did I say Lou Withers? I meant Lou Collins. Did I say Lou Withers? Oh, sorry, I'm getting all sorts of different things going on here. I got confused then. But the Lou Collins there, oh, Millie Withers, that's where we got Withers from there. Don't think she's any relation there. Anyway, details are on your screen there if you're wanting to get hold of your magazine. Here you have got your magazine set. So, you're getting simply card making and papercraft. You're getting your creative stamping with these. You are getting your lettering tuition. You're also getting some fabulous gifts with regards to these. So you can see there you've got your A4 stamp plate featuring there, but you've got additional elements within these as well. Of course, some of the magazines will give you other little bits and pieces, like your metallic pencils. Perfect for you to get started and have a little go with. You've got your green, your pink, and your beautiful blue featuring within there. They're going to work on light or dark paper. You've got the most amazing stencil there that's going to work beautifully with those stamps that we've just looked at, and a wonderful set of papers again within here. It's no wonder that 30% of the stock has now gone. So if you're wanting yours and you're a Freedom member, you will get all of this delivered to your door for just £15.27. That is the kind of value for money we are talking about with this set here. If you're wanting yours, the details are on your screen there, 066274 if you're wanting them. Even if you're not a Freedom member, you have got a phenomenal saving. But your introductory price saving there of £8.70 will more than cover the cost of your Freedom membership. So it's worth considering that. Now, I think we're back with the lovely Lou. This time, she's having a little bit of a play with the stencil. And I think it's a stencil that we are going to be getting with the Joanna Sheen magazine. So let's have a little look at that.
For this card, I'm going to use the stencil that comes in with the huge Joanna Sheen magazine kit. I absolutely love this. I think it's really, really beautiful. And I'm going to place it on my card just ever so slightly overlapping the bottom and the sides there. This is going to be the main focus of my card. So my card is a tall 10-fold card, and I'm just going to tape with some repositionable tape my stencil down just in one area so it doesn't move too much. Make sure this is a low tack tape so that it doesn't tear your paper after all the hard work you've done with stenciling. So I'm going to go in first of all with a green ink, and I'm going to use a foam applicator, and rather than covering the entire flat edge of my applicator, I'm actually going to just try and catch some on the edge, because this just gives me a little more precision whilst I'm stenciling. And I'm going to just brush the green into the design where the leaves are. Now, I'm not worrying too much. If I do get a little bit on the petals, it's not a problem, because I kind of want a very soft and muted, almost a watercolour look from this. So the entire base down here is green leaves. If you're worried about your surface, make sure you cover that as well, also with something to protect it. I'm just using that tip in small circular motions, just brushing through. You can see there I've got a little bit into the petals, but I'm really not worried about that at all. It's not too much of a bother for me. The biggest thing for me is not going over the edge of the card. If you need to, place some tape all the way along there, or take a scrap of cardstock and do this so that you protect the edge. I'm just going to be really careful not to overlap that edge at all, if I can help it. So brushing away from the edge often helps to avoid that. And the same here with this smaller area, just pressing down into each of the design gaps and in little circular motions, making sure that I get everything, all the different edges. So there's a little bit in the centre here I haven't quite reached. There we go. Now I'm going to change my applicator to a different colour. I'm going to go in with a pale purple. So again, using more 1/2 or so of the foam applicator in the pale purple or lilac colour there, and just brushing in the rest of the design. So I don't need to be quite so precise this time. If some of the purple does go into the green, again, it's not an issue. And I'm looking for the design to go slightly over the edge of the card anyway, so don't worry about these gaps. And actually, when you do blend the purple over the green, you get a nice, almost a brown colour, which looks more natural. So it's very pretty. So do a little bit of overlapping anyway. And then lastly, the third stage, I'm going to take off my applicator, place a darker one on, so I can do a dark purple. Now this is where I need to be really precise. I'm just going to take the very corner of a dark purple ink onto the applicator and just brush it into the tips of the petals there. You may need to go back in with your light colour afterwards to help to blend this in a little bit more, but you can have a look and see how it looks afterwards. But this just gives a bit of colour to the very tips of those petals and makes it look more realistic rather than being one colour all over. So keeping that stencil taped down there so it's not moving about at all. It's very hard when you've got small, quite closed petals here, so it's hard to get to the tips of them all. So just do some at the base and some at the tips there. So I'm quite happy with what I've done there, maybe a little bit darker here. So I'm just going to show you what that looks like, and then I'm going to put my stencil back down. So if I lift this up gently, that's absolutely beautiful. I really, really love that design, but I'm going to add a little more detail to it because I didn't do too much with the centre, for example. I'm going to place my stencil back down, not quite where it was. I'm going to move it just a millimetre or so upwards and to the left, only very slightly. So I've got a slight white edge around the entire design. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a fine liner. So I'm going to do this in a black. If you want less or a more subtle look, you can do this maybe in a grey or a pale brown colour. And I'm now going to trace around all of the elements in the stencil, and this will give them an outline, make them stand out even further. So it's entirely up to you whether you leave your stencil as it was in the first place, which was absolutely beautiful, or whether you go in and you add the detail. So I'll go around the stencil edge and then I'll come back and show you the finished effect. So there I've just outlined all of the image, and as I gently lift this off, you'll see that has made this stand out even more. It's really stunning. I absolutely love that. It looks dimensional because we've got that ombre effect in the petals as well. I think the stencil is beautiful. Now the last thing I need to do is just to create a little tag with a sentiment on it. So I'm going to do that using the stamps that come in with the kit, and this time I think I'm going to use Picked Especially For You. So just placing that on my acrylic block there, and I'm going to stamp this onto a scrap of smooth white cardstock using a black that will then echo the black outlines that we've got around the flowers. There, perfect. So I'm now going to cut that out into a rough sort of tag shape. So I've trimmed that sentiment now into a rough tag shape, and I'm just going to go around the edges with a pale purple, the first colour that we used on the florals there, just to make sure it all ties in. I've just put a mat down to protect my surface whilst I'm blending the colour in, and I'm using little circles just to capture the edge there. So it's a subtle piece of colour. Now I'm going to place this on my card in the top corner there, and I don't want the design to be covered up at all, so I'll tilt it like so. There we go. And the finishing touch is going to be a little twine bow that I've just tied, just from garden twine, just on there. So a little bit of wet glue to hold that down, and then leave that or hold that while it dries. It's a good idea to pop a peg or something on there while that's drying so that it's secure.
There you go, absolutely beautiful. And as Lou's shown you there, very achievable, and that's the key thing. Just using a stencil, just using that one element. A black micron pen, as we saw Lou working there, but to be honest, if you've just got, even if it's a ballpoint pen, you could get some fabulous effects with this. And I know that a lot of people are kind of channel hopping at the moment, so we may have some brand new viewers to us here at Hochanda. And I think the deal that we've got on the screen here is definitely one to think about if you are new to your card making, because you are getting so much within this particular magazine kit. It's issue number 11, so available on the high street, if you can get out to the high street, for £12.99. But the deal that we've got on the screen is actually a penny less than that cover price, but you are getting an additional stamp set within this as well. So not only are you going to get what you'd normally get when you were buying it off the shelf, you will get this stamp plate. Here you have got loads and loads of elements. Crafty individuals have been involved with regards to this stamp plate. You're getting loads within here. Some lovely vintage elements, giving you lots of ideas. Some of the things that we love, you've got your florals, you've got your butterflies in there, you've got a little bit of kind of ephemera in there as well, Victoriana, gorgeous roses, some lovely sentiments there as well. And you've even got a little bit of inspiration, because if you flip your packaging over when you receive it, then you will have some ideas of how you can work with those stamps as well. But it's been a popular bundle. Nearly 40% of the stock has gone, and we had huge quantities of this. When we've got the price on the screen there, as you can see, whoops-a-daisy, then you can understand why it's proven to be such a popular deal. But it's a beautiful set of elements, giving you so much creativity. So if you are new to card making, if you are new to Hochanda, then why not turn this into your first order with us? You can give us a call, 01733602000. That will put you in touch with our call operators. They are a bit busy at the moment though. Those phone lines are chock-a-block, and it's a bit of a queue situation. So if you can jump onto the website, hochanda.com, couldn't be simpler. You just simply add this to your basket, check your order out very quickly and easily. So if you've never shopped with us before, perhaps this is the first item that you'll be placing your order with us today, this morning. So details there on your screen, 218039. We have got another bumper deal for you though, so before you check your basket out, why not have a little look at this one? We haven't even had a look and it's flying out. Now, feast your eyes on these magazines. I just need to have a quick sip of water because I've got a little tickle brewing. Barbara Gray popping up there. Simply lettering as well. You've got all sorts of wonderful things. There you go. The lovely Barbara Gray. Oh, she looked glamorous there. Fabulous. Little card there that she's showing you how to create. 40% of the stock has gone. We haven't even shown you these. Which one should we have a look at? Which one shall I open up? Oh, now we've had Lou chatting to us. Should we open up one of the lettering ones? Because with here, you have got, within your magazine, you've got this. This is brilliant because these are kind of like your practice sheets. So you could laminate this if you wanted to, I'm guessing. And then you could kind of go over it time and time again, or put a piece of paper on top of the photocopy paper. You have got some practice areas though, so if you wanted to, you could work down there. And yeah, gives you the ability for you to practice the formation of those fabulous letters. And of course, within the magazine, it will help you with this. This is kind of your workbook to work alongside. Oh, that's for our Emily. Let's bake something yummy. She's always baking wonderful, yummy things. So, now, I'll have to check with Emily now just to find out. So it's Pepper and a Penny, is that right? Check it out. Social media, follow her, she's brilliant. And it's not just cooking with peppers either, there's all sorts of things she makes. Now, of course, with these, you've got all your fabulous magazines. We'll delve into one of those again in just a few moments. So you've got your free gifts with these, or not your free gifts, should I say your cover gifts with these. So, of course, we're talking magazines, so you've got the elements that you can work with, stencils, you've got stamps with these as well. So you really have a bumper bundle to start with. Now, if you're not into stamping, well, you can get tuition on your stamping with your Creative Stamping magazine. That's where we see the lovely Barbara Gray featuring this. Let's have a little look to see what we've got in here, because you've got loads. Oh, what's that? Oh, got a little bit of something there. We don't need to look at that, but oh, look, metallic masterclass. Creative ideas, stamping abilities for all levels. A little bit of an insight there. It's always nice to see what's coming up in your magazine there. How to create a collage, pattern building. And of course the stamps that we've got within here, you've got that fabulous one there that you could be using that one. Of course you could be using things like the stamps for your buses and all the different bits and pieces featuring there. If you're wanting to learn how to work with flowers, pattern build, how to add to those, all that information is in here. And I love this because it's all broken down. So you kind of got your little ingredients as to what you're needing for your project. Oh, look at that. It's a familiar face. Lovely Emma Blake there with some of her fabulous stamps. Gives you then insight into some of the elements that you're going to need, and then away you go. That is just Creative Stamping. That's just one of those magazines, very popular magazine in its own right. You are getting that along with all the others, and you are getting those fabulous elements there. Things like your metallic pencils, your glittering green, your metallic pink, your sparkling blue, those wonderful papers as well that you've got within here as well. All those wonderful elements, as you can see there. Absolutely beautiful papers. Now these are uncoated, so of course that means that you can change the colours of these if you're wanting to stamp onto these, fussy cut into them. Best of British theme, you've got that wonderful stencil featuring within here that's going to work alongside the stamps that you've got, so that is a fabulous stencil, should I say. And at £16.97 it is a brilliant price for you to go for. Now something I meant to mention to you a few moments ago that's flying out again during this is one of our 7-day savers. I'm going to pop the details up on your screen because I don't want anybody missing out on this one. This one, £9.99. It's limited stock though. The price will go back up on Sunday morning if we've got any stock left. So 141593 if you are wanting to pop those into your basket. Definitely a good idea. We better get back into that demonstration. We're going to go back to the original kit that we were chatting about, the Joanna Sheen magazine kit with those fabulous vintage star stamps with the Victorian ladies and gentlemen. Let's check these out.
I want to create a card here using the ladies and gentlemen stamp set that's coming in the bundle with your Joanna Sheen magazine kit. So with this we've got some really vintage looking stamps. They're absolutely beautiful, and I've got this one in the top corner, which is your Three Wise Gentlemen, on my stamp block already. Now I'm going to be stamping this as a background, and I'm going to do it on craft cardstock. Craft cardstock is extremely absorbent, and the ink will dry ever so quickly. But what I'm going to do is stamp with a distress ink, which again will dry quickly anyway, and then very quickly I'm going to put a little bit of gold embossing powder over the top. Now I'm going to shake this off and dry it, and not all of it will stick purely because of the how dry the ink will be by the time I get to heat setting it, but some elements will. There'll be a few specks that will stick to it, and that will create a lovely distressed look. So I'm going to work on just one panel at a time. I'm going to be stamping 3 of these across the card. So I'm going to ink up my stamp first of all, lots of ink. And then you'll notice it will be barely more than a watermark on here. Just enough to see a little bit of pattern. And I'm now going to go in with my gold embossing powder over the top. Just catching the edge. I'm not being too precise with this. I'm not worried if all of the elements don't stick. So I'm going to pour that back into the pot. And then what I'm also going to do, just to make some of that embossing powder come away a bit further, is give this a good tap, because I don't want the entire image covered in gold. So just some areas have now stuck, and I can heat set this quickly. So you can see there that we've got the patchy embossing folder, but it creates a really beautiful effect. Now I'm going to repeat this twice more on my card front to create that background. So now I've fully heat set that, and hopefully you can see that the gold has picked up on some places and set in some areas where you can see the metallic sheen, and in other places it's left back down to the brown ink. So there's a nice distressed background for our card. In the stamp set, I'd like to build lots of layers, but I want to keep the tones similar to the craft cardstock. So I've got a slightly different colour of craft here, and I've got a creamy colour, which I can add some brown ink to as well if I need to deepen that. I'm going to use this time a black ink pad because I want the detail to really show up rather than with the background for it to be a little more vague. And I'm going to stamp a few of the different images onto these 2 different colour cardstocks, and then I'm going to cut around those images. So as you can see, I have cut lots of elements out from different shades of browns, creams. I've also used a couple of grey pieces of cardstock there as well. Now this neutral look is lovely, but I always think there should be one colour thrown in. So I've got a blue which is going to matte and layer behind my sentiment to make that stand out. And just to accompany that, I'm also going to put a little bit of a grey blue colour just around the edges of some of my cream elements and some of my brown. Now this really is going to add to that distressed look because it's going to give it more of an aged, almost patina look. So I can do this on both the cream, the grey, or the cream, the grey and the brown, and this will just make it look older. And also each cardstock will show up a different shade as well. So just work a little bit very roughly into the edges. I'm not being very neat with it at all. There we go. So that's just made that look a little bit older and more vintage. So now I need to start layering some elements up. So I'm going to begin first of all with some twine. Now this is something I had in my stash that matches the blue of the sentiment. This is going to be my base layer underneath all of this, and then the blue sentiment will be on the top, so that will give us the dimension between the layers. Now all I'm going to do is place that roughly where I want all of my layers to be. I'm not going to move it too much. I'm just going to let it sit where it ended up, maybe bring the tail of the ribbon out a little bit like so. Now I'm going to add some glue to that so that that dries, and then put my elements over the top so it will just peek out. So just popping that there for sizing. I think that needs to be a little bit bigger. That should just be enough there now. So I'm going to glue that and then start layering. And then I'm going to use foam tape or foam pads under each of my elements and start layering these up. So this, being the larger area, is going to go down first, and this is going on top of the string, so I'll need to press it in to make sure it captures underneath there. but this is going central between the two background stamps that are the same, but because of the different texture and colours we've used, they don't obviously show that they are the same ones. Now I'm going to layer this one here, that one on top. My penny farthing I'm probably going to put here. I think actually my penny farthing I may have coming over the side there. I have him there. I'm going to have my watch there, and then my sentiment with my blue matting and layering can go directly on top. It's well worth planning out all of these elements before you start sticking down to make sure that you're happy with where everything sits. So overlapping things, not worrying about covering over elements, because this was the idea in the first place. If you absolutely love one of the stamped images, you can make that at the forefront, so bring that really far forward so we can see more of it. So now I've stuck that down, I think actually I like the detail in this side. This side's a little more plain, so I'm probably going to bring that hat over this side a little more, whereas before I placed it there. So that will just hide some of the plainer area there, so we can really see the detail in the globe, in the map. So I'm using a wide foam tape here. Then I've got my grey element, which is my watch piece, which can sit on top there. If you don't like using tape, or you don't like cutting tape with scissors, there's lots of different size foam pads you could be using as well. But I'm definitely using foam for these because I want to make sure that all of the elements lift up from each other. Now my penny farthing, what I can do is trim this like so, so that comes over this side, and then I can play at having another part of it just peeking in at this side, so I've separated the two there. So I'm going to also glue those down in the same way. I can trim my foam tape down so it's a little thinner. I may need to snip this a bit further as well. Yes, I will. So just snip the end off there, and then that can fit on here. So it's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle with the foam tape. Right there, I'm just going to neaten that up, and then this piece can go on here. You can see how we've hidden a lot of that string. We've got little pieces just peeking out from areas there. Let's put that under the string. Lastly, I'm going to use some foam tape between the mats and layers of my sentiment, my best wishes there that was on the stamp set. And I love the font that's been used. So that will sit on. Then I'm going to use foam tape once more for the back to really make this stand out on the card. It will be the piece that's right in the front, and it's going to go over the centre of all of those layers that we've built up. Best wishes. So there we've got a really dimensional card, lots of layers, and that subtle background as well, bringing it together using that stamp set called Ladies and Gentlemen.
Isn't that fabulous? And you can imagine using all those stamps within a journal, an art journal, a planner, and kind of all your home decor, doing all sorts of different projects. Really nice set of stamps. And of course, those sets of stamps you wouldn't normally get with this magazine. Usually, the magazine kit that we're talking about, you'd be paying $12.99 for. And you would get the elements that we've seen being used. You get the die that we saw Lou working with. You get that stencil that she was working with. But you wouldn't get the stamps that we're looking at there. Love that. A really eclectic mix of stamps stamps there that you can use in loads of different ways, as Lou just showed us. But of course, you will get your inspiration as well, and that is the key thing. With your magazine, you have got the tuition and the ideas for, we're looking at 75 projects. Within this, you have got your 2-piece die set, so the die has kind of got an outie and an innie with that one. You've also got your 6x6 stencil. You've got 9 stamps, which are part of the magazine kit. So we've got those at the end here, the florals. So you've got things like your sentiments featuring there on your special day, enjoy your day, all those gorgeous flowers. But within the magazine, I'm going to pick the magazine up to show you this. You have got 140 papers and toppers. There's absolutely loads in there. You're looking at, if I show you the magazine, if I open it up, that centre section there, those are all your papers there, your toppers, all your background papers, all your elements, right the way through. The rest of the magazine is where you've got your kind of ideas and inspiration. But there's loads of sheets within there, 140 there, and then each one of those projects broken down into full instructions, making it nice and easy for you to create many and many of these projects. Rapidly approaching half the stock has gone of this one, so if you are wanting to get hold of it, please do not leave it too late. We've got another show coming up with this a little bit later on at 2 o'clock. What the update will be at that stage, I don't know, but what I can guarantee is if you're placing your order now, you will get hold of this. When Paolo is back with it at 2 o'clock, I don't know, it could be a whole different ball game, but at 218039, get it into your basket. More importantly, get that basket checked out. Take advantage of this magazine kit along with those stamps, and I will see you tomorrow. See you later. But stay tuned, the fun continues with IndigoBlu coming up after the break. Lovely Leonie bringing that show to us. She'll let me have a little look at the one-day special with Studiolight Summer Breeze before we've got another out with Daisy B Craft. See you tomorrow.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. Add Some Sparkle produce paper embroidery kits and products, which is taking a very old and traditional Victorian craft, bringing it up to date with a modern twist in the designs we use. And what's really special for me is the fact that we can get paper embroidery to a wider audience through working with Hochanda. The future for Add Some Sparkle is we'd love to keep working with Hochanda to be able to bring more exciting and new products. We're looking at hopefully bringing some paper embroidery books out onto the market to add to the kits that we already produce and bring. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artists and Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands, and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts, and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. I love to inspire, and what my aim is to get the crafters to see their own potential. I like them to be in charge of their own creativity. What I hope is that our images provide the kickstart to your mojo and help you create your own works of art. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artists and design world, and come and join me on this creative path.
Hello and welcome. It's absolutely lovely to have your company. You are of course tuned into the Hochanda. My name's Leona and we've got some gorgeous stuff from IndigoBlu. IndigoBlu, RK and Alfie, they have a fantastic company. They bring us some beautiful stamps, and I must admit some of the stamps here today are some of my favourites. When I did the fantastic Dirty Weekend, you have to say it like that, it's the rules. Dirty Weekend. We're in Brighton. It's like a full treat, that, isn't it? Dirty Weekend in Brighton. But I was using these stamps. I love these stamps. And when we went over to Ireland, actually, I was using these stamps. Absolutely stunning. You might have seen the bundle before. You might not have got it. You might have seen individuals. If you haven't got it, today you're saving £15. Shall I take you through what you're going to get? Let's take you through. So you started off at the little butterfly there. Now the thing is with the IndigoBlu stamps, they are all rubber they're all rubber stamps, good quality rubber stamps. I mean, you can see the depth. You can also see, of course, that they are foam mounted. So really good quality, and I love this. I love all that round there. I just think it's beautiful. So you've got your little butterfly. Now the flowers. These are, I'm going to put these right next to each other because these two together, I love these stamps. These are, yeah, your peony and your poppycock. I forgot the cockpit. So you've got that big open stamp, which is gorgeous. I love this. It's easy to fussy cut, is that, but because it's so big, it allows you to do all sorts with it. You've then got foliage. So in both of these stamps, you've got foliage. The next one is that stunning poppycock. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, let's face it, poppies are one of the favoritist flowers out there. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And of course, you've got all the foliage there as well. Absolutely stunning. You've then got within the bundle, and this is, funnily enough, another one I used when we did the classes. It's kind of like my range. Well, not my range, obviously, but the stuff I picked. And I had the full catalogue to pick out of, and I picked these. I picked all these three. Isn't that funny? And this is lovely. Again, that is such a handy stamp. Really easy to cut out. That is so pretty. And of course, you you need extra little florals just to finish a full bouquet. Next we have for you a full bouquet, and that is absolutely gorgeous. A cheeky bit of flower power, beautiful, and again really nice big detailed stamp. We've then got texture. Now I love this because you've got loads of gorgeous main features, but then you've got a texture stamp. And these are the collector's ones that, of course, IndigoBlu do, which are so handy. Last but by no means least, we've got such a pretty stencil. I love that. That is absolutely exquisite. Now, what I love about that, there isn't, like when you look at it, it doesn't need to be a certain way. So when you're doing a background with that, absolutely perfect. But if you want it to be specific, so you can just have parts of that cherry blossom, you can absolutely do that. Now, at £15 saving, you're getting a lot of stampage here. You're getting that beautiful, beautiful stencil, a super saving, and 2 flexes, £22.50. 330652. Now, our lovely Helen, I know she's done some little clips for us, some videos, but she's here. I can see her. Hi, Helen. Oh, how are you, my love?
I'm doing fine.
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, it's so lovely to see you. Is that your craft room, Helen?
It is, yeah.
Yay!
It's not really tidy.
Oh, do you know what? It's way tidier than mine. I love, do you know, I do like these Skypes, Helen, because for someone who's dead nosy like me, it's fantastic. It is like through the keyhole. It's great. And I mean, I'd love to say I'm looking at your lovely smiley face, but actually I'm looking all around your room. It looks brilliant, Ellen. It looks brilliant. So you've been working obviously with the wonderful IndigoBlu stamps. These are fantastic to work with, aren't they?
Oh, they are. To choose which one to use is really difficult. In fact, the whole show is really well put together because it's got everything you need to get yourself started.
Yeah, I agree, because you've got gorgeous powders, and then obviously one of my favourites, the rice paper. You've literally got that, the whole show. You could get that and create so many different looks, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's hard to choose a favourite, but you'll see on one of the videos that's coming up, my favourite is definitely the peony.
Yeah.
I've just been colouring that with just some of my clean colour pens, which I had on my desk, and you can see it's just such a lovely, lovely image. And I've used the super smooth on today's show. We've got also got some great card on there as well, which really makes life a dream when using these stamps.
Beautiful, and they're so easy to cut out. The beautiful, beautiful images. Helen, thank you ever so much for coming in and chatting to, well, coming, you know, sort of in to chat to us. I can't wait to see your demos, Helen. Thank you, my love. Take care, Helen. Speak to you soon. Now, obviously, our lovely Helen is going to be, we've got some demonstrations. Let me show you some beautiful cards that have been made, though, because it's showing you with this beautiful image, you can do so much with it. It's so easy to cut out. But I think the thing is with these, they are definitely not just for card making. You're going to use them for all sorts. I mean, for mixed media, for home decor, they're brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. Please remember, on the show we have got rice paper. You know I love my rice paper. I've run out of my stash, so I haven't been using it as much as normal. I know, right? If there's a few sheets missing, you know who it is. But you can create gorgeous pieces. But look at this. I love this. Have a little look, see at this. Look how cute this is. Isn't that sweet? And then it opens up and you've got that amazing concertina card. And look, if I go the other way, look. Oh man, isn't that fabulous? Has someone made a paint by numbers kit? Sue's lovely. I love Sue's work. Bear with, folks. Bear with. I'm rummaging. Yeah, I can't find it. What's that though? I'll have a look through. Yeah, you've just got me now rummaging through these fabulous samples. I mean, look at that. That's gorgeous. That's a book cover. And I love this because you can do so much. Just a regular book, but making your own book cover. I think there's so much you can do with it. And look at that. That's beautiful. Yeah, really pretty. There's loads of gorgeous finished samples. I will show you loads and loads, obviously, but there is a lot on the show. 330652, that's your item number. Fabulous bundle, amazing saving, £15 saving. Now remember, your flexi, so if you are popping anything else in there, like, of course, your wonderful rice paper, then you can split the cost over 2 months. 330652 is your item number. Now, cheeky bit of unicorn sparkle. Have a little look-see. So, you have got all of that. So you're getting the gorgeous unicorn sparkle, which is a lovely iridescent glitter. You've got all sorts of different colours zooming around in there, which is just quite fabulous. You've then got your clear embossing powder, and that is super fine. It is indeed. I'm not going to chuck it anywhere. Don't worry, Emily. I've had sugar, but not that much sugar. So you've got your super fine embossing powder, and then you've got in here your lovely luscious pigment powder. And look, that's a gorgeous. I like this collection because everything you can work with your powder. So basically, you've got your embossing powder. So it means you can actually make a gorgeous pearlescent powder mixing those two together. With the powder, you might, if you're careful, if you mix enough powder with your glitter, because that is a really nice fine glitter as well, you might be able to make a gorgeous glittery powder, which is why those have been put together. Now, £13.99 is your price there. It's a nice big pot as well. That is 536958. Remember, anything you're sticking in that good old flexi, you split the cost. Now, we've just been talking about your embossing powder. When you've got a clear embossing powder, you can mix any of your powders with that powder and make pearlescent embossing powders. So any of these you could mix with your embossing powders. You could also mix them with you slap it on. So you could actually make a beautiful pearlescent glaze. You could mix these. Maybe if you've got any of your gel mediums, there's so much you can do. And the colours. I mean, that is absolutely one of my favourites. Look at that colour. I mean, these are just beautiful. Look at them. Aren't they lovely colours? And that sheen is just divine. So your first one, that is called Lawn. So that's our lawn. And then we've got, so this one is giving you Parma Violet. You've got, what? Penny Dreadful. Penny Dreadful. And then Unicorn Dreams, because look at the sparkle. Oh, man, I like that. That's well nice. Yeah, we love that. Next, we've got for you. Now, look at that. Gorgeous. That's one of my favourites. You've got your teal. You've got your verdigris, which is lovely. Look at that. See, now that's another one when you look at it and it just looks like it's changing colours. And then your fuchsia blue, which is, see, can you see the blue tint in there? Stunning, absolutely stunning. And then, last but by no means least, we've got your cherry lips. Beautiful. We've got your mermaid, what is it? Tresses. Lovely, which is hair. I love that, Emily's. It's hair, Leona. And then, your lovely blackbird. Beautiful. I have a blackbird that is, it comes with his missus for raisins. Yeah. The other day, I pulled up at my house and he jumped on my car. To say, oi, where's my raisins? But I don't know if his missus is looking if they've had babies, because it's just him who's been sent out on errands. So I'm wondering if he's like, if he's doing the running round and she's looking after babies or sitting on eggs, he's doing the big shop. And I mean, it's fabulous, because he sits on my wall and looks in my kitchen window at me. And so I'll say, where's my food? Honestly, they're fabulous, aren't they? I absolutely love them. Anyway, 749767 is your item number, 14.99. That's for 3. The choice is yours. So great way of building up all those beautiful colours. Okay, next we've got for you some seriously cool stencils. Okay, favourite, boom, that one. Definitely. As soon as you go in, it's like, that's well good, isn't it? Sea urchin. I mean, there's all sorts going on. I love that. That's ace. Yeah, it's a bag of mushrooms, it's sea urchins, it's just a wonderful, wonderful pattern. That one's pretty though. I mean, that one could be a snowflake, but it doesn't have to be. You know, it's one of those that's just another beautiful pattern. It's funny, really, because it isn't a snowflake. It's just a beautiful pattern. You've then got, of course, your wonderful sea urchin. You've then got, and this is lovely because there's your different patterns going on. And that's a really interesting pattern, isn't it? Really, really cool. And then the last one, of course, and that one looks like it's disintegrated. And that one, of course, again, a really pretty pattern. It could be a flower, but again, that could be a lovely snowflake. Now, you are getting all 4 of these for £11.69, saving £4 there. 075 714. OK, now, good stuff. Funnily enough, the other day, when I were doing some sort of rusty effect, and I needed a grit, and it's funny actually because I've gone and left this at work and I was crafting at home. This is really good stuff, so it has got that wonderful texture. So if you are doing sort of bear with, I'm looking for something to put it on. Oh, I've got a bit of paper here. You look at that. It's all right, babes. I can use the back of this. I don't know if you'll be able to see, but it's not smooth. It's not as thick as you think, but let me hold it up to my mic, see if you can hear the grit. So, can you hear it? Quite like it. So yeah, it is. It's like a fine sand. So it gives you, when you're doing sort of your rust techniques, that's lovely. So if you put it on, oh yeah, I'll have gone black as well. So thank you, Jamie. So when you're putting it on, you can see that sort of texture. So for rust techniques, or just for texture, that's lovely. Obviously the palette knife I've gone and made dirty is the palette knife that you are getting. I really like this stuff. It's lovely. You can colour it. So with your wonderful, shall we do it? If we're quick, we're 15 minutes in. Bear with, let me show you this. So pick up, hold on, which way should we do it? Pick up your grit, pick up your mica, and it's all right, none of the grit is going in there, so I know it won't mess it up, but then mix your grit with your mica, and you will get a colour to it. So you'll get a beautiful gritty mica. Absolutely. I won't start putting it through stencils and mucking up the stencils as well, but it's a lovely way of colouring your beautiful grit. So you can use it, and now you can actually see that grit. It's lovely, lovely stuff, is that. See, how cool is that? And that mica is just beautiful. Can you see the purple and kind of blue going on there? Stunning. Now, please, check your baskets out for that, because it's cracking stuff. And you're getting a massive tub. Plus, of course, you are getting your spatula. £12.74 is your price. Now, one of my favourite things ever, of course, is the wonderful rice paper. I have run out of it. I use this a lot. I use it for picking up all my paints. I use it for cleaning stencils. But then, of course, it's rice paper. So you can use it for covering. You can use it for your home furnishing. You can use this for so much. It's absolutely fabulous. Highly recommend getting this. Now you're getting 20 sheets of your A3 rice paper. You've also got your slap it on. It's your matte, and I really like the matte because you're not going to get the glaze. So you'll be able to use this with your rice paper. So obviously it'll go on loads of different surfaces as well. Now, brilliant kit, that one. £19.48 is your price, saving £5 there. 751648 is your item number. Last but not least is your foam pads. Now, these are cracking because look, oh no, I love this. None of those piddly little ones. They drive me nuts, the piddly little ones. These are good big ones. And can you see? Nice chunky foam pads. That's what you want in life, isn't it? Now, you have got your, unless you're doing tiny work, but you can cut them down. But you've got your nice chunky ones here. How many is there in total? I can't understand that. There's just so many 12s. Okay, 24 altogether. That's all I need to know. 24 sheets altogether. It just looks like someone had a mad go with 12s. If you do want them, you're getting 24 sheets altogether. £13.99, saving £6 and a penny. Good essential, that one. Now, have a look on the website. Helen was talking about the super smooth card as well, and I know we'll have loads of extras like that you might want to add to your flex basket if you're going for your big bundle. Now, talking of our lovely Helen, she's here to inspire us. Let's see what she's up to.
Right then, back again with another demo. I'm playing with some of my favourite things this afternoon, and that includes this beautiful peony stamp. It's just so big and open. It's just a real joy to play with. Obviously the IndigoBlu stencil's always great. The True Grit texture paste always fills me with joy, and some of the luscious powders as well. And one of my favourite things at the moment is rainbows, so we are going to indulge in some rainbows. So it might just brighten up our days. I'm just going to add some more texture paste to this canvas. Some of this lovely True Grit. It's kind of smooth and creamy with the grit involved as well. So it's a great texture paste. Just going to add that to the canvas. Now I could mix the powders with the texture paste if I wanted to colour the texture paste, but I'm going to add some colour afterwards, so we're going to leave it the chalky white colour that it is. It doesn't have to be perfect, it's just to create a nice little background for us. There we go. Just move that canvas out of the way for a second. Obviously, if you look after your stencils, they'll look after you and they'll last you for a really, really long time. Just going to clean this and I'll be back in 2 seconds. There we go. I took the liberty of giving it a bit of a blast off and a bit of a dry, because you don't want to sit here and wait for that to dry. We're going to be using 3 of the luscious colours. We've got teal, we've got cherry lips, and we've got crushed velvet. And we're going to use some of the Slap It On matte. And we're going to make a little paste with each of these, so it will stick to the canvas lovely. Obviously we could do it water wise, but I think it would be nicer with some Slap It On matte. And we'll add a little bit of powder to each of those piles. Probably a bit too much there, but it really doesn't take that much. There we go. A bit of pink. Bit of this beautiful purple. Obviously you can create your own colours by mixing the powders together if you haven't got quite the colour that you want. And we're just going to smush this together, and then I'll go in there with the paintbrush and mix it in properly. We just need a little dash more of that pink, I think. And the beautiful turquoise. By mixing it with the Slap It On, you do make it into like a glaze, which is lovely and can be used on pretty much any surface you like. There we go, that's better. And I'm just going to glaze the canvas, going over that texture paste. If you do find you've put a bit too much powder in, you can always add a bit of water, dilute it down a little bit. When this is dry, it'll give such a lovely shimmer. That lovely pink there. And obviously where the colours meet, they'll create their own colour as well. It's a great way of sealing projects as well. If you've painted stuff with some black gesso and everything's looking quite matte and dreary, if you add some Slap It On over the top, it adds like a really nice varnishy glaze to it. Just trying to keep it in the camera for you. You can see where all those colours are merging there. Let's go in with this nice purple. Get it on the sides. I'll give it a quick blast off and see if I've missed anywhere, or there's anywhere I'd like to add a little bit more colour, and then I'll come back and show you what it looks like. So while that's off to one side, drying off a little bit further, let's talk about our peonies. So these have been stamped on white watercolour card, black ink with clear powder, giving it a bit of a resist there. Do like to use embossing powder when I'm watercolouring, just think it gives it a really nice effect. I did tell you I'm into my rainbows, so here are the start of our rainbow. We've just got one more left to do, so I'm going to use the crushed velvet from today's show. There are lots and lots of colours of these powders available, so I'm sure you're probably collecting them anyway, but they are such a joy to use. So I'm just putting the strong pigment of these, the strength of this colour right inside there, where it would be the darkest. If you were looking at the flower, obviously the sun would catch the tips. So I'm just laying down it quite thick, and then we'll blend it out to the lightness on the outside. There we go. I think I've got them all there. I'm just going to wipe away the excess of that purple on a bit of tissue, and then with the water that's already in the brush, I'm just going to drag it out. Obviously, if you've not gone in strong enough with the colour, you can always go back in and add some more. That is the beauty of these. If you don't like what you've done, you can always add some more, blend some more colour in. But as soon as the water touches the page, it reactivates that ink that might have already started to dry, and it will just blend beautifully. There we go. That looks lovely. Oh, we've missed a tiny little bit there. There we go. And then we've got our centres to do. I think a little bit of Penny Dreadful would be lovely. Really highlight the centres on those flowers. There we go, nearly there. And last one. And we'll let those have a little dry off. I'm hoping that there is some unicorn sparkle on today's show. If not, it is available probably on the website or from IndigoBlu. And I've got myself a little wooden MDF slash shape there, and I'm going to use the slap it on. Let's put it on a little bit of a sponge, make it easier. Oh, far too much. See if we can squeeze a little bit back in. There we go, that's better. And we'll just dab it on. All feeling a bit blessed, I think, if we're all managing to stay healthy at this time. And we'll add some of this beautiful unicorn sparkle. Really is a beautiful, beautiful glitter. Let's just get rid of that excess. Let's see how our canvas is doing. It dries really fast actually, slap it on, so that's pretty good. That's looking rather nice. Just need to arrange our rainbow now. There we go. I'll just stick all those down with some silicone and pop on our sentiment. There we go. We're all done.
Hello and welcome back. Sorry, I'm looking through alt cards because they're gorgeous. Oh, what did that into? Which one? Was it that? Which one? Blessed. Oh. A massive one. Sorry, I were doing a little bit of social media. But it was to do with IndigoBlu. It wasn't just random. It weren't just me liking someone's random cakes. It was, I know. Jamie's random cakes. No, it was social media for IndigoBlu. That is beautiful. That is just so beautiful. Using the stencils that we've got on the show. Obviously, the luscious powders to create, and you can tell it's luscious because look at the sheen on that. Absolutely amazing. And then that fantastic unicorn sparkles there as well. Now, if you would like to get hold of any of the goodies, check your baskets out at hochanda.com or give us a bell 01733602000. But this bundle is gorgeous, and you are getting so many stamps here. In fact, I'm going to have a count while you look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 stamps. Takes a while, eh? No. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 stamps. No. No. Wrong. So you've got your 15 stamps here and that gorgeous stencil. I'm going to show you more of these beautiful cards because as ever the team have been wonderful at creating so many fantastic looks. I mean, beautiful backgrounds, fussy cutting that lovely flower power out, which does look really effective. It looks effective however you use it. You know, you can have all sorts of backgrounds, but then look at that just on vellum. See, that is really, really pretty. I must admit, this is stunning as well, because that, I love that because it's crisp and clean. Now, all the samples have been using the pink frog paper and card, which is on the show. I must admit, it's what I use nearly all the time now, to be fair, whether it be the watercolour or whether it be the wonderful Super Smooth. I love these three. Look at them, the little ATC cards. They're really, really pretty. Aren't they gorgeous? That's using that background stamp. It's using the beautiful flower as well. Please, and you can feel the Super Smooth actually. Absolutely gorgeous to work on. So please make sure you check your basket out on that. And you can see there's lots of different techniques being used as well with these. Now, if you would love to go for this bundle, you are making a massive £15 saving. I mean, when you look at that, 15 quid, how much? I mean, I bet that must be getting a stamp set for nothing, surely. A £15 saving. I'd have thought. OK, you've got your flexi as well. 2 payments, £22.50. See, I'm going, oops-a-daisy, I'm going that way. That should be that way. Boom. 33, I love that. 330652 is your item number. If you do want this bundle, it's gorgeous. I adore the flowers. I've used these a lot. And of course, with something like this, it does allow you to do also. Oh, let me show you this one. Can I show you that? That's lush. See, now I love things like that. That is so clean and crisp and beautiful. That is such a good stamp for these. Like, same again, look at that. Clean, crisp and beautiful. However, and I love the way, who's this one? Lovely Charmaine. She's used the stamp there, the leaf as the border. However, you see on your papers, on decorative papers, because it's such a big open stamp on gorgeous decorative papers, stamp and emboss that on there and cut that out. That looks beautiful. But stamping with white embossing powder, filling those gorgeous, gorgeous details in. See, now, doesn't that look pretty? That butterfly, I love the butterfly stamp. I think that is so, so pretty. And again, it's different. I love all the texture around it. I think that looks really interesting. Look at this. This really caught my eye. I love little books. How cute is that? Isn't that lovely? And definitely using your luscious. You can always tell as soon as it hits the light, it dances. Isn't that dance, darling? Emma Lou. And I'm lying. Oh, no, Emma. It's our Emma Blake. I'm changing your name, Emma. Yeah. Absolutely changing your name, Emma. Don't even know where I got that from. I do apologise, but can we call you Emma Lou from now on just because it makes me giggle? I should probably say that. I should be like, yeah, whatever, mate. Beautiful. And I know that gorgeous stencil is on there as well. OK, £22.50 this month. Same again next month. We don't charge you any interest. You know exactly what you're paying. All you need to do is check your baskets out and get this delivered to your door. 330652 is your item number. Do not miss out on this one. It's brand new today. Some of the elements, obviously, brand new configuration, but you might not have seen it before. And this is a lovely thing. I mean, we know we get new customers all the time, new viewers all the time. And these might be products you've never seen, so make the most out of this. And it is like Helen said, if you're buying all these goodies today, you can literally do so many different techniques. This is a good technique bundle because with your embossing powder, it's a beautiful, super fine embossing powder, but it's a clear. So say you're stamping with a coloured ink, emboss over the top of it, and it seals the ink, but it also gives it that gorgeous raised effect as well, which is really, really effective. It's a must-have. You know, you have to have clear in your stash. Every stamper has to have a pot of clear. However, the fact that it's got that beautiful pearlescent luscious powder in there, this will work with that. So you can mix them together, which means you are creating a pearlescent embossing powder. I love that because it changes this. It gives it a completely different finish. But then you get the unicorn sparkles. However you're using this, it just looks divine. And I love it because that has got that iridescent shine in there. You've got so many different colours in there. In fact, if I get hold of that one that our Helen made, you can see there the unicorn sparkles, and that is proper sparkler. Have a look at that. Really, really pretty. Always looks better in real life. I am absolutely telling you now, always looks better in real life. £13.99 is your price. It is 536958. That's your item number if you do want to go for that. Gorgeous essential collection. Now next, Luscious. Beautiful Luscious powders. I'll take you through those colours. And obviously, Luscious powders. Oh, I'll just pop it down. No need to tidy. Okay, so first of all, we've got the gorgeous lawn. We've got that wonderful red. That is gorgeous, raspberry. And then we've got our crushed velvet. I love those. Beautiful, rich jewel tones. Exquisite. Next we've got for you that wonderful Parma violets. I remember Parma violets. You've then got Penny Dreadful, which does sound like a James Bond one, doesn't it? And then we have the Unicorn Dreams, which is ace, because that sparkle is just fabulous. And then we have got for you that beautiful fuchsia blue, because it's got that two-tone sheen to it. We've also got the verdigris with that wonderful two-tone sheen. I really like that. And then you've got the teal, which is absolutely one of my favourites. And those three go together. I mean, the colour palettes that have been put together work so well. Next one, we have got the wonderful blackbird, which is why I started banging on about blackbirds last time. We've then also got the mermaid tresses, which is hair, and then we've got the beautiful cherry lips. Stunning. £14.97. You can do all sorts with those. They'll last ages, and of course something like that will allow you to colour tint so many other products. 749767, and the shine on that is just divine. Look at that. See, mixing it to paint backgrounds, mixing it with your stencil paste, painting with it, you can do so much. One of those stencils has been used on here as well, of course. In fact, it's that one that fades away. Can you see? It fades away. Where is it? There it is. Now, that's one. Fades away. Nice that, isn't it? Lovely, lovely stencil. Fades away. Or yeah, it might be being turned up to full volume. Yeah. Or Emily. See, Emily's seen it being a fuller cup, whereas me, it's emptying. Now, if you do want these, empty cup. Oh, is it half full or half empty? Totally empty. Just got some dregs in the bottom. Now with this one you're going to get those beautiful sort of florals. They could be snowflakes, just gorgeous mandalas. Yeah, really, really pretty. You've then got the beautiful sea urchin, but again that could be absolutely anything. I really like that. Stunning design. We've then got, of course, the fading up, the fading down, and the wonderful circles there, which are kind of an optical illusion. And then last but by no means least, another one of those wonderful florals. Only £11.96 for all of those, and they are absolutely gorgeous. If you do want to get hold of those, oh, there's one. Sorry, I'm looking around me. There you go, there's one. That's using that wonderful sea urchin. And of course, using the flowers today. No, absolutely doesn't look like sea urchin. It's just a really good pattern. £11.96 is your price if you'd love to go for them. 075714. Next, you will get a clean spatula. not a dirty one, unless I've had my mitts on it. You'll also get a brand new tub of True Grit. This is lovely. It's not too thick is the grit, but you've definitely got texture in it. I mean, as that's drying, hopefully you'll be able to see the texture a bit more. And I love that because it's subtle. But when you add your other stuff to it, so when you paint on it, when you do your rust effects on it, you will be able to see that gorgeous texture in there. It's still fine enough to go through all your stencils though, so it is a really nice again mixed media product. Now 474745 is your item number. One of my crafty essentials is your rice paper. You're getting 20 sheets here. I love this because it helps you recycle stuff. You know, when you've put too much paint out, you clean it up with this. When you've got a gorgeous inky surface, you don't waste any of that beautiful ink. You definitely don't need baby wipes. Clean with this and you will be able to then use it again. Really good stuff, and it's a nice strong sort of, it's almost like a thicker tissue paper if you wish. Now you've got your 20 sheets of your rice paper. You've then got your slap it on. I like the fact that it's matte, because sometimes you don't want a glazed finish, you don't want a shiny glossy finish, but a lot of your glues, a lot of adhesives are really shiny, aren't they? Having a matte means if you are creating, maybe you're using that for your decoupage, maybe you are using it for your rice paper, means you'll get that lovely matte finish. Now only £19.49 for those two. That is 751648. Last but not least, we've got a crafty essential, got 12. We've got 24. 12. And you've got 24 of your wonderful 3D foam pads. And the thing is with these, are good chunky ones. That is right up my street. That's when I look at a 3D foam pad, that's what I want. None of the little ones. They bug me. I need a nice chunky foam pad, and you've got both sizes there as well. If you do, and you can still cut them down, so it means you can still cut them into little ones. They're easy to peel off for the nice big ones. That's what I like about that. Now, if you do want those, saving £6 and a penny to make that £13.99. 714467. Obviously, we've got loads of finished samples, but it's the inspiration we love, and our Helen is here to give us even more.
Anyone that knows me knows that I love to colour, and this peony is one of my favourite stamps to do that with. It's such a large area, really great for getting your teeth into with a bit of colouring. Now, although I love using my powders, one of my other favourite items is my clean colour pens, and this stamp just really shows them off. So we're just going to take the medium of my choice, which is clean colour. These are watercolour based pens. We're just going to colour in this peony, and I'm just taking all the darkness from the centre of the flower and dragging it out into the sunshine. There we go. It really is a lovely flower, and of course you get the greenery to go with it as well, so it's very useful. Very quick to colour. Let's just blend all that out. Would look really nice in distress inks as well. Perhaps you're painting with those. All about your choice. Hopefully you're all getting a little bit of sunshine today. I'm filming this on Monday morning, and it is a little bit drearier outside compared to Sunday. Sunday was a lot nicer, but as long as you're all inside and keeping safe, that's great. Don't know what I would do without my crafting to keep me sane. There we go, really lovely. Let's just I always miss a little bit. There we go, pop that in there. Now I'm just going to add some glue to the centre, and I'm going to use the unicorn sparkles to really set this flower off. Let's add some glue. Now, in these sad times, a few of my friends and I have been sending each other gifts just to really make each other smile. And I don't know about you, but when I receive a box in the post, it always makes me grin, intrigued as to what's inside. So I have made this little box, and I'm going to fill it with some of the wax melts that I make, or some of my soap, and this flower is just going to set it off an absolute treat. Here's the these are some of the greenery, actually from a different set on today's show, but you can see how that they all mix and match together. Let's just silicone it onto this box and really show you how versatile these stamps are, depending on your choice of mediums and what you like to use. There we go. And those unicorn sparkles, they just really do set those flowers apart from others. We'll pop that, I think, there. And let's add a bit of this greenery just to set it off. I've used the watercolour card off today's show, and that works really well with any kind of watercolouring medium that you might choose. And I'll pop that in there like that. And there's our beautiful little peonies.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much. I'm doing that then, why not? That was my cheeky rabbit impression for you. It's one of them relaxed faces, you know, when you find yourself and you go, oh, what am I doing? What is this doing? Anyway, thank you very much, Helen. We will be seeing Kay. Is Kay in IndigoBlu? Have got another show on the 15th, and we're going to be seeing our lovely Kay 7 a.m. 7 a.m. and we will be seeing our lovely Kay. So I'm really looking forward to that. Let me show you more finished samples. Found it. Look, this is so lovely. So you've got the gorgeous paintbrush. How cute is that? That's lovely, Sue. So when you open it up, look. So you've got your gorgeous palette of your luscious. So you just need to add a little bit of water and reconstitute them. And then you've got your beautiful card. That is so nice. That is so nice. And that, good grief, this is a proper paint by numbers. And she's done the acetate overlay to show you what you're painting. That's amazing. That's a lot of work, Sue. That is a lot of work. But that is absolutely beautiful. What an incredible gift idea. Really like that. Just the cover is beautiful, isn't it? Obviously using those gorgeous stamps. Some more samples before we run out of time. You can see all of these have been coloured in with the luscious. I mean, that is beautiful. You've got the leaves from this. That matches so well, doesn't it? Really pretty. This one, that is using the stencil, so it's that fade away stencil again, which is lovely. And do you know what? That stencil, that is definitely the luscious paste powder that has been mixed with the paste to give you that. In fact, that is, I bet that's that texture paste as well, the True Grit, because that has got a really nice gritty finish to it. I love that because it's that really kind of industrial look with the flowers. I think that looks gorgeous. This one, I think I showed you that last time, but I'm going to show you again because I love it. The beautiful flower, but mixing them with the stencil because everything mixes so well. I really like this because that is so busy, but it's got so much going on, and it's using the butterfly to create that background paper. Now that is really amazing because that butterfly, because it's got that detail round it, can you see? Because it's got the detail around it. So when you actually line it up, that looks like a full paper. That is gorgeous. Just that on its own, creating a background would look really, really cool. But then obviously bringing the flowers in looks beautiful. We've got more of the gorgeous flowers. They've been fussy cut using, of course, that circle stencil that's on the show and the luscious powders. Now going from that, which is really out there, really different, to that, which is clean, it's crisp and really pretty. And again, you can see the luscious because of the way it just shimmers. The luscious powders obviously work beautiful on dark cardstock. Boom, doesn't that look good? Especially if you are using your Pink Frog cardstock, of course, and that has been stamped. Now, that's been stamped and embossed with a clear embossing powder, and you can tell because it's on your black cardstock, it just shines black. It looks really effective, and look, I love that. Because they're same, exactly the same, but done on the white. How different does that look? And this time, obviously, stamping with your black ink rather than the embossing. Actually, it's been stamped with black and then embossed with your clear embossing, just to emphasise that line. Oh, I love this. It's another clean, crisp one. That's gorgeous. Really, that looks so natural. Cut out all that gorgeous, gorgeous work cutting that out. Beautiful, really beautiful. There's so many different things you can do with this. I mean, it's one of those that is timeless because it's a floral collection, and florals you can use for everything. I had to show you this before we ran out. Isn't that fabulous? That is fabulous. Of course, you can absolutely stamp on fabric. Just use the right ink. I mean, I tell you what, look, that stencil has been stenciled through. That's your luscious again on there. It's actually, that is really wonderful. You can use luscious on fabric as long as you use the right product. I mean, there's that many different fabric paints. If you're using a fabric paint or a fabric like decoupage glaze, you can mix your luscious with it and make incredible fabric paints. Absolutely. I really like that. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Fact. Yeah, okay, I will stop trying to take it to pieces. We're running out of time. Oh, I wanted to show you that as well. Sparkles! Unicorn sparkle. That looks amazing. And that is rice paper, unicorn sparkles, and your beautiful flower. Got everything. Okay, please check your baskets out. This is your last show. Remember, you're seeing Kay back on the 15th with IndigoBlu, so don't miss putting that in your diary. I'll see you in the next hour. Coming up, we've got a summer breeze. You have to say it like that. And then we've got Days of Crafts, and then that wonderful Joanna Sheen magazine kit. See you in a moment, lovelies.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hello and welcome. It's lovely to have your company again. My name's Leona. You are tuned into the Hochanda, and we have got your one-day special, the fabulous Studiolight. I love Studiolight because they bring us so many different designers, so many different looks. You know, there's so many, whatever you're into, you might be really mixed media, you might be very pretty, you might be, you know, like our Lou. And actually, our Lou does a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And I love that. Every single collection you can do so much with. Now this is a summer breeze, which of course I won't keep saying like that because I will annoy you, so I will stop, I promise. Now your one day special, the thing is, right, you've got your one day special, but then you've got a big bundle. It's actually the big bundle that has been the busiest, so I'll be quick telling you the one day special, but bear with because we have got the big bundle. The one day special, I am going to just take all this to pieces so I can actually pick things up and show you properly. So you have got always. You have got, and then I've got something to lean on. I won't because it'll all fall down. So you have got these first of all. Now, bear with. We're just going to tune in so we can see it. Bear with. So you have got, now this is a lovely, lovely die. So that's your first die. Now, for starters, look at the size of it. This is a good sized die. You've got that beautiful, beautiful background die. I love this. That is a cool die. That is ace, isn't it? Because that looks like, so it looks like fabric with tassels on the end. And then that beautiful like heart die, which isn't dissimilar to one I did actually. So it would work beautifully. Really like that. That is well good. So that's your die. That's your first die within the collection. You've then got your beautiful stamps. And what I am going to do with the stamps is just do this for you. In fact, like that. So you can actually see it. So you can see your beautiful stamps there. You can see the size of the stamps, really big stamps. I really like them. That is absolutely summer, isn't it? The beautiful little strawberry, you squeeze a lemon, the lovely little flowers, and then, oh, it could be a gorgeous orange or lime, thank you. All the wonderful zesty fruits there. cheeky bit of citrus. You're the sweetest, unless of course you're a lovely lime, whereas actually you're quite sour. But that probably wouldn't go in. You're the sourest. But you could always change it. You could always put you're the sweetest, then cross it out and put not underneath. You've then got, I mean, cards like that, they always make me laugh. And then you've got, of course, the dies. Now, the die's really pretty. So if I just separate that a little bit, bear with, I know I'm going to make it all messy here. You can tell because I've got papers coming, sticking out from underneath. And then you've got the lovely dies. So with the dies there, you can see you've got that wonderful bow. You've then got that beautiful floral. Now that one is a fabulous die because if I spin it like that, can you see you've got, it kind of has that arch to it. So it might be going underneath, but you can see it straight away. So that's going to be going over the top of your project, and then the bow will sit absolutely perfect on there, won't it? And then obviously you can extend it just using part of that. I love that because immediately you can see how that's designed to work. Immediately you can see the different configurations. Immediately you can see I put it upside down. Now that is your first one. You're saving £6 on that, just £19.97. That's a cheeky bit of summer bloom. The next option that we've got for you is your summer adventure. So on this adventure we have got for you that gorgeous die collection. So with this die collection you've got your lovely boat. Now I like that because that's going to work along your card perfectly. Of course the way you die cut it, you would be able to extend that if you're careful. You've then got that really pretty like floral heart at the bottom. You've got the words, what does that say? Sweet? I always guess at these, and most of the time I'm absolutely wrong. I'm not sure what it says. I think it is sweet as opposed to Jesus. I don't think it says Jesus. I mean, it might. I think it's sweet. S-W-E-E. Yeah, I'm sure it's sweet. Yeah, it is. It's sweet. That's Lou. So then you've got your sweet and then the beautiful hearts. That would be funny. You've then got, oh now this stamp set, bear with. Let me bring this card in again so you can see this. I mean, I'm taking everything to pieces because I want you to be able to see what you're getting. Look at that. Isn't that lush? I really like that. And I love the kind of half sun. So you can easily sit that behind the beautiful air balloon. And that, again, is such a big stamp. And then the gorgeous clouds. May life lift you up. That is beautiful. And then, last but by no means least, you've got your beautiful die set. And with this one, that's lovely. Actually, you've got your cherries. That is so fruity. So you've got your cherries, you've got your strawberry, you've got more of a citrus fruit. And then the lovely flowers. I really like that. That will make some really cool flowers. And I'll tell you what, those flowers, when you look at this, you have got now, can you see you've got that double cut line there? So that is actually going to give you, can you see? So it's a double cut. So it's not going to give you that solid flower. It's going to cut the outside of the flower. Do you get my drift? Whereas the strawberry's got the one cut line, that's got your double cut. So it'll give you that kind of outside, which will mean you can paper piece the actual little flowers in. Really nice. There are your two options. 109433. They're already, shall we show complete before we chat to our Lulu? I love her. She's doing her stretches. Lulu's doing a little bit of yoga. She's limbering up to talk to me. Shall we talk to her? Lulu! 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 Oh, it's gone green. Where's she gone? Hooray! Hooray! Hello, love! Can we hear her? We can't hear yet, kid. Bear with, we can. Yeah, I can hear you. Hey! Hey! Oh, I haven't seen you in ages. How are you doing, love?
Doing really well. I'm just coping with it like everybody is. You lot are doing a brilliant job.
Thanks, kid. We've been fine. It's been fine. You just crack on, don't you?
You just crack on. You've been doing loads of Facebook Live, so you've been busy, haven't you?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed doing that, but I've also been watching a few too many makeup tutorials, as you can tell.
You're looking very glamour, Lou. Mate, it's when you come on and you've been watching the ones that do the, you know, the like Halloween makeup. When
Done it.
Please, you know when
zip on my face.
I watch them, I love them. So it's when we both come on looking a little bit like, you know, looking a little bit like a horror film. That'd be well funny. Please, can we do that,
At the
Lou?
moment, I'm following some of these, and I come out looking like I should be on RuPaul's race.
Amazing. Well, you look gorgeous. I like your top as well. That's lovely. It's
colour.
Hey, Lou, you've got a coloured top on. What's occurring? What is
breaking
this
out.
about?
I think I'm having my fifth or sixth childhood now.
I'm loving it. This lockdown. When you come in studio, we're going to be like, what's occurred to her, Lou? she's got a beautiful coloured top on. It really suits you. It's lovely, that. Anyway, sorry, Lou. It's because I haven't chatted to you in ages. So just chin wagging. And I've taken this all to pieces. What have you been thinking about the beautiful one day special and all the gorgeous paper pads that I haven't even shown everyone yet? These are lovely, aren't they?
Well, they're really useful, and there was a couple of them, and you just look at the papers, and as soon as you see the paper, you know exactly what you're going to do. There's a couple on the demos where I've just cut a square out of the 12x12, and I've just thought that's a picture in its own right.
Yeah.
Then there's the others that I wouldn't normally use, but I've enjoyed getting my alcohol pens out with the fruit, you know, getting all that stuff out that's at the back of the cupboard.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
pens and stuff.
Don't you love that? I love that when you get out of your comfort zone, or you just remember your other techniques that you haven't done in ages. It's fabulous, isn't it?
It is. It's like shaking your technique bag up, isn't it, and getting them out again at the bottom. But I've really enjoyed doing that. And then there's a couple where we've gravitated to the same. But I was sat watching this before, and I thought, I've got a picture here. That balloon would just go on, so it's like it goes on and on and on and on, and it could carry on forever doing it.
Yeah, I love that balloon. I must admit that is absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful, and it's such a different collection. That's what I was chatting about with Studiolight. I mean, they bring us so many different looks, don't they?
They do, and I'm really happy about that, because it's too easy to be sort of set in your own sort of way and your own style, and you get in a rut, whereas when you're pushed to do other things, it freshens you up, keeps you fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. And it keeps you, it keeps you exploring, doesn't it? Which is fabulous.
It does.
These are
it
beautiful.
Does. I mean, they're a piece of backing paper on their own right, but some of them you want to touch them because you feel, are they fabric?
Yeah.
Are they actually real? And I like that in a paper. It makes you want to touch it. The tactile quality is brilliant.
Yeah, and the quality of this is incredible. It's a really heavyweight paper. Well, it's cardstock, really, isn't it? That.
Yeah, I've also on a couple of the demos. I've clear gessoed the back of the paper. And I've done balloons on the top, so only because I wanted to draw and paint, but they still took watercolour without the gesso on, so they're pretty, they're really good standard. Well, they are with Studiolight,
Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
going to get good quality.
I bet you love working with Studiolight, don't you, Lou?
I can't believe it's been 3 years, and 2 years, sorry, and it's been such a learning curve. But the other thing is, it's such a nice thing that they've listened to us. They've listened to what we want and what we like, and they've really worked, and that shows a great way forward, really, because you could be sort of stuck in the way of just going, well, I know that people like that, well, I'll just do that, but they don't. They'll think, right, we'll try this.
Yeah.
And I do it as well. So
yeah, I love
really
it.
do
Lou.
like
I
working with
love
him.
that they listen to you, because obviously you're creative, you know, and I think that it's brave for a company to do that, because sometimes, like creatives, we can be sort of a little bit too, you know, off on our own little tangents, can't we? So it's lovely that they listen to you. I think that's fantastic. And I mean, the product is just gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's lovely.
And the dyes, surprisingly, you think because they're thin,
yeah.
and I mean this in a good way, you think they're not going to get through much, but you put them through the paces, because believe you me, certain things they can't cut,
yeah.
but they really do cut well, and they come, the die cuts, they come in different sort of designs that you normally get instead of the normal.
Yeah.
And you always get that frame within a frame within a frame, so you're getting more than just an outline, you're getting everything to go with it.
Yeah, yeah, I love them. Yeah, the dyes that we've got coming up, they're fantastic. Yeah, it's all beautiful. Lou, it's been ace. I know we've got some VTs, haven't we? VTs!
I miss talking to everybody.
Oh, I do. But we'll see you soon. I'm sure we'll see you soon, Lou. And yeah, we miss you. When you're back in the Oundle eventually, we'll definitely have to meet up. We need to meet up.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like a rash though, Leonie. You can't get rid of me. You can put cream on and try and get rid of me, but it's still there.
I'm only going to put nice smelly cream on so you won't go anywhere.
Oh, take care.
You're looking gorgeous, Lou, and it's so nice to speak to you. Take care, my love. I miss Pete.
And thanks for everything everyone's doing. Take care, everyone.
Take care, my gorgeous. Bye bye. It's funny, isn't it, when you do chat to people? It's like, oh, I miss you. So right when you're in your little, because I do that. I go in my little thing and I don't really care. But as soon as you speak to people, it's like, oh, I miss you. I'll short rest of your beautiful papers. Now, you are, I've ruined it completely. You are getting 2 each of these gorgeous papers. Now, I better tell you about the other bundle, Anna, because this is a complete collection. The complete collection, those lovely papers I've been showing you. You get 2 paper pads. You're then getting, and the paper pads are massive. Look at that paper. That is beautiful. They're all double-sided. You're getting 2 of each of these. These are lovely quality. And what I love about this, I mean, that is so soft. You know, it's not really in your face. And I love this. That is absolutely beautiful. Okay, highly recommend. Oh, sorry, I've got hiccups. Yeah, I've got hiccups. Okay, this is it. You have got, can I just talk about them again, because I didn't show you proper. So you've got 36 sheets in both of these. Now, they are single-sided, but they are lovely. And that is seriously nice quality card in there. Really, really pretty. And you can see the mixture designs there. So you've got 36 in each pad. You've then got your A4 and you've got your 12 by 12 papers. You've got 2 of each design there. So you're getting 12 of each of those. And then, of course, you've got your dies. You've got your stamps. I mean, this is bumper. You can create, and I really like this, you can create so many beautiful, beautiful looks with this. And, of course, it's a one-day special. So that means, have I got that upside down? No, I haven't. So this means you have got an incredible price. £55.92. Now, remember, you've got savings that have been carried over. Always. £6 on each of your one-day specials. That's a £12 saving carried over. And then an extra £5 saving. Now, you've also got an extra £4 saving, from the papers. And then, wow. So that's like a £19 saving, isn't it? Yeah, so there you go, that's your papers. So that price, that's an extra £4. So 12 quid from each of those, an extra £4 from both of that. So that's £16 carried forward, and then an extra £5 taken off that price for the full bundle. And then if you're a Freedom member, it means that price gets dropped by a further £10.59.
That means really, from the proper price that it should be, you're saving £26. You're not paying any postage either because you're a Freedom member. Just £50 and 33p. I mean, it is a huge, huge saving, and it is a lovely kit. And of course, you've got your flexi as well. So that's 2 payments, £25 and 17p. You're not paying any postage. Freedom members, you're not paying any interest if you're going for flexi. Isn't that pretty? Really, really pretty. And that one, I'll show you one more, because that one is just using the papers, just fussy cutting those papers, which looks adorable. Now, 605175, that's your item number. Really gorgeous. Oh, it was lovely to speak to our Lulu. If you do want to get hold of this, it's really, really gorgeous. You get in your flexi. Once that flexi basket's opened, anything you put into that flexi, you're splitting over 2 months without any interest being charged. Gorgeous. 605175 is your item number. Stunning. Now, Studiolight. They do dyes wonderfully. I love these because these have added to the collection, and you've got so many in this collection now. These are cool because if I pick this up, look how many layers you've got here. So you've got that's an inside, then that's inside. So you've got 2 really nice matte and layer dies. You've then got the frame, but the frame, look, is separate to the actual detail, so it allows you to create so many different looks. At the end, you've got a matte and layer there, so you've got your matte and layer there. You've then got the detail die there. All of these are separate dies, and it's the same at that side. I love that because that gives you options, so many options. And I mean, if you just married them 2 up, you'd create a really nice mandala. So because they're separate dies, you could literally cut those separately. And I love die sets like that because it makes you think, it makes you play, it makes you experiment, and it just gives you so many different configurations. Now, you're getting that and you're getting that for £19 and 98p. This is another cracker because, again, look at this. So you've got your 3 layers. Now, that's a die cutting one. That is an embossing one. So it's going to die cut the elements, but then that will actually just emboss a line. That'll allow you to fold it. So you'll be able to fold this. And then this layer, look, you've got all these as separate dies. So it allows you to create layers and layers and layers. Obviously, they all fit into each one of them. I really like that. That is cool. And look, it makes this. And it's brilliant because you can do so much with it. I mean, you can layer. I think this will have been a couple. It is a couple together from Patty. This is lovely, Patty. And look what she's done here. I love that name, Patty. I think it's really nice. How pretty is that? So you've got all those layers. See, you could make a really pretty little book out of this, couldn't you? You know, I mean, that in itself is a lovely book. And you could add all photographs, because obviously double-sided. Really like that. You've got all the dies to create these mats and layers as well. Perfect. Now the big die. And this shows you options. So you've got the die that cuts in the paper. You've got the die that also cuts out of the paper. That's just using the one that cuts in the paper. This is using it when you're cutting it out of the paper. So it gives you a completely different look altogether. And then you're using the detail that you're then cutting out of the paper. It's just got so many options. £19 and 98p. Really nice of those, and the big dies as well. I mean, they're huge, way bigger than my hand. Huge. 766179 is your item number. Stunning. Okay, last but by no means least, I really like this one. Because look at that, it's a torn page. See, when you look at that side, so that side, see, I want it to be this side because that's my page side for some reason. So you have got your torn bit there, which is fabulous. So that's your kind of, where it's perforated, where it's pulled out of the actual the notepad, and then this side is where it's all been sort of ruffled, so again it's really torn. But look, again, you've got 1, 2, oh, I wonder if I can get it there. So you've got 1, 2, 3. So you've got your outside and then you've got your layers. Really like that, really like that. That is cool. The second die you've got in this collection, again, this is all £19 and £98. That is so pretty, isn't it? Oh wow, the options. Oh wow, the options that you've got here. Okay, so we're talking about your outside cutting line. We're talking about, look, the cutting saw. Look at how many layers. That one. That's a really nice fine die. But this one, look at that. So you've got your outside cutting layer and then you've got that beautiful stitch detail. This in the centre is an embossing line. So that will be able to create gorgeous little pages. That is really nice because if you're making little journaling books, that's your pages right there. You don't have to, of course. You can use them just for your card making. And the flowers at the bottom, didn't even chat about the flowers. That is gorgeous. These are big dies for £19 and £98. Absolutely exquisite. Now have a look at that. So you've got that beautiful, and doesn't that proper look like it's been ripped out of a book? That's well cool. I would use that die so much. I really, really like that one. That is lovely. Oh, we've got extended delivery, which I absolutely didn't mention at all. Everything from Studiolight is going out on the 8th of May. They're lovely, which isn't long at all, only a week. Oh, this year is flying. There you go. Isn't that pretty? Really like that. And those dies, see, it's cutting in but it's cutting out but staying in. So it means you've got that beautiful dimension. And of course, look at that. And now that's interesting because again, you can do so much with it. That's been stuck on a card, but it doesn't need to be. That, because that's your score line, that can all be loose. You can create so much with this. Yeah, love them. They're well nice. I must admit, every time we have these dies on from Studiolight, I always want them. But anyway, 023219. Okay, we've got our lovely Lou back to inspire us. Let's have a watch what she's up to.
We've got the balloon stamp now, and I really like this balloon because I love the colours and the shading of it, and I thought I'll do something to one of the ones I did before. I want to show you a quick outline of what I want to do. I want to create an aperture card. So let me get rid of this. This is an old card now. I know it looks bad, but I would always chop this up later and reuse it. So what I've done is I've cut an aperture there, and I'm going to keep the aperture for something on later on. But then I've stamped on my piece of paper, another piece, I've stamped the balloon totally on it, and then I've drawn the circle because don't forget that's going to sit in there. So that gives me a reference point of where, just there like that, of where I'm going to stamp. So you'll think, well, what's the point of that? Well, I'm going to stamp the balloon again, and I'm going to have it superimposed, decoupaged, so it's on the top. But meanwhile, this bit is where I stamp. So this is a reference point for me. So take that away. So now what I've got is this little piece here with a balloon on, and I'm going to say, right, well, what do I like? So do I put the sun there and some clouds? And it really doesn't matter how you do it. Now, yeah, the sun will be there and then the clouds will be above it. So you sort of just think, well, okay, let's go for it. So I'm using black now. You don't have to. You could use grey again just to give it a little bit more, sort of less in your face. Now I'm using grey, but this is going to be covered. So I'm just going to go for the horizon bit there. Perfect. So then I'm going to go with the next part of maybe the clouds. So I'm only going to put one in. So I've got the clouds there, or I could have the smaller clouds, but I don't want it to look as twee. So I quite like that there. And I'm not worried about this because this overstamping any of that doesn't really matter because I'm covering it up. So I'm just going to do that. Right, perfect, quite like that. And then I'll show you what I'm going to do here. I am going to stamp this along that edge. So I've only put the ink there, and I'm just going to run that there. And you think, well, why have you done that? Well, I'm going to create that with the hills. So I've used it up there, the hills. If I just put it in there to show you, you'll see now with a bit of colour, I can create some hills on top there. So stamp it all out. Now we're introducing colour. So we want colour in the background, maybe around the sun. And again, look at the card for your influences, how you feel. Is this how you want it to be? Do you like that look? So that's how we've got there. I'm going to come away now. You can use watercolour or you can use anything you want. You could use your distress inks, anything. So I'm going to sort of use pencils, use pens, pencils, anything that I fancy. I'm just going to put a little bit of colour down, like these are watercolour pencils, so I am not at all worried about this because I will blend them all out. And just to explain what I've done is I'm going to go sort of deeper into the middle. So I've just got a line of yellow, yeah, a line of orange underneath, and then a line of red. And this looks atrocious like this, I understand that, but once I start blending colours together, so I'm just going to show you like this, and then what we'll do is I will colour the landscape and maybe the clouds, and you'll be able to sort of get on and do your own colouring. So again, you start, use your red out, just a little bit of water to your red, then clean your brush off and get a little bit of yellow coming down. Clean your brush off again. Put your orange to your darker orange. Clean your brush, and it just keep blending, and you've got that wonderful sort of edge. And then you can put some lines there. I've not cleaned my brush, and then go away, colour it how you want, and we'll be back with the balloon. What I've done is I've used a little bit of sparkle in the background, so I've created the balloon. Don't worry about that because that's going to be in the background. Created the balloon. I just wanted to show you this because I created the landscape using the clouds. You just turn it upside down. So all I've done to get this effect is I have just sort of where the lines were, just move this out of the way for you, where the lines were, instead of going all wiggly, I've gone straight. So this would in essence be darker at the front. So again, you just bring in your colour, go off your mark, it doesn't matter. And again, bring a little bit of colour down here. Now you might want to put different colours in. The lightest colour of all would be further away from you, but let them blend. So that would be like near to the actual sun. So quite happy with that. Blend a few colours out. Leave that to dry because it's quite bright. Bring a little bit down here, and then I'll show you why. Leave it to dry because this is going to fit under there. So what I'm going to do now is really easily to fit back in there, really easily sort of stamp out that and then concentrate on the balloon being here. So I've got that. I've got a piece of card underneath my stamp platform. I'm going to use black for this. Well, you can use any colour you want. Oh, got a smudge on there. Oh, didn't know. So use that. Stamp really well because there's lots of little fine lines here. That isn't going to look good. I'm wondering whether to change. No, can't change it. So it'll have to be. But I'm not really worried because we can put patterns in, and that's what I was going to do anyway to show you. You can change up the balloon so it doesn't. Now I can see a little air bubble there, so I know that if I'm not careful, but it won't stamp. But it's not the stamp's fault, it's me, I've not pressed it down. But I know using the platform, see it is there, that I can go back in. Just a little bit of ink missing there. See, this is why, when you've not got a stamper like me, perfect. Having this ability is perfect for it. So, got my balloon there. What I'm going to do now is add some colours and some depth to it. You must, it's an oil-based, so you must let it dry. But that's going to sit on over the top. But just so I can handle it, I am not going to sort of cut it out just yet. I'm going to wet some of my watercolours, and I'm going to look at the way this has been coloured here, because I have got the blues and the greens in this. I want it to complement that. I don't want it to be fighting. So it's quite a lot in the background, but I want to concentrate on this. So if you look at your colour wheel, the best colours to go for would be purples. But we'll see, because I am actually quite liking these colours here. So again, use your watercolour pencils, use your watercolours, either or. I'll do a bit with both. So I have got my lovely colours here, and I've got, it's almost like it's a teal. So if I just show it you on the edge, it's a beautiful teal. So it will complement the colours in there, and you can add a little bit if you want, so that it does. So if you wanted to, and to make sure that they match, just put a little bit in there like that, and then you know it's going to match with it. So just the teal. Now the art to this, I always remember I was my French teacher, and that's why I learnt French. I loved French. Madame Horwich. Oh, I loved French, because we used to do painting and the words, and we used to have these little characters, and she showed me her way of colouring, and I still do it to this day. Still do it. It's really strange how it stays with you, and that was to basically outline. Now I took it a little bit further, and again that is a little bit too big for me. I've got a thinner brush. I'm going to introduce the water to the middle and to the edges. I am not trying to touch it. Might not be alright with this actually. Water to the edges, and allow the paint to blend. A bit more water. You can add it, but if you start trying to take it away, it ruins it. So what you tend to do is keep doing this. So do that, keep wiggling, and I'm just going to do this area green, lift some colour, and maybe blue and yellow, orange to match it. So I'll colour this in, and I will see you back here when I've finished.
Like that? She's doing a little bit of colouring. Well, I can tell you, I've got my hands in my pockets. How terrible. Well, Lulu's colouring in. I can tell you what you're going to get. Now, you have got choices. So you can either go for your one-day special option 1. That is seriously cool. Your summer bloom, giving you that really different dye. And I love that, because there's so much texture going on there. And those hearts are just lovely. The flowers in the stamp set are beautiful. Easy to cut out as well, but so elegant. And then, of course, you've got your lovely summer fruits there, the citrus fruit. And then, of course, the lovely strawberry. And then your lovely, it's kind of like a garland, isn't it? It could be made. I mean, that one is a really handy die. And then, of course, you've got your flowers in that big bowl. That's option 1, saving £6. That saving, of course, will be carried forward if you're going for the big bundle. Option 2 that you've got is a summer adventure. And this summer adventure is going to give you the wonderful hot air balloon. That is lovely. Really like that stamp set. You've got flowers, you've got fruits, you've got that beautiful big bow and the gorgeous hearts, and that definitely says summer, not Jesus. And again, sweet. Yeah, of course it does, not summer. I'm making words up. I do that every time. Okay, you're saving another £6 there. And then you could go for your papers. Now, sorry, 109433 if you want either of your one-day specials. And then, of course, you've got your papers. Now, if you're going for your papers, which are these ones, you have got with these beautiful designs, absolutely gorgeous. They're all double-sided. And I do think with these, I mean, the print is just gorgeous. In fact, let me show you mine, so I'm not taking these to pieces. Really pretty design. Have a look at them. And I think with something like this, you can do so much with them, but because they're not coated, they're really easy to stamp over the top of as well. And that is really pretty, isn't it? All double-sided prints, everything matches, everything goes together. I like it because the colour palette is a really soft colour palette. It's got kind of that gorgeous apricot with the soft blue with that soft brown, really natural. So you've got your A4, you've got 2 each of those, so you're getting 8 of those. You're then getting 8 of your 12 by 12 as well. Again, everything's double-sided. It's lovely quality. You can fussy cut those, you can
can use them for your scrapbooking. The colour is so pretty. It's a really soft palette. You know, I mean, this could have been really bold, but I love the fact they've chose that very natural palette. Really gorgeous, and I really like that, because that is like a photograph, but it's just been faded out. Beautiful. Now, if you're going for your papers, that's an extra £4 saving. That's 377026. However, the bundle. So you've got a £4 saving there. You've got a £6 on each one of those. So already 12 there, and then an extra 4, so that's £16. And then you're getting your little paper pads. Have a look at these. So then you've got these on top of all your savings. You've got your paper pads, and then you've got more savings as well. So you've got an extra, well, already £21 saving, and then an extra £5 saving unless you're a Freedom member. Freedom member, an extra £10 and 59 saving. That means really you're saving, how much was that? £26 and 59. I mean, that is phenomenal. And these are beautiful. I'm sure you'll agree. Absolutely beautiful. And in each one of these paper pads, you're getting 36 sheets of paper. There's 9 different patterns, 170 GSM. So really good weight. Let me show you the other one as well, just because they're exquisite. Really pretty. Love it. And that one again, the colour palette. Look at that colour palette. Isn't that just gorgeous? Really soft, delicate, gentle. And it is like it is summer breezy, isn't it? You know, it's just gentle. Yeah, like them. Let me show you just a couple of gorgeous samples. So again, you might be using that wonderful stamp, which is just so pretty. That is on one of those dies as well, which I really like. Another one of them stamps. I think a lot of people have gone for them. Yeah, I love that image. It's really pretty, and with the sunshine. Now that is using, of course, the bow as well. And that one, all the gorgeous fruits, using the paper in the background, of course. Really, really elegant. And then one more for you. And that, I love that, because the colours, isn't that fabulous? Layering all those really tropical, all those gorgeous colours, and they're the dyes, of course, as well. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, if you want this, you do need to check your baskets out. It is, of course, a one-day special or a bundle. You've got so many choices. It's completely up to you what to go for. 605175. And do remember, you've got your flexes as well. Now, our lovely Lou, she's in the middle. Shall we see if she's finished colouring in? Lou, have you finished?
What I want to use now is May Life Lift You Up, and I want to use this cloud again because I used it before for the landscape, but I'm going to use it again for the bit of words. So I'm going to stamp in the grey again with this, and I'm going to stamp on a block. And the reason I'm using this is because I'm going to stamp the words in it. So if I just show you that I've got the ink, which is a grey, and I'm going to try it. It doesn't really matter because I'm going to cut it out. The grey, perfect. But then what I want to do is take that one away and put the May Life Lift You Up. Now, I've got a terrible way of, that's right, of doing it upside down around the corner. So I've got that there. So I've got me. Now, because I'm using black, I can see it. So, and these, don't forget, are oil based, so they will be okay. So I'm just going to pull it down a little bit to see. I'm going to make sure it's in there. Perfect. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some colour to that, because what I've done is I've done the background now. I've done that. I've coloured the background, and anywhere I thought, put a bit of glitter on, as you do. Done the balloon, chopped that out, and that's ready to go there. So always remember, there's bits here where you need to colour. Then this will actually sit up there or down here, whichever way. But I'll go away and do that, and then we'll put the whole card together and finish. Right, okay, I've stamped that all up, and you can see it's black, but the clouds are grey. And I've got some watercolour pencils here, and I always do this, is just test which ones I like. I like them all actually, but I'm just going to go with a tiny bit of watercolour as well. So if you wanted to do the watercolour, you just get a tiny bit of one of the colours that you've used, and I'm just going to put, see, that's way too heavy. So this is the beauty of this. It wipes off really well. So you're just going to put a little bit on, just where it bobbly bits. Get a bit of water on, like this, blend it in, but before it dries, wipe it off. So you've got a very light touch with it. You don't want it to be heavy. So you don't have to be perfect with it. You just want to wipe on, get some water on it, blend it out, take it off. And you can keep doing this. You can use another bit of colour I might go for. I'll show you what it looks like with this. So you just sort of colour. See, might need a little bit more where you go on. You can use the end of your brush. Never dip these in water ever, because the water goes up the shaft of the pencil and that's it. It swells it up. It's not good. So always remember, I've seen people doing this and they'll say, "Oh, just wet it. It's all right." No, it is not. You want to keep that away. I can dip the edge in like that to colour, but never dip the wood in as well. And you can use these pencils like this if you want to as a palette. So all I'm doing is going over the lines, bringing the colour back in, and then if I want a little bit less colour there, just really go in, because it's a watercolour, I can go in there. But don't forget, if your pencils, you want a little bit more extra around there, go in with your pencils. So then what I'm going to do is just chop this up, come back in when I've chopped it up and put all the card together, and then, oh, didn't want to do that, just it's halfway around the living room that. There we go. Now, I would force dry it or leave it to dry, whichever you want, but now we're going to cut that out and then we're going to bring it all back together and all the card and assemble it. I love this bit when it comes together. I really like this little card. So I've got this far, and what I've done is I've put some foam on the back, and I've built it up. That's got 4 layers on it and this has got 3 layers. And I once went on a balloon ride and it was the most astonishing thing I'd ever done, and it was over the Pennines. Oh, it was stunning. It was so silent, and it reminds me now at this present time how quiet it is, but not even the birds, but it was just hearing the balloon and seeing. Oh, it's amazing. If you ever get a chance, go. The landing was brilliant because it scared the life out of me. We've sort of hit the ground running. So anyway, I've got this, and I would put a little bit more down there, and I was thinking to add something different to this even more. It would be to add string to it. So really bend the card round. It might be that it's too much and you want to go back over there. Don't worry if it's too much. Just keep bending. Just if you've gone like that and you think, no, that's too much, just push your pen in underneath and just roll it out again. It'll be fine. So I've got that one on there, which I really like. That pencil line will rub out, but I've put the same on here. It might be a bit heavy. It might be a bit much, this. I might have to take some off. But I wanted it to be sort of, oh, that's way too big. So I'll take a couple off and then put a bit of glue on it then. And then the glue helps you to sort of move it around as you go anyway. So I thought you could have it under the balloon or over the balloon like that. So even that might be a bit too big, but quite like it sort of like that, like a cloud. Now, when I was looking at I was getting a pen out, I saw this, and this is just so apt. Sometimes the winds of change carry us to better places, and I just thought I had to do it. I had to do it along there. And this is from one, I can't remember which one. Can't remember which one of the collections, but it was meant to be. So wash your tape down there, and I would perhaps look at the depth of these. It might be a little bit too much, but you get the general idea of, look at your finish. Oh, I really like that. Look at your finished pieces. go back to basics, get your colours on. I really like that. Rub that line out, it's annoying me now. And then get your other bits. So I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did making it. Loved it.
Hello and welcome back. Sorry, we're talking about asparagus picking. How very random. It is lovely to have your company, and thank you, our lovely Lulu. It's always fantastic to see demonstrations from our Lou. Okay, I'm going to remind you of some of the other goodies that we've got. We've got a little bit of time left, so I can take my time and go through these. So you've got those wonderful big dies. I mean, these are magnificent. You can do so much with that die. You know, you've got so many layers there, which is fabulous. So when you look at this, and I'll take it to pieces again. See, it's one of these that I really want to... This is when you want your die cut machine next to you and you just want to play. Seriously, because you want to see the configurations. You know, so that first die, you're going to put that first die through. That is literally just going to cut that outside edge for you. Because that's your fold line, you'll be able to fold that beautiful. So the flower element, you'll be able to fold that into the centre. So straight away you can make a really interesting card just with the outside edge. You can then... with the decorative part, you could cut that out of the outside edge. So you could cut that into the actual the side flaps, if you will. However, you could then cut this out, so then you could actually mat and layer that on top of the side pieces. Or you could just take these two, cut these two out, and then just make a beautiful mandala. You've got so many elements. The centre element there, you can do your mat and layers for the centre rectangle. It just gives you, I love that, because it just gives you so many different looks. You have to play with it. I mean, the back does show you. So the full thing, like if you cut the full thing, that's what you're going to get, which I just think looks beautiful. You can just imagine that folded in, can't you? That's a card in itself. How exquisite would that look? But obviously, options. That is only one die. You've got both of these for £19.98. The second one is going to give you that really cool die. I love these because they kind of look like stamps. They kind of look like tickets. You know, if you're just looking at that side there, it's kind of got that ticket look, which is gorgeous. So you could use it to perforate. And I like these because they are going to make you that accordion, but again, you've got your mat and layers there. I like these because, say you've got a beautiful art journal. You can put one of these in your art journal just as a page extension, which would look amazing. But it's also the little holes. So those little holes that look like you could tear it if you wanted to, or rip it so it looks like a tear. But obviously they allow you to create that beautiful look with the ribbons, which does look really, really effective. It's a little kitty in it. See, little kitty. Yeah, that's a foot, isn't it? Yeah, it's a little kitty's foot with a daisy in little kitty's foot. So then, look, as you open it up, you've got all those images. You've got the air balloon. You've got the thing there. What is that? Oh, is it a little toy? Oh, it is, isn't it? That one there. It's a little toy. You've got lollipops as well. You've got beautiful flowers. The air balloon, which is just dreamy. Yay, macaroons! We've been chatting about them. Oh, no, you can't, can you? Charlotte can't eat macaroons. Is there no way? It's nuts you're allergic to, isn't it? Is there any way you can make them without almond? Oh, Jamie, that there. Boom. If you can invent non-almond macaroons so anyone with a nut allergy can eat them, you'd make a fortune. Because, yeah, our Charlotte will buy them all. Boom, nail it. Anyway, sorry, cheeky bit of Master Chef there. We've then got that beauty. Now, we're on that die set where you can do so much. You've got the backgrounds, the layers, then that detailed look. That is all part of that big die. You see, that die is exactly the same die, but it looks a completely different die, doesn't it?
because all of that is in one die set. You see, I love that because there's your score line, so that you can just fold in. You've got the background, which of course you can cut independently, which allows you to create all these mats and layers. That again gives you a completely different look, because that is now cutting into it. I love this because it allows you to create so many looks. And when you look at that now, you're cutting on the outside, when really you're cutting, can you see, it's the other way about. Clever. Okay, if you do want to get hold of that, and that, look, they do look like your summer pieces, don't they? Your citrus fruits. Fabulous. 766179, that's your item number. Please make sure you go for them, because they're two massive dies, and it allows you to do so much. Really like them. Okay, the next two, love this. That is well cool. And again, with something like that, if you have got an art journal, that is massive. You could create some really cool pages with that. It literally does look like it's been ripped out of a notebook, which I really like. I mean, I have ripped pages out of a notebook before today just to get that edge, because I think it looks cool. And you've then got the torn edge at the side. You've got your layers. So you have got your 2 layers that will fit into there. And of course, if you don't want the torn edge, that is big enough to actually trim that down so you can get really neat edges. The choice is yours. You've then got, in this pack, you've then got that beautiful, it could be a really fancy little book, could that? Because it has got that wonderful score line in the centre, so you can create pages and pages with that. But then of course you've got the flower, and with the flower, you see, you're cutting, that is all part of one big die, but that one's cutting in but cutting out, so all those will stay in there. Sorry, that plaster's horrible, isn't it? But all those will stay in there, but they'll come out, if you will. So it's almost like pop-up flowers. In fact, that one should, I mean, that is beautiful, because that's been just layered. In fact, I bet the flowers from the One Day Special would work really well with that as well. Stunning, absolutely stunning. That's your variation, and that again just shows you how you can fold that, because you've got that fold line in there, which is dead pretty. I should show it like that, really, shouldn't I? Because that's where it is. Really beautiful. And then, boom. I love that. It's well cool, isn't it? Your torn edge as well, beautiful. And that is using those beautiful dies from one of your One Day Special. Really, really pretty. Now, if you do want those dies, big dies, interesting dies, and they'll allow you to do so much. And I love the fact that with Studiolight, because you've had so many different options over the years. I can't believe it's been 3 years that Lou's been with Studiolight. That is amazing. She said 3, didn't she? Has it been 3? Mind you, I don't even know how long I've been here. I have no concept of time. I have no idea. I mean, I have to count my age just to work out how old I am. Well, I've stopped doing that, to be fair. It's a rubbish game. But if you do want these, 023219 is your item number. £19.98. It's funny, when we said, like, oh, when you come back after a clip, you'll have about 9 minutes to chat. Yeah. And I was like, oh, what am I going to say? That were easy. When did I ever think I'd have a problem? Now, of course, this is your One Day Special, so your last hour is going to be at 4 o'clock. You'll have more demonstrations for our fantastic Lou, so please make sure you tune in. If you did miss any of the ones from last night, then please make sure you have a look at those on catch up, because they're still available for you. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be with you for the next hour, which is going to be Daisy B. Really looking forward to that. We've got some brand new designs, so don't go anywhere. We will still be here at Hochanda. See you in a minute. Oh yeah, we will. Oh yeah.